Welcome everybody to episode 77. We've got a very important one for you today. Of course, we're going to be talking about this massive thing that's going on with the Chinese property market. Everybody's been asking us, so we're finally going to tell you what we know. And we've got a couple other interesting things.
I gotta say, the amount of people asking about Evergrande. Appreciate your support and appreciate you guys reaching out. Holy shit. Let's get it out of the way and finally talk about it.
We're going to talk about it in depth. Anyway, we've got a couple of interesting things to talk about. The fact is, first of all, that we've moved office. That's why we weren't, our studio's moved down on the East Coast.
Yep.
That's why we didn't have a thing last week. It's been quite the thing, but we're finally all set up. Very happy to say.
It's a little later in the day now, so we're a little more ragged.
The weather's a bit weird, you know, like it was raining all day yesterday. Now it's all, different, nice and sunny today. Anyway, we have another announcement. We finally got a sponsor.
Yeah, our first sponsor. So without further ado, stay tuned for 1 minute and we'll be right back.
Please sit through this little advert for us, guys, and we'll be with you in a minute.
Today's episode of ADV Podcast is brought to you by Conflict of Nations, which is a really cool online free PvP strategy game. And that's player versus player, so you're going against your friends or people online. You choose
Apex, so I have no idea what he's about to say.
I actually want to talk about
the other players. You don't think I really own the world, and you're going to get 30 days.
For sitting through that, we're going to now saunter right into it with what's new, of course.
Yes, sir.
We actually have some pretty good things to talk about today.
Would you say pretty important things?
Yes, absolutely.
There's some funny stuff, too.
First of all, I actually want to talk about kiwi fruit.
Okay. Do you guys say kiwi fruit? Because we just say kiwi.
Yeah, we say kiwi fruit.
Is there a different kind of kiwi? Kiwi bird.
Yeah.
But would you call it, if you saw a bird, would you say, oh, a kiwi bird, or would you just say, hey, that's a kiwi?
No, if I see a New Zealander, I would say it's a kiwi.
Well, why wouldn't you say that's a kiwi
You don't
person?
eat a kiwi.
You do?
No, you just say it's a kiwi.
You've never eaten a New Zealander?
Anyway.
No, listen. If a kiwi person, why don't you say kiwi person?
You don't say a kiwi person.
Then why do you say kiwi fruit?
Because that's its name.
It's not.
Because it looks like a kiwi bird and it's furry and stuff.
Is that why they actually call it that?
Yes.
They're originally from New Zealand, right?
No.
Oh. I ate like 3 of them yesterday. Golden
Nice.
ones. They're really good.
Anyway, I've done a little bit of research. Turns out the kiwi fruit is quite a thing. It's kind of like a mafia.
Can I say something really quick? Mm-hmm. We didn't go through any of the material with each other today. So I put stuff in the media pack and you put stuff in the media pack. So I have no idea what he's about to say.
Okay, now, guys, kiwi fruit. Let's talk about, what's that thing called? It's Zespri is the brand.
Yeah, that's that brand I always see on the stickers.
And they have something called, what's it, Golden Sun or Sun Golden?
Sun
Gold.
Sun Gold kiwis. Those are the best kind.
And it turns out that this is kind of like a industry
For 500 years,
because they've made
the
such a good kiwi fruit
Empire
that you have to license it.
dominated
If you want to
continent.
plant a kiwi fruit orchard, if you want to do a hectare, you have to pay Zespri a licensing fee of
a fruit.
no,
Because they made it.
yeah,
Hectare.
$500,000 you have to pay in order to plant a hectare of this stuff. So they get a lot of money from licensing.
So like 4 acres.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, the fact of the matter is they've made this perfect kiwi fruit. Okay, it's supposed to taste great. It's like sun
It's
gold
amazing.
one.
It's like sugar sweet.
If you like kiwi fruits, I suppose it's right up your alley. Okay, now here's the thing. In China, now just recently, like a couple days ago, in Jiangsu province, a batch
Eastern China.
Yeah, a batch of these kiwis tested positive for COVID-19.
What? No,
Okay.
they didn't. What are
They
you
did.
talking-
They
What?
tested positive. So anyway, they're being
can't
sold
test
in the
a-
market. They were being sold in the market. They tested positive for COVID-19. No, seriously, they did, and they pulled them off the shelves. And of course, Zespri is like in panic mode, trying to assure the public that their stuff's of good quality and is not infected and all that kind of stuff. But of course, as you know, in China, you know, it gets out of hand. They constantly blaming the foreigners for infecting China with COVID-19. So this plays into that whole thing, right? So they tested a batch, and they are COVID-19 positive. But here's the thing.
So
though.
like the surface.
Yeah, they obviously test the surface of the kiwi fruit, and they're like, oh, it's got COVID on it, right? But, okay, here's the rub.
Color me skeptical.
Yeah, the exact same kiwi fruit, because they all come through Shanghai. That's how they get imported
Yeah, the
into
port,
China.
right?
The exact same batch tested negative when it came into Shanghai. Okay? Because they, as per the Chinese customs, they disinfect everything, first of all, and they test everything that's coming in. Before they allow it to clear customs,
Yeah.
it must be COVID negative, right? So it was negative, but now it's turned up positive. Okay.
Oh, so Jiangsu is right next to Shanghai, by the
Yeah.
way. So they didn't obviously communicate with each other that they were supposed to say that it had COVID on it.
Well, no. Here's the thing, though. It was actually being stored by a second-tier distributor in Hefei province,
Okay.
which is neighboring
Yeah.
to Jiangsu province. Okay.
No, Hefei is not a province, it's a city.
Oh,
but yeah.
Hefei city, sorry.
In
my
Anhui, yeah.
mistake. In Anhui province, yeah, my mistake. Okay, now in Hefei. Now, here's the thing. This is kind of interesting because number one, it proves that China keeps going on about the fact they've defeated COVID. And whenever there's an outbreak, it's like 1 or 2 people. Or they say like, oh, there's been an outbreak of 6 people, and they lock down the whole cities.
And a foreigner gave it to them.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a foreigner. They go and they test everyone. Everyone's in lockdown again. It's happening more than you know, okay? Obviously, it's not just 2 or 3 people that are being infected every time. It's a lot of people that are being infected. The fact that fruit, which came in negative, has now tested positive for COVID means someone gave that fruit COVID. Someone shed those virus cells onto the fruit. That means that the COVID infections are happening all over China.
Yes.
Okay? And
Either
right
that
there.
or it was invented as my immediate thing when you just said that, and I'm glad you didn't tell me about this beforehand so I can have an organic response.
Sure.
My immediate thing when you said that was that this is a manufactured story to make it look like it's coming from imported stuff.
Especially since that whole region, I know New Zealand and Australia are 2 separate entities, but you know how they're really like hating on Australia right now and that whole nuclear subdeal and stuff like that. It's just a good reason to be like skeptical of foreigners and to put hate towards
It's foreigners in
again.
general, yeah.
Yeah, especially
Doesn't
from
matter
that
where
region.
Yeah, especially, yeah.
But now here's the thing. Now this is where you might be quite surprised. Okay.
1 hectare is 2.47 acres, by the way.
Okay.
So thank you for the help, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, here's the thing.
Hectare.
Turns out that's very specific type of kiwi fruit. That specific sun gold was stolen from New Zealand and is being planted in Sichuan.
Aren't kiwis originally from China? They're definitely from China.
Definitely, but not
Oh,
that
that
brand.
kind. Yeah, yeah.
Do you
I
understand?
gotcha.
Like,
yeah, yeah.
you know how it works. You
Yeah, yeah.
crossbreed
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you do all this
Oh,
kind of stuff.
yeah, those special kinds.
So
sun
there's
gold.
a guy. Let me see. What was his name? His name is Hao Yu Gao.
Okay.
He bought an orchard in New Zealand. Okay?
Oh, okay.
And he
Cultivar.
licensed to, produce that sun gold stuff or whatever to plant it. But he smuggled cuttings from,
to graft.
yeah, he smuggled them into China.
Yeah, because you can graft them on a normal kiwi tree.
Yeah, well, whatever. He smuggled what is it? There's an actual word for it.
Cultivar.
Let's
Cultivar.
see. It just says, I'll find it exactly what it is he smuggled. Budwood. He had
Budwood,
taken
okay.
budwood of sun gold kiwi to China, supplied growers, and, it turns out they've got something like 5,000 hectares currently growing in Sichuan of these knockoff kiwis.
Knock off real kiwi. I mean, they'll taste good.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a copy. This
Yeah.
is supposed to be licensed, right? So he stole the cuttings and took it into China. Of course, there was a lawsuit about it because what happened was the Sun Gold employees started to hear rumors that it was being grown in China. And then the guys that were growing it were like, yeah, we're growing it. Come take a look. And they actually let the Sun Gold employees go and take a
Really?
look. Yeah. And then they tied the guy to this Gao, whoever he is, who had opened this orchard in New
Tied
Zealand.
them
He
together.
basically bought this
Gagged him.
orchard and he'd stolen the cuttings and taken. This was back in 2016. Anyway, the fact of the matter, it's been going.
I was gonna
ongoing.
say because when I was in like 2010 to 2016 or whatever, my mother-in-law always used to buy sun gold kiwis from New Zealand and pay a lot of money because they were so
Yeah,
good and
yeah.
feed them to me. It was,
Yeah.
they're great.
So I mean, here's the thing. Remember the pineapple thing?
Yeah, the Taiwan pineapple thing.
And the reason was that they've been knocking off these pineapples,
Yeah.
but they just weren't selling the local ones well enough. So what they did was they put this bullshit rhetoric, nationalist rhetoric to basically ban the imports of pineapples from Taiwan so that they could sell their locally produced ones that no one was
And
buying.
then they used propaganda to say, we don't need Taiwanese pineapples. Our local Remember all the
Yeah,
headlines?
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
So
The
I
Chinese
think
news.
this could be the same thing.
Yeah.
Think about it. First of
Yeah.
all, it gives them an opportunity to blame the West for importing COVID again, okay? To
Yeah.
ramp up some anti-foreigner rhetoric, to kind of force this poor company
This is interesting, yeah.
to kowtow to what's going on, oh, we're so sorry, we'll make sure, and then they have to put all these reparations. But at the same time, then they can say, why buy that? Because we have the same fruit here.
There are probably multiple motivations. You know what this
Yeah.
reminds me of is that rap we covered in the last episode that has 8 languages in it. They got a budget to make a propaganda piece for the
Yeah.
CCP. And then they're like, let's use up all the money on whatever we want to do and just make a thing that covers lots of bases.
Yeah.
It's kind of what they do with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Propaganda, COVID propaganda, bolstering local economy, counterfeiting.
Because it's very easy to destroy a brand's reputation in China, a foreign brand's reputation. Because you either say that they've done something to insult China, or,
well, now no one's going to buy imported
No,
kiwis.
of course not. Now, this is out in the news. The Global Times put it out there and bolstered this whole story. That's a state media mouthpiece.
Yes.
So everybody's like, holy shit, these New Zealand Kiwis had COVID. So
Right.
if you're a local Chinese person, you're going to be like, there's no way in hell I'm buying any New Zealand kiwi because it might have COVID.
Correct.
So it completely destroys the market for Zespri, and then they can sell their knockoff pirated kiwis instead.
Well, what works out too is that like the CDC and scientists have proven it's quite hard to pass around COVID on food.
Yes.
But China's leaned into that hardcore in the past, so they've already convinced the populace that you can get food very easily from COVID from food. And recently, we've got some documents from China that they are now passing around a new, what I think a new approach that they're going to take. And I'm calling this, guys. If you guys have your finger on the pulse of what China blames America for, like where COVID came from, it's going to move. It's going to be tied to the Fort Detrick thing, which they keep saying. But it's going to move just from the inklings I'm seeing. It's going to move from that to, yes, okay, the first outbreak was in Wuhan, okay? Because they have to admit that.
Yeah, eventually they do, yeah.
The evidence is just like
astronomical.
insurmountable.
Yeah.
So what they're going to say is, yes, it came from, it started in Wuhan, but it's going to be from imported U.S. foods that entered the Huanan seafood market right across the street from the lab.
Right.
That's, mark my words, that's what's going to happen because there's a lot of documentation going around saying that.
Vaccine boosters after 5 months now. It was 8 a week ago.
Sure.
It's kind of like testing the waters, I think. It's a very interesting stuff. That's a good story.
Exactly.
I like that.
Anyway, yes. So that's the whole kiwi fruit thing. So again, tested negative when it came into Shanghai, but suddenly it just tested positive. So in other words, the infections are happening within China.
Yes.
It won't be seen like that way from the locals.
We got a bunch more stuff, but let's just run through a couple questions here.
Okay. Go for it.
Tess at Turn says, could you please explain, and he names a shill YouTuber.
Yeah.
Is he the CCP propaganda minister's response to your series of podcasts? Not him in particular.
All of them, really.
All of them.
Yeah.
That's a very low-level one
Sure.
that you brought up. I think you're maybe not familiar with some of the higher-level ones. Yeah. Charles Womack says, you guys were 100% right. After being, this is another one. After being a shill for the CCP, an unnamed person who has escaped to the U.S. Funny how he always criticizes the U.S., but is here now. It is ironic, and you'll see that happening.
Yeah, good old floppy hat vegetable lord.
Yeah. I like the Lord.
Yeah.
He's a Lord now.
the fact of the matter is,
He's been knighted with a cucumber.
yeah, as much as a lot of these shills keep saying how bad the West is and how great China is, it's funny how they always run away when they realize they can't achieve what they want there.
Right.
If they're looking for certain freedoms or perhaps a more effective vaccine. It's just, it's a very double standard thing. If you're going to love a place, you're going to love a place. I love China. I really do.
Me too.
But I'm not going to say that, it's a better place to live, because it's certainly not, especially not under the CCP.
Absolutely not. Charles Womack, Yuri
Thank you.
Bezmenov, we know about that. Tacit Turn. Seeing y'all don't have enough merchandise, people have their own individual tastes, can you make a high resolution PNG of the ADV Helmets logo for purchase and download? Maybe you can do that.
Absolutely. We'll make stickers and everything. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do
We
it.
do have stickers available on our Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
We have the
that's right.
ADV, patreon.com/ADV podcast. You can get a sticker, and everyone gets a sticker when you sign up.
Yep.
It's a new thing that we did that.
Yeah, we did. Don't know
I
how it
forgot we
works.
did that, but we did.
Yeah.
No, they sent us an email that it works. So.
Okay, cool.
Power Shift says, I didn't realize the CCP's 2025 plan meant a massive economic meltdown and collapse of the CCP. My bad for misunderstanding maniacal.
It's not as bad as you think. We're going to get into that shortly, yeah.
But don't turn away. Like it's actually worse than you think, but the immediate problem is not as bad as you think.
We've been waiting to talk about the Evergrande thing specifically because we needed to just get our heads around it and make sure that we weren't being, alarmist or.
And not to toot our own horn, but that's what separates us from a lot of the other people you might watch, is that we don't jump on something an hour after it happens. We need to understand it first and talk to people in China
Yeah.
about that situation to see who's been affected, why it's happening.
Yeah.
Not be like, oh, today, you know, headline
Sure.
reading. I can't stand channels like that, to be
Yeah,
honest.
exactly.
Dylan, first super chat, guys. Often chat on Patreon. Hey, Dylan, how's it going? We talk all the time.
Thank you.
What will it take for the West to finally recognize Taiwan? What would be a breaking point? It would have to be probably a wartime scenario.
Yeah, more
Unfortunately.
and more people are starting to cozy up to Taiwan.
Not recognize that.
Yeah, but it's nice to see that.
Yes.
Okay, so we're still in what's new. We're not
We are.
going to just jump into the next one, but I want you to see this
You
despicable...
got to go to the title of the book, bruh.
Oh yeah, is
Jumping
that the
ahead.
title of the book? Is, okay, let's go look. Do you want to know what the kids are reading in China? Okay.
Well, yeah. Let's not be one of those guys that say
This
this,
is a children's
popular.
book.
This is not popular media.
I don't
This
know.
exists.
I don't know, man, because look, when I was doing private teaching in China, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I went to teach this kid, she must have been 10, around about 10 years old. She was showing me the books that her grandfather was giving her. And you saw that like Shaolin crap.
Yeah.
And it's the same as this.
Yeah, but it's not
worse.
It's not popular. Kids would rather read about Beyblade and
I know,
shit.
but we're talking about a wealthy, upper class, child here. I mean, their parents are really rich. It's not middle class. It's rich kid. Grandfather's giving her these books to read as her like children's books when she's 10 years old.
Oh yeah,
and
it
it's
still
got,
exists.
It's got, you know, basically Xiao Hong luring Japanese into a trap to like roll a boulder on them and kill them and
Right.
shoot them and like
Yeah,
celebrate.
That's
Okay?
absolutely
You
what
have
they
to
used to
understand.
read.
Yeah, they used to read that and they still read it. Like,
Yeah.
children. This is
Yeah,
a
it wasn't
children's
banned
book.
or something.
This is a children's book from China.
Yeah,
okay?
no, I agree. You have to agree with me that we're not the kind of guys that go and say that everything is black and white.
I didn't say everyone's reading. I said children in China
But
are
this
reading
exists,
this.
yes,
Whether
right.
it's 100 of them or 1,000,000 of them, doesn't matter. Children in China are reading this, is what I'm saying. Okay.
This is dedicated to the 70th anniversary of the founding of China.
Yes, so this
so-
is an older one because.
Oh, it would have been
otherwise-
2020.
Yeah. Yeah.
2021? No.
No.
70th anniversary?
Oh, the 70th.
Yeah.
So it's not the Communist Party.
No.
It's the founding of China. Yes,
Yeah.
it's new. Okay.
So
Anyway.
this is, I wanted to read the title.
Oh, you want to read the title? Okay,
What
let's
is
go
the
back.
Chinese? Shan Shan de Hongxing. So that means like the shining red star. Okay.
Shining
Continue.
Red
It
Star.
says it in English right there. So this is 2 pages from the book. We got the protagonist, which is a little communist boy.
Yes.
He's doing the bidding of the CCP, and what he's going to do is arson. So
Yeah.
what he does is, it says at night,
He
Okay.
quietly sneaked into Hu Han San's room, tied the drunken Hu Han San's hands and feet, and poured oil on his bed. So, you know, the whole point is, and you see this a lot in these little commie books, is it's all about getting revenge, and it feeds
Landlords,
into that,
educators.
it feeds into that whole like revenge
Yes.
thing. Remember that
Right.
one about the little girl who gets her grandfather arrested as a
Yes,
spy or whatever?
yes.
It's always that kind of crap, right?
Right.
So anyway, the
This
fact
is from 2 years ago. but-
from 2 years
yeah,
ago.
sorry.
Okay, so he obviously got this guy drunk because he's probably a traitor or something, right? So he gets him drunk. When he's drunk and asleep, ties his hands together, then pours petrol all over him, and then
Says Dongzi threw
yeah.
a lit candle on the bed, and with a boom, the flames flared up, and Hu Han San ended his sinful life in flames.
So I mean, is this the kind of thing that you want your kids reading? How to murder people?
Of course. Wow.
Because that's apparently a patriotic communist thing to do, is to murder people that you think are traitors or whatever the case may
Correct.
be.
Yeah,
And-
now this is not a mandated book in the education system, but it
Yeah.
exists and it's available. It's widely available.
Sure.
And it's not demonized.
Well, I mean,
It's
the
not fringe.
I mean, the fact that it's there to celebrate the 70th.
Yeah, no,
anniversary
it's sanctioned.
founding
I'm
of
saying it's
China,
sanctioned.
It's 100% sanctioned, government sanctioned.
Yes.
It's
It is a kid's book for the kids, and they want them to read it.
it's the kind of thing you want to give your child if you want them to be kind of patriotic.
Yes, correct.
Give them these books to read.
I can think of some people that would give their kids that book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
it's pretty disturbing.
It
So I
is.
just wanted to put that out there. Remember, this is.
funny until I actually just thought about it.
No, I mean, this is the kind of thing that the government of China is condoning.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the kind of atmosphere that children are growing up in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you always have to understand that shapes a nation.
It does. No,
Okay.
it does. If this trickles down into pop culture, like kids' literature, then you
Yeah.
know what's at the top.
Remember we
Right.
did the whole commie rabbit thing? and all
Yeah.
that?
That's a thing.
When,
it's the same thing.
When children's cartoons are all about, like, and I mean, for very young,
Violence.
I mean, we have
Pure violence, though.
He-Man and
But it's
Ninja
evil
Turtles, but
violence. It's flames reflecting in the eyes as you watch your enemies burn to
Yeah,
death.
no, the fact of the matter is, like, all those cartoons, they may be violent, but no one dies in them, number one.
No.
Never.
No.
And it's all about, like, a good message
This
at the end of the day.
is
And
another
selling
catching
toys.
the bad guy.
And
Yeah,
this
they
selling
catch a
toys.
bad guy and they sell
Vocal
toys.
fry.
But it's not burning entire encampments of people.
No, it's not killing people.
It's not killing people.
It's
This
not
is
like
killing
vengeful
people.
murder.
Yes, this is murder.
Yeah, and that's a big difference. You got to understand. So,
And it's based on reality. That's the problem. He-Man's not based on reality.
No.
This is based on reality.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's what's new. So we're going to move on to our main topic then, and let's do it. You ready?
Yeah. No, it's not the main topic. What are you
Yeah,
talking
soft
about?
power hour now.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we got to go into soft power hour.
Why are you skipping all the good stuff? that I
What good
put in
stuff?
there?
There's nothing good stuff in there. You want to go? Wait, okay. We'll go back to
Bert?
what's new. Oh yeah, sorry. We're going back to what's
There's
new,
two
guys.
more what's news.
I apologize.
Jump
I
the
thought the
gun,
Burke
bro.
thing was part of the main.
This
thing.
is what happened. Winston and I did not go over the material with each other today. So some of the pieces are from me, some are from him.
Now remember last time we told you that we'd talk about Burke.
Yeah, let me set the stage here.
Go for it.
So I discovered this random town outside of Huizhou where I used to
I'm gonna
live.
play it in the background.
Yeah. And it turns out it was a counterfeit town. And when I say that, I'm not talking about a model. I'm talking about the entire town is literally a counterfeit of another town.
Yes.
So there's a town called Hallstatt in Austria, and I found out that they were making a real estate project outside of Huizhou to attract very rich investment in this shithole town on the outskirts of a place called
Bolo,
Bolo.
I remember.
It's shitty, and I'm not, no offense to the people or anything there, but it's really bad. It's polluted, it's dirty, it's like industry.
Yes.
So they plopped that. You can see how gross it is.
Fake flowers.
They plop. If you sit on the other direction, we always used to avoid showing the bad parts. You remember that?
Yeah,
We
because
used
we're
to-
trying to show China as
Yeah.
being this nice place.
If you look in the other direction,
Yeah, it's just.
it's just industry. Anyway, so we found this town, and it's like there's a fake church there. There's all these houses.
This is
a
what's
fake
inside the
church.
fake church. Let me get us out of there so you
Sure.
can see.
And these houses cost like $1 million. These apartments, and no one bought them. It's a
Yeah.
ghost town.
Now, before you guys wonder, when you look at this place, it actually looks nice on camera, but it's very, very badly constructed.
Oh, yeah.
When you walk up close, all the walls are badly painted and cracked in.
So,
Anyway,
well, I just want to say, keep in mind, there's let's say 1,000 units of housing,
Yes.
and that's the point. It was to sell those. We went around on a house tour, pretended to be like prospective buyers.
Yeah.
And they set up this whole town to where it's like there's a restaurant there and everyone's decked out and stuff. And every year it just degraded
got
more and
worse and
more and
worse.
more and more. Towards the end, we went to this church and we saw that they feature. This is a feature. What do they call it when you have an art show?
it's just like a gallery.
A gallery.
Yeah.
They put on a gallery
Yeah.
for someone that they made up as a famous painter.
Yes.
Called Burke.
Burke.
Some
Now-
German guy.
I mean, just look
He's
at
a real
this art.
person.
Yeah, he's a real person, and he wasn't there, but they had like pamphlets and stuff down there of this famous German
Yeah.
artist.
They're like, look at
called,
his
like,
works. Burke.
Reinhold Burkhold or
Right.
something. Burkhardt.
But they
Reinhold?
called him Burke.
Yeah, Burke.
Yeah.
Now look at that beautiful art.
This is this. He's an older
500
man. He's not.
years,
This is not a
the
child.
Calradian Empire
Look at this
dominated
beautiful
the
art that looks
continent.
like a kindergartner drew it with a finger paint or something like that.
We wanted to show you this because it's an example of a white monkey gig.
Oh, big time white monkey. Oh yeah, here's like Reinhold. This is what I was talking about.
How
where
much
they have,
was those paintings?
Yeah, what
oh,
was
there
it?
he is.
What's
Oh
his
no,
name?
I don't want to show.
We-
I want to get him. I want to get his attention because I like to talk to him about
Okay.
how this happened.
Burkhard Eiswald Burke. Okay.
Yeah.
Now they've featured him as like some big artist over here, and if you look around, this artwork is atrocious. I mean, look at that. I'm sorry, but like it's just.
I'm wicked bad at art, and honestly, I could do better than
And
that.
remember, they had price tags on all of these.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah, they were selling them. I think I saw 2,000 RMB.
They were selling them for a lot. Now you can also tell because of the humidity down in southern China, all of them are like wrinkled. Look at this so-called art. Okay, I know artists can be all like impressionist or whatever. They can expressionism. They can put up whatever they want and call it art, right? But this is really not that.
I mean, what you're seeing, if you're just
it
a
looks
listener,
like, you know, when you just scribble and the colors.
Yeah, when you're just effing around.
And it looks like it's reached the point of no return now. When it starts to get brown and there's like nothing you can do to recover it, that's what it looks
So
like.
keep in mind, this is for millionaire investors
Yes.
that moved into or potentially bought investment properties in a fake counterfeit town
Yes.
that go down on Sunday to the church.
Yeah.
And instead, the inside of this fake church is an art gallery for a 3-year-old's paintings. But
Yeah.
actually, that 3-year-old's a 6-year-old man.
It looks, and that's supposed to be the Canton Tower there, right?
Yes.
In that picture. And it looks atrocious. Yeah. I really think I could do better right now.
No, I absolutely could. And I'm not being
Yeah.
cocky.
Yeah.
This is some of the worst artwork I've ever seen in my life. And OGs will have already seen this. We wanted to bring this back up as a great example of, as a foreigner, a lot of people go to China to reinvent themselves as foreigners
yes.
because you can dupe people.
Yes, you can.
In this same place, go back to that so
Okay,
you can
sorry.
just play the whole clip from the beginning. I want to tell the toucan story real quick.
Oh, the toucans, yeah.
So as you can see right here, as we're walking around, the center there was not only an art gallery, but there was a place where you could buy what's it
Like
called?
knickknacks,
Kind of knickknacks, souvenirs,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you'd expect, okay, I'm gonna go buy a little figurine of the Hallstatt Tower.
Sure.
I'm gonna go buy a figurine of some Austrian man farming.
Yeah.
But they had stuff in there that was just random selections of crap that you'd find at like a flea market
Right.
in the U.S. And they had this glass toucan.
Yeah.
And I think it was being sold for $25,000. It was just a shit glass toucan that you would buy it for
Excuse me.
$5 at a flea market or an old lady's yard sale.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, the
There was
microphone's
no
on.
provenance to this. They made some
Look,
up.
I'm the
She
devil,
came over,
guys.
'cause I asked the lady. She came over with a piece of paper, and they had this shit printout
Yeah.
of some random artist that probably didn't make this thing.
Yeah.
And again, people buy this up
I
because
remember-
they think
Prices on these were ridiculous.
They were
like
expensive.
5,000 RMB
Yeah,
on some of them.
I think.
It's about $1,000 US. I remember seeing that for like one of these finger paintings, okay?
right.
And again, it's like you say, it's a white monkey thing, but it's just kind of hilarious. And we told you, by the way, there is a full episode about this where you can
Yeah,
go
it's one of
see-
our earliest episodes.
Yeah.
We just
What was it
remembered
called
this.
again?
It was called
How bad is piracy,
Piracy
in
in
China?
China. ADV
On
China.
ADV China, yeah.
Piracy.
You can see us riding there, walking around, talking.
Yeah, you can
to
see the whole
people.
town.
Yeah, yeah, we show
if
the
you
whole
want to
town.
check it out.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Anyway, we thought we'd just show you that in What's New. So
Well, it popped up last episode, so we figured
Yeah.
we'd show over. And there's a lot of new people that haven't seen these episodes. So.
that's true. Bloody Burke.
Yeah.
What a useless
Burke.
artist. I know it's not good to criticize people's art because it's all.
Well, I was about to say his art is about as bad as my old Chinese rap.
Yeah,
you know.
that's true.
We all think we can do something special.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anyway, let's move on then to our main section now, which is Soft Power Hour.
Yes.
So let's do it. Soft Power Hour, where we talk about how China is trying to change your mind and through various different ways and means.
Except
You know.
there's still more.
There was more.
Just,
We'll play it at the end.
we'll go at the end.
Yeah, we'll play that. We won't forget about it. Okay, so we're talking about Evergrande here, everyone. Let's get back on track. Now, for those of you who don't know Evergrande, it's this massive, massive, massive property developer. Okay? I'm going to put this in the back. It's China's biggest property developer, actually. Both C-Milk and myself have made multiple videos about China's real estate. C-Milk actually purchased a house.
I did.
An
Apartment.
apartment, sorry. I keep saying house. You don't really buy houses in China. You buy apartments. And you don't really buy them. You lease them. You lease, we should get the terminology right. What?
Bro,
What?
there's a German book
Yes.
by Burkhard Eiswald. That's him. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
Googled it. Which is praising the Silk Road and condemning the West to double morale.
Really? Do you
Yeah,
think it's
he's
the
a
same
shill.
guy?
He's
Is
a
it the
shill.
same guy?
Well, I looked up his artwork, right? Well, if
Yeah.
you search his name
Uh-huh.
in the book,
Mhm.
look what it comes up with.
Oh, it's got some of this crappy art? Oh, my word. That's terrible. If that's
I'll
really
dive
him.
into it later.
Yeah,
but
we're going to have to look into it. Anyway, we got to get back to this
Yeah,
whole
go
thing.
for it. Yeah, please.
The Chinese real estate market is very, very, very strange. Okay? What you're doing is you're paying pounds for pennies, if that makes sense.
Yes.
When you purchase an apartment in China, you're paying a king's ransom for a very shitty product at the end of the day.
Correct.
Okay? And I can say that with absolute fact because if you compare what you can buy for the same amount that it costs for a tiny little apartment in Shenzhen, for instance, you can buy a beachfront property in the US or in France or anything like that. It's absolutely ridiculous how expensive a tiny apartment is in Shenzhen.
Yeah.
You can buy a mansion almost anywhere in the world even in first-tier countries.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you know, to buy the same small apartment. That's
And keep in mind the average salary in Shenzhen is what? Is like $1,200 a month or something?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a crazy, crazy thing, and it was always very mind-boggling to me. But it makes sense at the end of the day, because real estate is really part of China's economic engine. It's the one thing that people can invest in that has like sure returns on it, right?
One could say it's not free real estate.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, let me break this down to you guys, okay? We'll get that out of the
Out of the background.
Yeah, no, out of the background, yeah. When you buy real estate in China, at least for the last couple of decades, you are guaranteed to up your money, okay? Guaranteed. There's no way you're going to lose money, okay? On top of that, your returns are huge, okay? Something like 15% a year. And in some cases, it doubles in a year.
And if you look at a company like Evergrande, it's the second biggest real estate company, right? You're gonna have more faith in something like that.
Is it
too.
the second biggest?
It's the
I thought it was
second
the biggest. What's
I'm
the
pretty
biggest
sure
one?
it's the second biggest.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's check that out. Let's get our facts straight here.
Go
I don't
ahead.
want to. So anyway, this has led to a massive speculation market. Okay. So what people do
Second.
is to say, which is the biggest one? Wanda?
So no.
Could it be Kinky?
Probably Wanda. Go ahead. You talk.
Anyway.
I'll look this up.
So yeah, Evergrande's the second biggest one. Sorry. Anyway, so what happens is, first of all, people can't afford these apartments. No one can on a normal salary. You can't just go and if you're earning like whatever $12,000 a year, you can't go and buy a property where your mortgage is something like, I don't know, $6,000 a month or $3,000 a month, depending. It's ridiculous, right? So what people do is they get generations of family to club money together. They borrow from uncles, aunts, left and right, borrow from banks, all that.
Country Garden Holdings.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's bizarre. Okay, Country Garden Holdings. Anyway, so you get all these generations to pool money together to put down for your deposit so you can actually afford this thing. And so it's like a multi-generational thing that's paying for this one apartment, right?
That's right.
But then people tend to buy them and then sell them when the price goes up a little bit. And then they take whatever they've earned from selling that apartment. They would have made a lot of profit. And then they buy multiple
Any
apartments.
person I know with money in China does this.
Yeah, and they will buy them in smaller tier cities where it's a bit more affordable because they can't,
Yeah.
for instance, buy something in Shenzhen, but they'll go to like Huizhou or they'll go to somewhere else. And they buy multiple properties, and it's the same deal. They don't even rent them out most of the time. It sits empty. It's not even furnished. It doesn't even have cladding on the walls. It's just an empty apartment. They buy it as an investment, and then they sell it in a year or two when the prices have gone up enough, and then they buy more.
Yes.
Right? And that's kind of how it works, and people speculate. So what you've got is this weird situation where apartments are crazy overinflated on the price. Everywhere you go. If you want to go just buy an apartment to live, you're screwed. It's
Yeah.
really, really, really difficult because
Yeah.
it's so expensive because it is an investment for everybody. Okay? Now, Evergrande has got to this point where they owed too much money. Most of these real estate developers, the way they work is it's this weird circular thing. The government leases them land. Okay? So the government goes and clears up this land. They either kick people off, give them compensation, whatever the case. Sometimes they just kick them off, don't give them anything. If they know people there, hooray. Okay? Got a piece of land, and the government goes to Evergrande and says, you lease this land for X amount of money for 70 years. So Evergrande pays the government a lot of money. And that's what actually drives local government economies, is this land grab kind of thing. That's what keeps them going. Okay, so it's very profitable. And that's why they keep going around and kicking people off new bits of land to sell to companies like Evergrande. Then what Evergrande does is they draw up the plans and say, we're going to install X amount of units here. Okay, so many buildings, so many gardens, so many apartments. And then they sell these unfinished apartments. They don't even exist anymore. They haven't even broken ground yet.
Nope.
Okay, but they have a big sales event. This is where a lot of white monkey jobs happen, where people go to pretend to play music or
Burks go to put their artwork up.
Burke puts his artwork up there.
Literally that.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Investors go in and they have a big party. They always have these big sort of like sales parties. People go there and they buy these apartments that don't exist yet. So they put their money down, okay? Evergrande takes their money and uses that to start to, you know, build stuff and also to pay for the next lease that they're doing. And they take everyone's money before anything's been delivered. But of course, this kind of catches up to them eventually, okay? Because they're selling things that don't exist, and it takes time to build these things, and sometimes they don't get finished, and then the money's stopped coming in, and then they have to pay their suppliers, and they build up a lot of debt because they just willy-nilly borrow money all over the place. Then they see, oh, look, we're a huge company. We've got a lot of money. Let's just randomly do other stuff. So, for instance, Evergrande has its own soccer team, football team that they sponsored and made. They started an electronic vehicle, an EV, electronic car company.
Yeah, a lot of the
like
big
Tesla,
East Asian companies are like
something
those.
that, which turns out to
What is
be
it?
massive
Samsung
for us,
is an
and it's
insurance
just a good
company,
thing
I
to
think,
get
in
investors.
Japan.
Actually, yeah, that's a whole
Something
other
like
thing.
that.
But there's a huge
Yeah, in
EV
Korea, I
car
mean.
bubble in China to the point where the CCP now is saying, please stop making EV companies.
Similar
'cause
things
they
in
don't
Japan.
really exist.
No, they don't. Like with the Evergrande one specifically, people went in and like spied on the factories, and they
Yeah.
weren't actually producing anything.
Are we surprised?
No, not at all. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, they've got all these different random things they decide, oh, we're just going to do this, we're just going to do this, taking investors' money as if it's free money all the time, and never really producing anything. So now they're at $300 billion of debt, huge amounts, and they can't pay their suppliers. And so their suppliers are like, listen, we're not going to work unless you give us money. So, for instance, the guys that come and paint all the apartments, what do they do then? They're like, okay, well, we can't pay you. So what we'll do is we'll give you X amount of apartments as payment. But apartments that haven't been built yet, for instance. Or we're going to give you X amount of parking spaces, because believe it or not,
Yeah, it's a commodity.
parking
It's
spaces
literally selling the
are
Brooklyn Bridge
very
to somebody.
expensive.
So my parking space costs 250,000 RMB. Let me
Yeah.
see how much that is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So I used to park my Suzuki Swift.
Yeah.
RMB to USD. So my parking space cost $38,000.
Yeah,
US.
$38,000
Correct.
for a parking space.
Now that was massaged into the price of my apartment, but that literally was a parking spot that I had to fork over 38 grand for to park a car
Yeah.
that cost $10,000.
I know, isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Look, if you've lived in China, you will understand. The parking situation is a nightmare, especially cities were built before cars were
Yeah.
a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of like my old apartment complex, you just could never be guaranteed a parking. You'd sometimes have to wait. I'd have to wait outside my own apartment complex for up to like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just to wait for someone to drive out so I could drive in. It was infuriating, and I even paid a monthly fee to park there. I paid for that.
Yeah.
You know, and you have to
Yeah, I
pay.
remember.
And every time you go in
Yeah.
and come out, you have to pay as well. And I live
If
there.
you don't buy the parking spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but if you buy a parking spot, they put like a little, like a
Oh, I have my number.
yeah, you know, the number.
You
there
know
and
what's
the thing.
bullshit though is they
What?
make these freaking pillars.
Yes.
And they are so tight.
Yeah.
Even for like a pretty small car. So
Yeah.
people scrape the hell out of them, and those pillars end up having like concave
Yeah,
like,
they do.
edges.
They do.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, they're basically giving away these. In other words, they're kind of
Concave.
Because what they're doing is they're taking their assets that they have to give us payments, and assets they don't have, like future projects, and giving them away.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
As in lieu of payment, basically.
Right.
So you've got this ridiculous situation. They also had wealth management, products which they were selling. So in other words, you can invest in this wealth management product from them, and you'll get like a 13% return.
Correct.
So they had this company as well, and they were, in fact, it turns out they were forcing all of their staff to invest in these wealth management.
They do.
packages.
They do this. And
You
this
know
is
how it
not. This is not the stranger. I mean, this is
Yeah.
not the only company that does
Yeah.
this.
And it was at a point where they were like, look, you must invest X amount every month of your salary into these wealth management products, and if you don't, we're actually just not going to even pay you that money. You're just going
Correct.
to lose the money.
Yeah.
So
So
you
you might as well.
Might as well do it. So they were doing all this kind of underhanded, shady crap, and they were using all that money that was coming in from all the wealth management stuff as well to continue on with their business as their cash flow. So they're basically playing with investors' monies without really the idea of ever paying them back. Like, that was in the back of their minds. They're like, yeah, we'll pay them back eventually, but it was kind of like they didn't really care.
It's China.
Yeah.
China often works like this. The economy is built in. I hope you, after Winston's little lecture here, I hope you understand that most of how money works in China, you don't have to be an economics expert.
No,
I'm not.
no, I'm not either.
To understand that this is the entire economy is basically based on speculation.
Yeah.
And you can say, oh, Western economies are like that too. But there's material things behind that end up materializing. And in China, a lot of this stuff doesn't come to fruition.
No, and
right?
it's very low quality if it does. And
Yeah.
It's just
And this is a
nonsense.
high level company.
Very high level, yeah. So anyway, the word gets out that they're kind of skint. They can't pay their, money. They got all this debt. They can't pay back investors, for instance. And of course, this rattled the whole market. People were protesting. In fact, you can put some of that in the background here.
Yeah, just run this clip while we
The interesting thing is protesters turned up at the Evergrande.
keep in mind protesting is a no-no in
Yeah.
China.
Well, I mean, you know what happened to these particular protesters here that turned up outside of the Evergrande headquarters? They were bussed away. The police came and put them all on a bus and bussed them away.
Just get them out of there.
Yeah, just get them the hell out of there. So they were bussed away. They had a situation where people in Shenzhen broke into the employees of Evergrande broke into the big building over there, and they were chanting, "Give us our money back, give us our money back," and they were like lying on the floor and all that kind of stuff. People are pissed off.
Can I remind everyone of something?
What?
Winston and I have always said that if there was going to be some sort of upheaval in China, it's not going to be because their freedoms are being taken away. It's not going to be because the internet's blocked. It's not going to be because of what you perceive is important to you.
Yeah.
The only way that China is going to have some sort of political upheaval is through economic collapse and devastation.
That's right.
No, but really,
No, honestly,
my point is, if you look at this, Chinese people can't protest.
No.
You get arrested, it'll F up your entire life,
Yes.
right? But look at this. They are protesting.
And that's because you have to understand
It's
that
money.
When it comes to money, that's a different story.
Because the
You
CCP has promised that people can have money and then they can take away every freedom they want.
Yeah.
But as long as that they have money. But
And
when
a
you
certain
take
way of
that
life.
away,
Yeah.
then it's all over.
Exactly. So now they've taken people's money away. You have to understand that a lot of people have taken their entire family fortune and invested in not only properties and stuff from Evergrande, but these stupid financial packages that they have. These like, where you pay in. It's just like investing,
And you
if
get
go to-
free real estate.
No, but like if you go to your bank and you invest with a bank in mutual funds or whatever, and you get a certain return.
Yeah, of course.
That's what Evergrande's been offering, are
Yeah.
these financial packages, and people are paying
Through
in.
a corporation.
Yes, through a
not
corporation.
through a government.
No.
Keep that in mind.
So you pay in and you're supposed to get 13% back. That's a very high return, right?
Yeah,
so
it's huge.
When you've got this idea of 13% back, what people have been doing is they've been drawing their money out of the banks, taking their money from all their savings, from their aunts, their uncles, their grandfathers, their grandmothers, and putting them into these stupid financial packages that Evergrande has been offering. Here you got them inside the building and stuff.
Yeah, they breached the building.
And so what's happened is you have people now who are sitting there hearing that, Evergrande's going bankrupt, and they're worried that they'll never get their money back.
Right.
Okay, which is probably true for a lot of people.
Right.
And so this has actually led to some people committing suicide, some people attempting to commit suicide. People are just completely out of it right now. They cannot believe what's going on because they've trusted Evergrande, and now they're potentially losing all this. Now, before we continue, I must say, I've spoken to family members in China that actually own Evergrande property, and it's not affecting them. If you own the property already, if it's already been built, if you're in possession of it, things seem fine. It's all the people that are waiting for their project to finish, the people that have already paid
Which
down.
is a big chunk.
Yeah, and they've paid a huge deposit down on this so-called apartment that hasn't materialized yet, right?
Correct.
And it's people that have invested in all these other weird things that Evergrande does, okay? So here's the thing. The Chinese government is in a very, very precarious situation.
And I gotta say why.
Yeah,
It's
please.
2% of the economy.
Yeah.
It's massive. It's huge.
It's
Right.
also 7% of the real estate.
Yeah. So think about that.
Yeah, for the whole of China.
Yeah.
It's massive. So the Chinese government's in a very bad position right now. First of all, the number one thing that the Chinese government cares about is stability. Okay?
Yes.
They cannot have social disharmony or social disability. What am I saying? Destabilization. So they need to make sure they cannot have everyone protesting, everyone losing all their money and going crazy and committing suicide and doing whatever. They need people to be
That's
satisfied.
not what's happening in this video, YouTube.
Yeah.
Do not flag this.
No, these are people that
They're
are
sleeping.
camping out in the
They're just chilling
in
out.
the Evergrande,
Yes.
Building, waiting for
their
like
money.
answers,
Yeah.
about their money. So they cannot allow this instability to happen, okay, the Chinese government. But they also cannot come out and just bail out Evergrande. And the reason they cannot come out and publicly bail out Evergrande, in other words, pay their debts off and just kind of let them continue. Well, number one, China's been pushing against this whole idea of capitalism and billionaires and big corporations and private
Monopolies,
companies now and monopolies. They've been pushing against this now for the longest time.
It's a communist government.
Yeah, because now they're trying to push socialism, communism, all that. They're trying
Bringing
to say
that back.
this capitalist kind of thing is bad.
Right.
Okay? That's why they've been getting rid of Jack Ma and all these other big billionaires.
You've seen it. It's been
Yeah.
happening like crazy.
They're shutting this all down
Right.
now. They don't want this kind of
Right.
rampant capitalism happening in China anymore because they cannot control it.
Correct.
And they don't want it because they want this whole communist. All their rhetoric's
It's not
coming
just
back.
it's not really that they want real functioning communism. It's
No.
they want the power structure back that came from communist leadership.
yes.
So don't ever
Correct.
think that China is actually pushing for social benefits.
Sure.
What they're trying
Always
to do
about
is
power.
actually just take away power from people that have more power than them.
Correct.
Right.
So they've got that one area. They first of all, they don't want to be seen as backing this capitalist mess and
Right.
bailing them out. Okay, that's one thing they don't want to do. Number two, they don't want to signal to all the other real estate companies, which, by the way, are also all in massive debt.
Correct.
All of the Chinese real
Yes,
estate
this
companies.
is not an isolated
They
incident.
operate in the exact same way.
Right.
And while Evergrande's got $300 billion in debt, others all have about 250, 270, 190.
Yeah.
You know, you can look at all the lists. All the other big players have massive amounts of debt because they
Huge.
all work on this stupid like investment cycle where
Yeah.
they take people's money for doing nothing, produce crappy, shoddy products, move on, take people's money, you know, and it's kind of like this weird situation. And it does finally like wear down to the point where they are owing more than they have, you know, and their assets are crap.
Can't go forever. Of
You-
course.
You have to understand that
We've gone through
Yeah.
these places.
the assets are garbage. So, you know, you think
Excuse
if
me.
you're a bank who's lent money to this big company, right, and they're just like, oh no, we're going to run out of, you know, money or whatever. You're like, okay, we'll just take your assets and sell them off. Well, you can't because they're garbage. So you take,
Buildings falling down.
first of all, the buildings don't exist sometimes.
Sometimes,
Most
yeah.
of the time, with all the new stuff, obviously, it hasn't broken ground yet.
Yeah.
But the apartments that do exist are now, think about it, being given as payments to
Yeah.
people, and they're being given at a steep
Oh, it's
discount.
vaporware at that point.
So think about it. You're going to be offered, okay, you're owed like, let's say $1 million.
Yeah.
This company comes along and says, we can't pay you $1 million, but we'll give you an apartment. And you're like, well, I don't want an apartment. They're like, well, we'll give you an apartment that's worth 1.5 million. And then you're like, okay, I'll take it. So what have you done? You've just taken the value
You've
of
gone
that
back
apartment
into
down.
that system. Yeah.
You've
and-
taken
yeah,
the value
yeah.
down. You've devalued the property now
Right.
by another 0.5 million.
Because you fed back into
Yeah.
the farce, into the
By a
entire
third.
circle. Right.
So now everyone else sees, oh, now that apartment's worth less than it was before. So it drives the property market down for everyone. It's a bad situation.
Oh, it's very bad.
You know what I mean?
It's very bad.
So that's the thing. The Chinese government doesn't want this to continue. So they know that if they bail out Evergrande, all the other companies are just going to continue to do this stupid thing. The cycle's going to continue because they'll always be like, well, when we get bankrupt, the government's just going to come bail us out.
Right.
And they don't want that.
Here's us exploring a
Yeah, you
ghost
can
town
see some
in
of these-
China.
yeah.
We've gone around to these places. We've seen what they are. A lot of them are derelict and completely made of shit.
Yeah, no, they're just garbage.
Tofu
All-
buildings are called.
Yes, tofu
Can we
buildings.
make a correction?
Yes. Don't say tofu drag.
We
just
keep
say
hearing
tofu
this
buildings.
phrase, tofu drag construction. I don't know where this broke. In Chinese, it's tofu lo, which
Yeah.
means tofu building. You don't say
Yes.
drag. What is this
Yeah,
drag shit?
I don't know what this drag
Tofu's
shit is.
already wobbly.
Yeah.
You don't need to make it drags.
No, you don't need to make
It's
it
tofu
dregs.
building.
Like when it falls down, you can call it tofu. dregs.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the whole thing. So this is where we have to be very clear to everyone. If China doesn't bail out Evergrande, okay, if the Chinese government doesn't bail out Evergrande, it's going to have very far-reaching consequences to the Chinese economy. Okay, we're going to see real estate prices kind of tumble all around. We're going to see panic. We're going to see people just losing all trust in the government. We're going to see a mass hysteria, basically.
Why can't this happen?
Well, that's why it can't happen. Okay,
Well, I mean, are you saying that that's going to happen?
I'm saying if
Yeah, if.
the government doesn't bail out Evergrande,
Right.
it's going to screw everything up.
I think both you and I will agree that that is not going to happen.
No, it's not. And
And
that's, yeah.
This is what separates us again.
Yeah.
Yet again, not to toot our own horn, but there are so many freaking channels and news that goes all the way into darkness.
Yeah, they're like, oh, it
It's
collapsed,
not
it's destroyed.
Like everyone keeps asking us. I think they assume that we think this is. When is the CCP going to collapse? Never. It's
And
not going.
Neither
to.
is the Chinese economy. and I'm
Neither
gonna-
is the Chinese
I'm
economy.
gonna tell you why.
Yeah.
What the Chinese government is definitely going to do is because this is how it works. There's debt that's owed domestically, obviously, within China, and then there's foreign debt. And the foreign debt is obviously from foreign banks and foreign investors that have invested in Evergrande.
Right,
Okay?
right.
Whether it be through your investment manager, whether it be an actual bank that's investing, whatever.
Right.
There's a lot of foreign investment. So,
Yes.
think what's going to happen is, well, they've already stated that they've stated they're going to pay back. Okay?
Yeah.
They're going to pay back the investors. That's what they've said. Of course, that's what they're going to say, because everyone's knocking down their doors demanding the money back. They're like, no, we'll pay everyone back, but they're going to pay the foreign investors back last.
Yes.
Okay? From what I've heard. And that makes sense, because in China, they don't really give a crap about the outside world, you know? What happens in China is more important. So I think what's going to happen here is they're going to not care about the outside investment. They're probably going to stiff them and not pay them, tell them to go take a hike.
Yeah.
If they do pay them, it'll be way down the line, okay?
Yes.
When it comes to paying back the debts within China, the Chinese government, like I said, they can't publicly go ahead and say they're bailing them out, okay? But what they can do is they can lean on the banks. And this is what they always do, because the banks have to listen to what the government says. They belong to the government. The government controls them. So what they're probably going to do is force the banks to extend the loans, okay? Not to come in and try to grab the money back now and default and cause bankruptcy. I think they're going to make them extend the loans for Evergrande and give them a long time to pay them off, maybe even pay the loans off for them, you know, and it'll be the banks doing it, not the government. You know what I mean?
Right,
And
right.
that way they can continue. Because I think what they want is they want Evergrande to have enough money to complete the jobs that they've already got in you know, on
Right,
the go.
yeah.
So they can sell them and get money and at least kind of continue the cycle of cash flow.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen in this situation, is that the state-run banks are going to bail Evergrande out by extending loans and maybe slyly paying off their debts for them. But the Chinese government is never, ever going to admit that they've bailed them out.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's why I think we're not going to see a collapse, because the Chinese government cannot afford a collapse. It would really just throw China into chaos.
Yeah, and again, the CCP is the whole way they operate is basically how much stability can we give to the populace to allow us to continue in the background doing whatever the hell we want to do.
Exactly.
And be as corrupt and shitty as we can. How many buttons can we push and things can take away from them and hurt their lives without them rising up against us?
Now, you know what? There's the Chinese government put out a dog whistle, by the way. Yeah.
Is it like CPC when people say CPC?
Well-
Just daily reminder, if you see CPC instead of CCP, that is a dog whistle for a commie sympathizer.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Sorry, let me get us back to this. I read in one of these big, you know, news outlets, Wall Street Journal or something, that the Chinese government has told local, smaller governments around the country to brace for impact if things go wrong with this Evergrande thing, right?
Correct.
So this, to me, is a very clear message from the Chinese government to all the other real estate companies that, hey, we're not bailing out Evergrande, so you better get your ducks in a row.
Right.
Because why else would they say something like that? There's no reason for them to go out and say that, because, you know, the Chinese central government is the government. It controls all the smaller parts. You know.
Correct.
They don't need to go out and say brace for this, etc., because it's their own government. It's them. They just need to tell them, hey, you know, look, something's going to be happening here. This is what we're doing. They don't need to like make this big announcement.
No.
Hey, you better brace.
No,
This is
no.
just a message to the real estate companies.
Yes.
The Chinese government is going to bail out, and they can, because they can get the banks to print money.
Yeah.
They can.
They
can
do it all the time.
That's the thing about a communist country. There are no checks and balances.
No, there's no rule of law, checks and balances. When the central government says do something, you do it.
Yeah.
There's no like we operate independently of the
So
government.
what they're going to do is tell the banks, pay off the debts or extend the loans and print money if you have to, do whatever you do just to kind of finish this off. It's not a good situation, but that's what's going to happen. So honestly, again, you can't take our word completely for it. This is just speculation based on our experience.
This is what I think. I agree with you.
Speculation based on, we're not financial experts, but the Chinese government has too much to lose to allow Evergrande to just collapse.
Yeah, I think there's a bizarre fantasy that some people have that they want to see some massive, crazy tornado of destruction. It's not going to happen.
No.
If the CCP does one thing right, I'll tell you what, it's to give the facade of stability and correctness.
And you know how that works? When people start to protest and they start to make noise about something because they're dissatisfied, they disappear them.
Correct.
They silence them.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Imagine if you had like the BLM protests here in the States. Imagine if the first group of people that went out, you know, Black Lives Matter, and they were all arrested and taken away.
And then gone.
And then anyone else who came out to say it was just...
The cops are already ready.
Imagine people on Facebook, they're like, let's organize a protest. And everyone that had replied to that...
Knock, you're out.
Yeah, before they can even go,
Yep.
had knocks on their doors and were taken away.
Yep. And you'll never see that person
There would
again.
never have been a Black Lives Matter movement because it would have been destroyed before it even started.
From the get-go.
Yeah. And that's what they do. That's what they do with these like real estate protests. You saw they bust
You
them
won't
away.
see a whole lot of footage after this.
No.
That's
They
the last
bust them
one to
away,
see.
they silence them, they placate them in one way or the other, you know, get them to sign things to say we're not going to cause trouble, etc. And the movement's dead.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
So they're very good at maintaining the stable society
Yeah.
thing. But it's through intimidation and coercion.
Yeah, I use the word facade for a reason.
Yeah.
Not only is the economy built on pillars of sand,
Yeah.
it
Totalitarian.
causes the government to have the necessity to be brutal,
Yeah.
absolutely brutal, and very efficient
Yes.
at doing that. If you want to get anything done in China, it is the most bureaucratic red tape nightmare that you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not efficient. It actually pisses off everyone in the entire country, but there's no metric to compare it to for them.
Yeah.
Like going to the DMV, you don't know how lucky you are
Yeah.
in the U.S. compared. Do you
Man.
remember the DMV in China?
Oh my God.
It
yeah.
is a freaking nightmare. Everyone is pushing each other out of the way.
Sure.
There's no people will ignore you. They'll
Yeah.
tell you it's impossible. They'll send you home.
Yeah.
It is an absolute nightmare. But guess what? The government, the exact same government that gives you a nightmare at the DMV or whatever you're trying to do, get a house registration, and tries to make your life a living hell, is the exact same government that within 5 minutes knows exactly where you are, can come find you, can come stop you, and shut you down, and all the generations of your family can disappear.
Yeah.
Because it's a highly efficient system at making sure that itself stays in power, and nothing else.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
That's the thing. Most people don't realize it, and they can live a fairly happy life until something happens.
Right.
You know, until you are about to lose money. Okay, your huge investment. You think everything's cool because everything seems stable, and you think, oh, China's so powerful. Look how we keep rising up, and look how rich we are. Then you invest in this Evergrande thing.
Yes.
And then you find out, hang on a second, all my money's going to get lost. And then you're like, no, screw this.
More power to them, though, because, like, how would you know?
Yeah.
In China, how would you know that there's a different, better system out there,
No,
right?
no, but you wouldn't. But that's the whole
wouldn't,
point is
yeah.
when it
When it
comes down to
happens-
you, then you realize what you're dealing with and how
A
bad
lot
it
of the
is.
dissidents that reach out to us,
Glowing.
they're very good people.
Glowing.
You know, they turn out good. You know, they see the truth.
Sure.
But a lot of the what's it called? The
Glowy.
straw that breaks the camel's back for their situation is that they lose a ton of money. A lot of times they'll reach out and they lost a ton of money, or someone they know, you know, was affected directly by this, and it's like blinding slap
Perhaps.
in the face.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Actually, what people were saying about this government is true.
Yeah.
Because until it happens to you, you're not sure.
No, exactly. You just think everything's cool.
I wanted to make not a correction.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up the tofu dreg thing,
Okay,
the
yeah.
language correction. So in Chinese, it was tofu zha gongcheng, which is
Mm-hmm.
like the tofu dreg constructions. What happened is, and I can always see this happen, it's kind of
Right.
like mama hoo hoo.
Right.
There's this phrase called mama hoo hoo
Horse,
in
horse,
Chinese,
tiger,
horse,
tiger.
horse, tiger, tire, which means, okay,
You know where that's from?
what?
Well, there's an emperor, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always some emperor. And he drew a painting, and it was just like terrible. And I'm paraphrasing here. So anyway, he drew this picture, and it was really, really terrible. And he asked one of his advisors, like, what do you think of this animal? What is this animal type thing? And the advisor just didn't want to, you know, upset him. So he said, horse, horse, tiger, tiger. You know, it's
interesting.
like it's a
That's
horse and
so,
it's a
yeah.
tiger, you know? So it just means, mama hoo hoo just means like, okay.
My
you know?
my point
not
is,
great, just
thank you,
okay.
and thank you for that.
Yeah.
That's actually a really nice.
You look it up,
cultural insight.
you'll get the proper story, but it's something along those lines.
Yeah. So my point is, a lot of foreigners will learn that phrase.
Yeah.
To say something is just okay. So if you say, "How is that? 这个豆腐怎么样? How is that tofu taste?" And then they say, "Oh, mama hoo hoo." It's just okay.
Yeah.
Most people don't. Chinese people don't say that. That's a very foreigner word.
Sure.
They say 一般般. That means
Yeah.
like it's just normal.
Yeah.
But you'll learn in Chinese class, like especially if foreigners are teaching, like like you go to an American Chinese school, they'll be like, they say so is mama hoo hoo, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
in like the first like Chinese 101 lesson. It's one of those words that gets propagated because like it gets popularized amongst non-Chinese speakers.
Sure.
In tofu dregs, I'm seeing it's coming from Zhu Rongji, which is the former premier of the People's Republic of China back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
He went to a dam in Jiujiang City in Jiangsu province, and he described the dam as being poorly constructed. He said tofu jia, which is like tofu dregs.
Sure.
And I think someone probably got that official statement, like a different YouTube channel or one of these things, and translated it directly and started running with that. But if you talk colloquially with Chinese people,
Yeah, they just say
say tofu lao. It's just
tofu
a
lao,
Chinese.
yeah.
So my point is, it's not wrong. It's just one of those things that bothers. If you speak Chinese, it kind of
Sure,
bothers you a
sure.
little bit. Anyway,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Anyway, cool. So at the end of the day, I just want everyone to not panic. People that are worried that this is going to be a massive economic
Pet
collapse,
peeve.
the same as the 2008, problem that happened in America, which kind of, whatever you called it, what was it called again? The recession, economic recession, and it was really bad for everyone. The
Oh, the
2008
Lehman
financial
Brothers one?
crisis. that's
Lehman
what-
Brothers,
yeah.
yeah.
The
Lehman
financial
Brothers.
crisis.
Financial crisis. Oh,
I just want everyone to know that it's not a
No,
not
no,
going
no,
to
no,
be
no,
a
no,
financial
no, no,
crisis.
no.
It's waking a lot of people up in China, hopefully, because this has been very irresponsible. What's been going on with the real estate market there? It's been this incredibly irresponsible situation.
Oh yeah. No,
People
it's a powder keg.
Yeah.
It is absolutely horrible, but this is not the final straw.
No,
Right. That's where our point is.
this is definitely going to wake some people up, and hopefully it'll cool things down a little bit as
Yeah.
far as it's
For
concerned.
the sake of
But
Chinese people.
the Chinese government will bail out Evergrande
100%.
one way or the other.
Oh, we
but they-
think so.
They definitely have to.
Yeah.
And they'll do it underhandedly so
Yes.
that they don't, like, people don't realize it was the CCP.
And they'll say, look, the American government bails out GM and all these companies and stuff. We don't do such a thing.
Yeah.
You know, we rely on socialism,
Yeah.
blah, blah, you'll see all this bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't want you to be disappointed. We're not going to be one of those channels that's going to tell you that everything is going to shit. You know, we're not going to war, and we're not, the world's economy is not collapsing over Evergrande.
Yeah, anyway, we'll keep a tight eye on it. We'll let you guys know if we notice anything change, but just from our own personal, experiences, that's kind of where it stands. It's going to have an impact one way or the other. It
Yes.
already has had an
Yes.
impact on the Chinese economy, and you've seen the stocks
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
die.
It's not
Go
2008
crazy.
financial collapse,
No,
though.
but, I think we're going to all come out of this at the end of the day kind of positive, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's going to hopefully start to correct this crazy situation. People have to wake up to how ridiculous it is in China.
We've also been warning against investing in
Yes.
China because it's such a powder keg.
Yeah.
And this could be one of those things because what I think is going to happen to foreign investors, they're going to get screwed over.
Yes.
They're going to massively screwed over. In this.
Remember, you're the lowest priority when it comes
Yeah.
to paying
Yeah.
paying back investors if you're a
They've
foreign
said
investor.
that.
Yeah, they've said it as much, and we know that's how China works. It's always foreigners last, Chinese first. So just bear that in mind.
As Gil Yesh says, foreign investors will be compensated in Burke coins.
In
Everyone's
Burke
going
coins.
crazy about Burke, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Now it's Burke Mouse instead of Wu Mouse.
Burke Mount. That Burke guy, I want to slap him.
We're gonna look at you don't in Minecraft.
No, yeah, I mean,
In Minecraft.
I want to slap him metaphorically
In Minecraft.
for drawing such terrible art.
Correct.
It just ruined my day seeing that, you know.
You would never slap him. In
No,
Minecraft.
I don't slap people in real life. Metaphorically, I told you.
But actually, we got to look him up and see if he's that dude.
Yeah.
It would be quite the coincidence that he wrote a bunch of China books
Yeah,
with the exact same name,
it'd be interesting.
with a similar artwork on the cover.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find.
Either way, terrible artwork.
Anyway,
Terrible
yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Let's do some
that's our
questions.
main part over. Let's hit a couple of super chats and then we'll move on to our next segment.
We got some good stuff, so stay tuned.
Oh yeah, don't worry, we're
Tim
not
Wolf.
over yet.
Stay awesome, y'all. Your definition of awesome. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, mate.
Emmanuel Turner. Emmanuel, nice to see you. Always been a very generous donor in the past. Nice to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Max Shimbashi. Who has the crazier fans? This is a poll if I ever did see one.
Okay.
Who has the crazier fans? The CCP or the ICP? Insane Clown Posse or the Communist Party of China?
Definitely the CCP because they
Yeah,
got more
actually,
of them.
it's not
They've got
even a
more of
poll.
them. Way more of
That's
them.
not a poll because if you think about it, just pure number space.
Yeah. Hey, look at this evil uncle in the background saying, "You cannot film here."
Yeah, we have people that give us footage from China, which is cool.
Yeah, it's all up to date, guys. You
This
know,
is
that's
very recent. This is the other day.
Yeah, it's about 3 days ago. This footage was taken. Just like to keep you guys up
That
to
evil
date.
uncle was like, F off.
Yeah, he's
But
like-
this brave person kept filming.
Yeah, one of our good mates.
Yeah. Case closed 93. With your new compound, you guys turning into Tim Pool, next to like chickens and Steve Bannon visiting. I can tell you all of those things will not happen.
No.
Act 193. Don't forget about BlackRock and the other invested hedges. Hedge funds. Is that what Australians call it? Hedge funds. Everything. Can I ask Australia a question? Love you guys. Oh, and shout out to our friend
Yeah, Dion.
Dion.
Yeah,
Chapman.
thank you for all
He sent
the
us. We've been enjoying a little
Yeah.
too much of those treats.
some amazing Australian delicacies like Tim Tams and
One thing,
Beers.
there's this bar, this candy bar called it's called Crunchy.
Yeah.
Again, this actually ties into what I'm saying.
yeah.
It was like the best candy bar I've ever had in my life.
Yeah,
But
it's
anyway,
awesome.
why is everything with an E? It's like I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'm gonna have a ciggy.
Siggy, it's time for brekkie.
Brekkie, hedgies, crunchies. Stop with it. That makes me sick.
Yeah, I don't know what the IE
I
thing
love
is.
you, Australia, but stop with the E's.
You want a bicky with your teeth?
Oh, don't say instead of biscuit, bicky.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like a child.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit England does
Is
it
it?
as well. a
Ah,
little bit,
okay.
but I think they took it to the extreme. I think Australia.
It
took
kind of gives me the willies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Bilbo Baggins, big fan, Bilbo. What are your thoughts on China banning femboys? We did a whole video on that.
Yeah, there's a whole
Bilbo.
episode.
It was our 2 episodes ago.
Yeah,
it's
go look.
called China banned sissy boys.
Yeah.
A lot of my trans friends in the U.S. have been sympathetic to the CCP. Saw this as a big wake-up call, and they should. Holy crap! If you're a trans person, China should be your worst enemy.
I hate to say this, but for some reason, a lot of people that are, into anything that's social justice related, they seem to support China.
Why?
And I don't understand why, because China's the least friendly. I mean, maybe, I don't know, Al Qaeda or something is more friendly, but China's one of
Developed
the
government.
is one of the least friendly groups towards LGBTQ plus RTYs and whoever else is on that spectrum. Feminists, they hate feminists.
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand that the Chinese, the CCP, is the worst. So why are they always, like, supporting them? I don't get it. Anyway, what?
Just everyone's going like, give me the tofu biddies instead of like tofu building.
Yeah,
They're changing all the
biddies.
E's.
Yeah, that is a bit annoying, that.
Somebody said it gives him the Williams instead of
Okay,
the
the
because I said
Willies,
Will. I did the E's.
Yeah.
Gives
Yeah.
me the Williams.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. So anyway, first I came for the animated cat boys and I said nothing.
Okay, yeah.
There's a lot of cat boys in China.
Yeah.
It's like a really big thing. They're definitely banning that stuff.
I mean, look, they're banning anything that's kind of Western, and anything that's I don't know, Japanese, South Korean influence.
oh, and just
that
gay
whole
stuff
thing.
in
Yeah.
general. Anything
Yeah.
gay is bad in China.
Tattoos.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. So you got to understand, these are not the people to back. If you're any kind of social justice aligned community member, you have to understand that China hates that very much, the Chinese government, and they're very much against it. So please don't get your wires crossed.
Yes. Well, Return to Orc Monkey says, I always thought kiwis were a kind of fruity bird.
Okay.
The Can Opener podcast says, much love from Canada.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on China banning crypto for the 8th time? And that's a boo signal, boys? What does that mean?
I don't know what that's a boo signal, BU. I don't know what that stands for.
Binghamton University?
No.
We were going to talk about Binghamton University, but we'll put it in the next episode about what they said in response to the Confucius Institute. Oh,
man.
boy. As my hometown, I have to say I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, BU. We're going to be having a chat.
But it's true, China's just made it illegal to do any transactions with cryptocurrency.
Yeah, actually, I have that in our material. We can talk about it later.
Yeah, okay, we will.
It's in the material.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Norman Fair, I hope Tesla is paying attention to what Ningbo did to Samsung. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again...
They're not, though. They're not.
Tesla's dumb for some reason. Elon Musk's like, it's okay, it's China. We'll just, China's the next big thing.
He said, kind of, without saying it directly, was like, I don't care if they steal our IP.
Yeah.
As long as the world gets electric vehicles.
I mean, yeah, but it's not about stealing IP, is
No.
it? It's just about actually just getting ripped off and all of your assets stolen and all your money stolen and frozen. It happens all the time. Anyway,
Yeah.
we've said that warning plenty of times.
Alexander Hitala, thank you very much. James, cheers from Canada. Do you think China will release the 2 Michaels now that Meng Wanzhou has made a deal with the U.S. Justice Department? I think actually maybe it will happen, but
Yeah, let's hope.
It just happened. The reason we're not bringing it up, I actually saw someone, they're like, they were too scared to talk about the Meng thing. Why would we be too scared to talk about that? We're going to talk about it when we actually know what happened.
Absolutely.
Let's wait. Just like we took a little while to talk about Evergrande.
Yeah. No, the Meng Wanzhou thing, we will talk about it for sure, don't you
Oh,
worry.
for sure. Probably in the next episode.
Yeah.
Depending on what happened. Click on Run says the CPC for life.
Okay.
Ooh, dog whistle.
Yeah, there we go.
Enter Sim. Thank you. Wolf93, first time super chatting. Keep up the good work. Do you think we'll ever find the origins of COVID? I think it'll take very long, but I think we're on the right track.
Yeah.
Bilbo Baggins came back with what political reforms would you like to see to prevent another Wuhan? Should the WHO be reformed? Yes. I think you should allow Taiwan in and reduce China's...
We should stop allowing China to have influence over
yeah.
any of these organizations because China, their entire form of government, the way China runs is it's all about face.
Yes.
Okay?
Lies.
And so lies. It's about lying.
Yeah.
Okay? And
Who can tell the best lie?
Yeah, we cannot have a country's government who is proficient at
Narcissism.
lying to
It
be
is
a part
their,
of these.
it's the how they operate.
Yeah, we can't have that because that's why people end up, in trouble. It's because they lied about the COVID and that it wasn't human to human and
Correct.
all that. And then that's why it's spread. If you had a transparent government that was held to account, that if they did lie, people were actually like, hang on a second, you can't do that, and there are repercussions. But not China for some reason. The Chinese government lies all the bloody time. Oh, we're not going to militarize those islands in the South China Sea. Guess what?
Obama
What have we got?
administration goes, okay.
Yeah, what have we got? Airstrips, we've got military bases,
Yeah.
we've got
Yeah.
missiles. Nobody's like, hang on a second, you lied, pay a fine. They're just like, oh, it's just China. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. And now
What
it's
the
too
hell?
late, and everyone's like, oh, crap.
Yeah. So, yeah, China should not be a part. Until China changes its ways, it shouldn't be a part of these big organizations.
You would need absolute political change.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me
Anyway,
do one-
you're going to do one more? Okay, one more.
Oh, I just want to finish that question.
Okay.
And could international alliances help us in the future if there's another CCP outbreak cover up? I'm a big fan of international alliances.
Yes.
I think that's a direction that we're going in very well right now.
Agreed.
We should not be all trying to if we're standing up to an authoritarian, horrible, horrible tyrant of a government that's actually trying to influence world politics.
Yeah.
We do need to be allied and stand up to that beast, really.
Correct.
To be honest. Okay.
All right, guys, we're going to move on, and we're going to do...
Keep the super chats coming. We'll come back.
We're going to go to Wu Mao Corner, where we talk about... what? Stop. So we talk about hate, but this time it's kind of a funny one. This time it's
usually funny.
Well, this is a reverse troll. We're actually... something we missed out right in the beginning we want to show you guys is the biggest YouTuber of all had something to say. So...
There's no Taiwan on this? Did fucking China make this list? Are you serious? You know what? Where are they? Those fuckers. Fuck you.
There's a reverse Wumao from PewDiePie.
You know what? This doesn't seem... I don't know why. It doesn't seem fair to put China and Norway in the same region. So, congratulations, Norway. You're actually E tier.
China gets F tier on PewDiePie's tier list. I want to say
F
thank you to
tier
PewDiePie
for sure.
for actually shouting me out one time, one of his videos. Fantastic. Always been a fan of PewDiePie. You don't have to like his material to know that he's usually been on the side of good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch his stuff at all, but I do recognize he's the biggest YouTuber out there, and he's got a massive following, and it's good for him to show a little bit of
he was
Taiwan
banned
support.
from China,
Yeah,
which was awesome. So he kind of joined our ranks on that front a while ago.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So, do we have anything else for Wu Mao Corner? I don't.
Oh, we
think
do.
so.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do.
You-
What is it?
Again, I keep getting angry because you don't know, but then I realize it's not your fault because I didn't run you through any of this
No,
stuff.
no, no, no. So, what are we looking at? Is it this thing?
Yes, that is Wumao Corner.
Okay.
No,
let's-
that can be worldview. Keep going. I think there might be something. Oh, go back. Here, yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. Here we got our surprise Wu Mao Corner from Sea Milk. What is it?
So,
Okay.
this is so good.
Okay.
So, there is a spy plane that went by China, as
Yeah.
they do. It was a U.S. spy plane. Don't think that that's anything out of the ordinary. It's just what
Yeah, and
things
it didn't
do.
fly into their
It was a monitor. I
airspace or
should say it's a
anything.
monitor. No, it was a
Yeah.
monitoring plane.
It's like an AWACS or something.
It's
or-
a USAF. Maybe you can look that up. What kind of plane it is?
Okay.
You're the plane boy.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
USAF RC 135S has been spotted over the Yellow Sea, monitoring China 3 days in a row, as close as 26 nm nautical miles off of the territorial sea baseline. What's more aggressive than its close-in surveillance is perhaps today's call sign, Junkie81, which is probably calling the PLA names. So we actually had a think tank, it was a Chinese think tank, that got freaking pissed because they thought
Yeah.
that the U.S. plane... What kind of plane is it? You can explain.
It's just a Boeing 739.
Okay. What kind of plane
Oh,
is
is
that?
it? No, it's a Boeing RC-135. It's
Is it
a
remote control?
reconnaissance aircraft. No, no.
Okay.
Of course not.
I'm joking.
It's a reconnaissance aircraft, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, this reconnaissance aircraft goes by China, 26, what is it, 26 nautical miles off. And its call sign is Junkie. 81, right? Probably like I'm a chip junkie, I'm a heroin junkie, I'm a blah blah blah, right?
Yep.
So this think tank goes, excuse me?
Yeah.
You flying this plane near China, calling it junkie as a call sign, is you saying that the PLA is junk. The
Yeah.
Chinese military is just junky.
It's
And it
hilarious.
reminded me of Pig's Peak,
Oh yes. Yeah.
which we can tell that story real quick.
Okay, so we're.
I don't know if I should tell this one or you should tell this one.
I mean, I think
a very
that-
simple version.
Okay, a very simple version. We're sitting horribly drunk, having a great time at this outdoor restaurant type thing. And this guy walks up, and he's like the most terribly dressed man that I've seen in a
Well,
very long
yeah.
time.
You know he was. It just doesn't matter.
Okay, terribly
yeah,
dressed.
yeah.
And he's wearing, it's very typical what we call a Laoban outfit. Where it's
Stained.
like a
I
pop-up
wish I had a
collar
picture.
polo shirt, just a polo shirt type.
But it's important to know that it's always neon colors and
Yes.
shiny. It's quite
Yeah.
shiny.
Yeah.
It's not like a nice polo shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so nice. He's wearing this like orange,
Effed up, terrible.
like really
yeah.
bad polo shirt, and
Stains.
his typical thing. And it was the Peak brand, P-E-A-K.
It's a
right?
Chinese brand,
Yeah,
yeah.
and which is a well-known brand. So I was just in one of those moods, and that's why I don't like to drink that much anymore, because I get into these moods.
Yeah, but you
sometimes.
didn't do anything.
No, I didn't.
No.
But I was just kind of
Peak.
being like facetious. So I said to him, "Oh, Peak, great brand."
Yeah, that's the joke.
Yeah,
Was
I
your,
said, I said to him like in Chinese, I'm like, "Oh, Peak, how Peak, Peak." Okay.
There was no joke other than that.
Next minute, this guy disappears for a while. He comes back with his friend, and they're angry. And he's like, "You must apologize." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He thought I called him a pig.
Yeah.
Just Peak, and that's like a mispronunciation.
Yeah,
Sometimes
in Chinese,
they
the
say,
letter I, they
you
always
are Peak.
It's an E sound.
Yeah, okay. I've heard people say
Yeah.
that.
You are pig.
Yeah.
You're pig. And
Yeah.
it's like, no, it's pig.
Yeah, but it was Peak, P-E-A-K.
Yeah,
so I
you're
was
just
like,
reading his shirt.
And I was trying to explain to him in Chinese, and I even pulled out my phone
Yeah.
and to show him the dictionary. Like Peak means, the
highest.
top of
You're like, you're the best.
Yeah, I was
You're
like,
the
you're the
best.
best. That's what I say to him.
Awesome.
You are the best. I am
Just like
saying
your
you're
brand
the
is
best.
the best.
And-
Yeah.
But he wouldn't buy it.
Oh,
He's like,
I had to push him and his friends off you. You were laughing your ass off.
and remember, like, it got to this point where more and more people, this crowd's
Oh
like,
my
from,
God.
and the guy's like, you must apologize.
And I was
you know?
like, just apologize, Winston.
So I went up to him like, 对不起啊.
Yeah,
I was
like-
like, well,
like,
so
sorry.
So-
And then he got all pissed
He
off
was like,
too.
"Rah!"
And I was like, stop. We
and
laughed,
his friend
we
was
laughed.
like, it's okay,
His
it's okay.
friend
He's
called him
apologized.
that,
He's
yeah.
apologized. Let's get out of here.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the point
Sorry.
is, this reminds me of that, where it's a
Yeah.
complete misunderstanding.
Yeah, it is.
Because
I mean-
junkie means you're really into something, you're
Yeah.
addicted to something, right?
Yeah.
And play the next clip. It also reminds me of this, when we've gotten in trouble in the past when we talk about Chinese junks,
Yes.
which, as you guys know, the old style of Chinese boat is called a junk.
It's called a junk.
Not because it's bad.
Yeah.
That's the name.
It's the name of it. It's what you call it.
We brought that up in the past, where we said,
Yeah, that is a Chinese junk, which
right, in Hong Kong.
Sorry, yeah.
Which we
Yeah.
filmed.
Yeah, we filmed this in Hong Kong. That's
So
Chinese junk.
we like to see them in the base. So we would film them and we'd show, hey, look at this cool footage of this Chinese junk.
Yeah.
And we would get lambasted from
Yeah,
Wu
people
Mao.
are like, why would you call
How dare you call our Chinese ships junk? And again, it's exactly the same thing. 3 stories here. They all line
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, they do.
It's this stupid, thin-skinned, everything's got to be about you. The
Yeah.
Wu Mao, everything's got to be about you
This-
and bullying you.
This Peak nonsense
Yeah.
is just
It's
ridiculous.
Narcissism.
We call it pig's
Narcissism.
Yeah, we call
Sorry.
it Pig's Peak now. Yeah. Holy crap, what a load of rubbish that was.
Yeah.
And almost a massive
Oh,
fight
that
over
was a bad
nothing.
one. That was a bad
Just
one.
over nothing.
Over nothing,
Yeah. I can't believe I was telling him, that means you're the best. You're the pinnacle.
You were being nice at that point, but he didn't want to
No,
hear
he didn't want to
anything.
hear
He's-
that,
He
no.
was convinced you called him a pig because he
Yeah.
was fat as fuck.
He was. Yeah, yeah,
Anyway.
it's true. Imagine this. It did kind of sound like pig,
I
Peak.
will say this.
Yeah.
In almost every situation,
Mm-hmm.
Winston never is a belligerent. He's never a belligerent person to go. You don't go after strangers.
no,
that was
never.
It was kind of an inside joke because we're like
Yeah.
we always make fun of those shirts because
Yeah.
actually it wasn't against the guy.
Yeah.
To your benefit,
Yeah.
it was because my mother-in-law gave me a bunch of those Peak shirts not
Yes.
that long ago, and we were actually wearing
We were
them
wearing
in the
them.
shop.
Yeah, that's true.
So we were pointing it out, and actually, that's where the discussion started. It's like that shitty shirts that my mother-in-law bought us.
Yeah,
and we kept
exactly.
wearing these stupid Peak shirts.
Yeah,
And so yeah, that's where it started.
Anyway, yeah, that was an interesting story. I guess it's time for us to take a...
I did want to say that
you
I'm
can-
usually the guy that has to be like, "Can you fucking stop?"
Yes, it's true. It is true. It is true. We've been through a lot of that nonsense in the past, I'll tell you what.
Good story though.
Yeah. Cool. So I guess we'll take a couple super chats before we move on to
Yeah, sure.
Worldview, eh?
Jonathan K says, "Hey guys,
Narcissism.
I recently became friends with a Chinese girl from Xi'an here in Florida, who I introduced to your content, and now she loves it. That's
Oh,
awesome.
that's cool.
That's cool. Have you been to Xi'an? Yes, we have.
Yes.
Also, can you say hi, Runan? Oh, that's
Hi,
interesting.
Runan.
Hi, Runan. How you doing? Appreciate. Yeah. Sorry, I just burped. Appreciate you watching our content.
Yeah.
What do you think I see?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Xi'an is a very interesting
我去
place.
过西安，
Yeah. And I like
污染
the,
有点严重，但是
Yeah.
那个菜特别好吃。
exactly. That's the best part about Xi'an, to be honest, is the
肉
food.
夹馍 it's like
Yeah. And the yang rou pao mo they've
yeah,
got.
泡馍 that's
So
one of my
good.
that's one of my favorite foods.
Yeah.
羊肉泡馍是我最喜欢的中国菜。
Yeah, it is. It's really amazing. So if you ever go to Xi'an, go on Muslim Street. It's touristy as all hell, but go on Muslim Street and eat the food there. It's amazing. Yeah. Anyway, what's our next question?
Jonathan Case, Griffin Year Out says, just put my 2 weeks because I got a higher paying job. Congratulations.
Wow.
Now that I'm a billionaire, here's $10 instead of $5.
Thank you so
Hey,
much,
thanks,
mate.
appreciate
Seriously
that.
appreciate your
Take care, love you
generosity.
guys.
Thank you.
Intersim, message retracted. Hoo hoo.
Oh, it must have
Sounds
been
like
interesting.
something spicy. I wish I could see.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Intersim, what are you hiding from us, huh?
Yeah.
Panama Chong says, "Dang, didn't hear Wumao's got a raise. Apparently now they're getting paid 80 cents now. I thought they got a discount.
Yeah.
Like I thought they got their wages
Yeah,
cut.
Yeah, 25 cents now.
Shout out to them for the well-deserved raise." Simon M, have you heard about the 650 pages of French report about China's strategies of infiltration and subversion? Truly uplifting. Too bad it's not translated. Actually, it was translated. We saw that. It was a huge report. Well, the summary was translated.
Yeah, summary was
Yeah, it
translated.
was very good. It was very good. Very happy. It's getting upvoted all over the place.
It's good.
Greg R. Winston says, kiwi fruit. To be certain, no one is confused between a reference to his head or the fruit. Well, Winston is not from New Zealand.
No.
I think you may be confused.
Yeah,
A lot of people do think you're from New Zealand for some reason.
It's just
'Cause
the
they don't know
accent.
South
Yeah,
Africa.
it's just the accent.
Yeah.
They either say Australia or New Zealand.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Bicky though, am I? And Brecky
No,
and
I gotta
Siggy.
say you're much less You're much more tolerable than a Bicky and a Brecky and all that crap.
Yeah.
Massiege. This is my first super chat. Greetings from a Pole living in the UK. You're doing an awesome job. I'm binge watching your podcast for a few days already. That's awesome. Keep it up.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us live.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Return to Orc Monkey. Got to be careful with those frozen kiwi particles, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Frozen seafood particle reference.
Yep. Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
I like it.
Let's hit our worldview, shall we?
Sure, sure.
Okay, so guys, worldview is where we talk about what's happening in the world outside of China, but usually to do with China.
Formative.
Definitely
Kind
today.
of- kind of like what's new, but the same. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Kind of like what's new, but the same.
yeah. So, what do we got over here?
We got a real live Bitcoin. You know what's funny is every time I look for a visual representation of Bitcoin, it's always this thing because you can't show a Bitcoin. Isn't that interesting?
A subscriber who came to visit me in Shenzhen once actually
Gave you one
gave me
Bitcoin,
one
huh?
of these, not a real Bitcoin.
know.
You know, that would have been
I get
really
it, yeah.
amazing. But gave me
Like
one
a
of these
souvenir.
3D printed type ones. It's really cool.
What if there was actual Bitcoin inside, like a QR code? It's like,
That'd be, yeah, then I'd be rich.
you still have it?
No. I mean, I gave it to Sasha, so I don't know what she did. But, yeah.
She's rich. Yeah. Anyway, point is, China banned cryptocurrency. They've done this in the past. Well, they've threatened it. They've threatened they've banned large money transfers through Bitcoin before. The reason I knew that it was all bullshit was because it's freaking new people, like elderly people in China that were still using Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So they never really worked.
That's how I got my savings out of China with through Bitcoin.
Yeah. Now the funny thing is that despite all of that happening, there were alerts and spotlights on people, especially government officials that were using it.
Yeah.
So that was really like a worry for them. But now it's like it's a blanket ban on cryptocurrency, except for their own internal ones like Huobi and things like that.
Sure.
They're going to have the centralized
they're
one,
going
which
to have that
completely
digital
defeats the
yuan or
purpose.
whatever. Yeah.
Defeats the purpose of what an anonymous cryptocurrency is. It's like, do you like the fact that you can move around money completely anonymously through the crypto network? Well, we got the perfect solution for you. We have it tied to your national ID and photo and everything.
Yeah.
But anyway, long story short, they banned it. It's going to have huge implications to the market. It's definitely already brought
There's been a lot of issues with Bitcoin in China. Number one, Bitcoin mining farms.
Yes.
Okay. They've been operating very badly and costing China a lot of money, because what happens is local governments in more rural areas, they get like a subsidy from the government for electricity.
Right.
Because it's a rural developing area.
Right.
But then what they do, those local governments, they sell that electricity to Bitcoin mining operations.
Yeah.
So all the money that's spent to generate all this electricity is given away for free, basically, by the government to these, for
Correct.
a bribe. So it's costing the Chinese government a lot of
Huge money.
All these stupid Bitcoin farms everywhere, for instance.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of nonsense going on, but Bitcoin has been an enemy of the CCP for a very long time. Corrupt officials getting their money out of the country, that kind of thing. So they're always trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So now they made it illegal to do transactions.
Yeah. So
We'll see how it goes.
it's a lot of people are speculating what an ADV coin would be, and a lot of people are just saying it's either Berk coin, which I think no way.
No.
We would not trade in Berk coin. If
No.
we had a shit coin, it definitely wouldn't be. And some people said Peak coin.
Peak coin. I like peak coin.
Peak. It's like the top. It's the
Yeah,
best.
It's the best. Yeah, exactly.
最好
Yeah,
的。
最好，最高的，最高高的地方是 peak。
这是我们 Peak B.
Yeah.
It'd be
It's like,
Peak B.
骗子 peak 是那个柱是 peak。Yeah, that was not a fun situation.
No.
Anyway.
Schissel says, here in Germany, no one talks about the topics you're covering here on your personal channels. Do you think it will change or get worse? I think it's definitely opening up. I'll tell you what, the fact that we had a sponsor today, and we're not talking about it too much, but we've reached out to companies, and the companies have reached out to us to say, we don't mind that you criticize the CCP. That was unheard of before.
There's a
We
reason.
got dropped.
There's a reason you don't see brought to you by Dollar Shave Club or some crap on our podcasts, right? There's a reason for that, and that's because no company wants to deal with
Guess
us.
what? I did deal with Dollar Shave Club, and they dropped me because I was too critical of the Chinese government.
Yeah.
And I can't say that they didn't give me that in a statement.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that in the email that when I got dropped, that it's just not a good fit anymore.
Yeah.
I know what's going on.
No, look, it's pretty straightforward. Big companies all want a piece of the Chinese market,
Yes.
and they're afraid. And so it's difficult to get sponsors. And that's why the fact that you've got people that are willing to sponsor our podcast,
Imply.
like that game,
Yeah, like that was the first time someone was willing to sponsor our podcast,
it's great.
which was huge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
And-
So are we going to hit our Q&A, or we got any? No, we got more.
Oh, we got more.
Got more.
for
Sorry.
Worldview, sorry.
We are in worldview. Okay.
Oh, I just wanted to play the Lithuanian national anthem
Oh.
because Lithuania, yet again, with the win,
Oh, what did they do?
they
this
are
time?
just digging deep against the CCP thing.
Okay.
So what happened is they found out that in Xiaomi phones and Huawei phones, right?
Yes.
And so these are around the world. That
course.
Lithuania had the balls to say something about it. They found that 449 terms that were censored by the Xiaomi phone system's apps, including the default internet browser. These are not domestic phones. So you get press statements all the time from Huawei, and this is Huawei's favorite thing as well as
Right.
Xiaomi, is, okay, yeah, we do all this bad shit and censor stuff, and we spy on everyone in China.
Yeah, but not outside.
But not if you buy a phone from Xiaomi or Huawei, none of that stuff pertains.
Yeah.
Bullshit. So Lithuania, the government said, if you have a Chinese phone currently in Lithuania, please dispose of it right away.
Just throw it away.
Throw it away right away. Because it highlighted more than 449 terms that could be censored, including the default browser, right? This is what they said. Xiaomi devices do not censor communications from its users, the spokeswoman told the BBC. Xiaomi has never and will never restrict or block any personal behaviors of smartphone users, such as searching, calling, web browsing, or use of third-party communication software. However, the research found that the Xiaomi device was transferring encrypted phone usage data to a server in Singapore, which
Great.
was a lie, which is they said they didn't do.
Yep.
This is important not only to Lithuania, but to countries all around the world, really, that use Xiaomi equipment. So the official Huawei, so for the Huawei side of things, the application score, the app gallery, directs users to third-party e-stores, some of which applications have been assessed by antivirus programs as malicious and infected with viruses.
Right.
So this is the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense and National Cybersecurity Center. You have Xiaomi, which is blocking search terms in Lithuania for Tibet, Tiananmen Square, all this kind of stuff. And then you have Huawei that's actually putting people to go get their data stolen, sending them and directing them. So the Lithuanian government was like, go fuck yourself.
Sure.
Throw this shit away.
Yeah.
This is bad. So I just wanted to play the Lithuanian
Okay,
national
let's play it in
anthem.
the background then.
And also, I had the English lyrics up here.
Oh, I better get started.
So we can let's land of worthy heroes, and I agree.
Yeah.
Don't mind if we talk over this.
Yeah.
You are worthy heroes. May your sons draw strength and vigor. Imagine a 2 million populace standing up to 1.4 billion.
Yeah, like
nation.
I've said before, it's Lithuanian courage.
Yes, it is.
We all need a little bit of Lithuanian courage.
We do. May your children always proudly. I shouldn't say 1.4 billion people. I should say 90 billion CCP members.
Sure.
90 million CCP members.
Choose the paths of virtue. Mm-hmm. May they work towards your gain.
How apt is this? How apt are these lyrics?
Very good. And that of all mankind.
It's very short, don't we?
Yeah. May the
Son of this land. Yeah, we can read it for the people listening.
Yeah. Scatter all the gloom and dark.
With truth and light. I like it. What a good anthem.
Yeah. Guiding our steps forever.
We're doing this in unison. This
Yeah,
is
that's how
nice.
it goes. May our
Yeah,
love for Lithuania
and the free world, might I add.
Yes, yes.
Keep burning on in our
hearts.
hearts.
Yeah.
We got some hype for Lithuania.
In
the chat.
Lithuania's dear name.
What a badass
We shall stand together.
sound.
Yeah.
We shall, Lithuania. You are leading the world in this, in a lot of this.
Stand together with Lithuania against the CCP. Yeah, fantastic.
Congratulations, Lithuania. We love you. You are now our new favorite country. Used to be Estonia. You haven't been replaced, Estonia. Lithuania's kind of been carrying the Baltics, though.
Correct.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we're going to hit our Q&A.
Q&A, yes.
Okay, guys, Q&A time where we answer your questions and you question our answers. Let's get through this. This is actually my favorite part of the show where we can actually, have a
Me too.
conversation. Let's do it.
Frizz hair woman was checking out the back of your head there. Saying.
Oh, okay.
Adam Yuri says, have you been keeping up with the AUKUS news? We have. We certainly have.
Oh, yes.
Do you think the EU will be a reliable ally in deterring China's aggression towards Taiwan and the South China Sea? I think yes, and I also think there's no choice. Of course.
Have to do it.
We gotta.
Yeah.
This is our last chance, guys.
I'm sure you all saw. Well, I'm releasing a video tomorrow. My video on my channel. You'll see a little bit about what's going on with that stuff. Cool. Yeah.
H. Preciado says, are there levels to show how Chinese treat Latinos, like from the U.S. versus Mexico versus Brazil? Does it mainly have to do with skin color, or do they categorize them? It's all skin color. It doesn't matter what country you're from.
When I was in the Shenzhen University, I had different classmates all over Mexico, Brazil, etc., and it was all about the skin color. The darker the skin, the worse they were treated.
Yep.
And that's just the way it is. And I'm sorry to say that's how Chinese society is.
That's why you can have a person from rural Russia or Ukraine or something, and no shade, but they can go fill a position of a native English teacher over a native speaking black person.
Yes.
So the reason is because they'd rather have a white person that speaks shit English
Yeah.
than
a black person,
black
that
person
great
speaks
English.
fluent English,
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Shootkin Doji says, funny that the CCP advocates burning landlords when they literally own all the land in China.
That's very true.
Reverse Uno
Yeah,
card.
Exactly. Wow.
Lumas. I'm wondering when, Tim Pool and ADV China, blah, 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 yeah.
One of these days.
Sorry, one of these
Beanies
days.
are in the mail.
When our beanies arrive,
Yeah.
then you'll see it happen. Don Sheena says, USA gain of function funded and China leaked virus. Cool, thanks, John. John Sheena is everywhere.
Yeah.
He's on like every video, not just ours. He's all over YouTube.
I mean, have you seen like now when he comes out of his WWE thing, it plays like a Chinese song and stuff? It's true.
I haven't seen-
Yeah, he
wait, what are you
plays like
talking about?
when he comes out. You know when they go out of WWE.
Oh, I thought you were joking.
No.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Can you pull it up?
Find that clip
Just
for
want
you.
to have a little look.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we can tell them what to look up. Koni Tsung says, you guys moved east? Yes, we did. I'm just about to move back to California. We're trading places. Is it because of the cost of living there? A little bit. Not so much. It's just it's the nature of the beast. We have a lot of people that we know out east, so it's kind of like coming home for me, in a way. I mean, all my contacts and connections are here, so
Yeah.
it's life.
Talking about us moving here to the East
Yes.
Coast. Sorry, I can't find the clip. I'll
We
show it to you
traded
later.
places with this guy, Coney, too.
Okay.
You couldn't find it, so it doesn't exist.
No, it does. I'll show it to you later. I just got to look it up. It's
I
very
am
specific.
I am currently looking at your screen that says John Cena raps in Mandarin, and that might be something we have to show in the next episode.
we might have
Just
to.
vet it and make sure.
I'll make sure it's actually real.
Ross Wolf, you've said Hitler is seen as a good example as a strong leader by the CCP. Yes.
Yes.
In his book, is his book widely read in China as it is in the Middle East? No,
not at all.
It's kind of like we love Hitler. That's what they
Without
say.
actually even knowing.
We love Hitler because he's so strong leader. That's what
Yeah.
you'll hear in China often.
I'm just going to listen
Yeah,
to this John
please,
Cena
please.
rap. Okay, etc.
Oh my gosh. Oh god.
Oh, man.
Gosh.
It's pretty cringe.
Oh god. I
I'm
can't do
stopping
it.
it.
We have to show this next time because it won't be
Yeah.
copywritten because there's no music.
Yeah, we'll show it next time.
Whew, started sweating. All right,
Yeah,
that
it's
is
pretty
John
bad.
Cena freestyling in Mandarin.
It's pretty awful.
His Mandarin's getting better.
Oh, definitely.
It's
It's
very foreign accented, but it's better.
come on, man. That's his bread and butter. He better get better at Mandarin. You know,
Yeah, this is his job now, isn't it?
it's kind of if Lord Ho couldn't speak German. You know what I mean?
True.
Anyway,
I am dumb, but I am not dumb. The COVID positive kiwi fruit is punishment. Just recently, Zespri shareholders and growers voted against the trial of licensing Sun Gold to Chinese
yes,
growers.
and I was reading about that's correct because I told you there were those counterfeit groves that were growing in Sichuan, right? So basically, the proposal was, well, why don't we just license them since they're there already? Let's try to license them. And they're like, why must we reward them for stealing our fruit?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
So that's probably correct. So like, oh, it's got COVID. It is. So it is what I predicted.
Yeah,
So they
it
just
makes
want to
sense,
force
right.
them out the market so they can sell their local counterfeit knockoff kiwi fruit.
Right. Koala
Bet
1203.
you it doesn't taste the same because it's all about the soil and the.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
It'll be
gonna
chopped with the wall.
It'll be almost the
Yeah.
same, but I bet you it's, probably got battery acid in it or something from the ground. Just saying.
Yes.
You do have to understand, and I know that sounds really terrible for me to say, but 70% of arable land in China is contaminated. 70%.
Correct.
So if you
Actually,
find
that's an old estimate.
that's an old statistic. It's probably more now.
70% of over 70% of groundwater is contaminated.
Yeah. So you
That's
have to
rough.
understand that, like, when you're growing something there,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to take on the characteristics of the soil.
Keep in mind, like a lot of people that we know, actually, most of the people that we know do have visible. I should say not visible to you with the human eye, but at least with X-rays, visible health problems because of the stuff that they grew up eating. It's bad. It's really bad. This shining red star book is literally like the one scene in Squirrel and Hedgehog. Shows how much cheese China is becoming like North Korea. Correct. Squirrel and Hedgehog is the North Korean sanctioned cartoon. You've seen that, yeah. Tyler Durden 333. Do you think some of the Hong Kong police felt conflicted during the protests
Yes.
because they have friends and family who are anti-CCP? Absolutely.
The thing is, like, from my experience, the Hong Kong police have always been very fair and professional leading up to these protests.
Yeah.
Every time I've had to deal with them, which has not been often, it's not like I have to deal with the police a lot. But like for instance, one night, me and my friend, we live pretty far. I've lived in Yuen Long, so from downtown, like Hong Kong Island, it's far, right? So we had a night drinking and stuff, and we get a taxi to go home. So we get in the taxi, and we tell him, like, yeah, we want to go to Yuen Long, and he's like, no, I'm not going, get out. He was really rude, because he just didn't want to do the drive. So we're like, no, because by law, they have to take you,
Yeah.
right? So it kind of escalated a little bit, and we're like, no, we're paying you, you picked us up, you're supposed to take us. He's like, no, I'm not going, get the hell out.
It was a green taxi, right?
No, yeah, it was the proper,
Yeah.
it was the proper
Outer
taxi to go out there,
territories,
yeah.
New
No,
territories.
it was a red one. They can go to the new territories.
Yeah.
That was a red one. Yeah,
Right,
the green ones
ones are-
can only operate
only
in the new
operate there, yeah.
territories.
I
The
got
red
you.
ones can
I was
go
just
out.
asking
and,
for
yeah, it was,
clarification.
yeah. Well, you wouldn't get a green taxi in Hong Kong Island, okay?
I didn't know that's where you were.
Yeah, I said so.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, anyway, fact of the matter is, so it kind of got a bit rowdy. So we're like, okay. He's like, if you don't get out, I'm taking you to the police. So we're like, okay, take us. So he drove us to the police station, and the police forced him to drive us all the way out there.
Well, as
they
you
were like,
should.
yeah, they were really nice to us. They were like, sorry, sir, this just a miscommunication. He doesn't want to take you, but he doesn't realize that he has to. It's the law. So they told the taxi driver to take us out.
Yeah.
They were super professional.
That would have not
and
happened
nice.
in China,
He
by the
was
way.
pissed.
Yeah.
He was like, the whole way you could tell him, he was like, like the steering
White
wheel had
knuckle.
his
Almost.
handprints. He was like, yeah, driving the whole way there. But he took us. So anyway, I'm just saying.
This
every
is
time-
not to say the Hong Kong police are good.
No, but I'm just saying, every time that I have seen the Hong Kong police in action prior to these big, protests, they were very professional and nice. So
Right.
I presume a lot of them really believe in what they're doing.
Of course.
They had this.
My point is, it's government influence from Beijing.
Yeah, and
That's
so-
influenced this situation.
A lot of them quit, by
Yeah,
the way.
a lot of them did quit.
So that answers your question.
There
A
are
lot
good Hong Kong police.
Exactly. I think a huge proportion of them were very good people, but then they got in this situation that they weren't prepared for.
Correct.
They didn't want to do what they had to do.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good point.
Anyway,
Greg R says Ryan the Painter is a German failed artist. Is this a metaphor for Ryan Shee being a failed sissy boy artist and becoming a dictator? That's a bit of a stretch, my friend.
Yeah, Ryan the Painter, like Hitler, right?
KW New York Upstate says Evergrande thought Burke was world famous after seeing his Chinese art display and paid $1 billion per painting. Yes. Joshua Woolman, congratulations on the move, guys. New England is the most beautiful part of the U.S. Actually, we ended up moving to
Pennsylvania. Yeah, we can say that. Yeah, we can say it. We're in Pennsylvania.
We're in Pennsylvania. But we are close to going to Massachusetts. It's just we ended up. Now that's another story for another time.
Yeah, it's a different thing. We'll tell you all of our motivations in the future, but it's
I didn't know if we were supposed to say we're in Pennsylvania.
No, it's fine. We're out here and we're going back and forth still quite a lot. There's a lot of loose ends to tie up. Like my car is still in California being fixed.
We got half of our cars though.
Yeah, so we'll be back and forth for a while. So you'll still see us in California from time to time.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work. Here's a tip. Martin Schemmel. There is a German book by. That's the Burke one. We're gonna have to look that up.
Yeah.
I mean, I did look it up. I gotta make sure it's him.
Yeah.
Giorno. What if Burke is like a real author, but actually he got counterfeited and some like little kid made all these paintings?
Yeah, maybe.
Could be a thing.
Maybe.
Oh, they have pictures of him there.
Yeah, but that's such bad painting.
It's so shit.
It's like drawn with a ballpoint pen and
Yes.
like, some cheap watercolors, a lot of those. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like the kind of thing you buy for your child. That's what it was drawn
Yeah.
with.
Dude, my daughter makes way better paintings.
Yeah,
way
I know.
better.
I know. She actually can draw within the lines and stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever, paint in the lines. Yeah.
Those paintings in the fake town are a reflection of the CCP. It's how they view the world and people. That's actually true. That is. Like, it's all a farce.
Absolutely. You really should watch that episode on ADV China. It's
It'll
hilarious.
give you some perspective. It's very funny. One Love says, my weekly tithe to you, gents. All the best.
thank you so much.
Thank you to Singapore.
Yeah.
Logos Uber Allies. Hey now, don't judge the toilet paper by its streak. When it comes to modern art, art. The trick is the treat. That money ain't going to launder itself.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a very interesting,
Very interesting way of saying
way of
things.
saying
Yeah.
things. Subparsis and Gupta, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Return to Orc Monkey. Hey, don't feel bad about calling that dude's art. People say art is subjective. But the problem is with that idea is it doesn't let you criticize actual crap. Sublimity is objective. The thing is, it is crap.
Yeah, that was
Sorry
terrible.
about it.
Because sometimes if there's someone makes like a streak,
Yeah, like,
on a piece of
okay,
paper,
whatever.
and you're like, oh yeah, maybe
That
that
can interpret.
interprets his feeling of his soul and something.
And that can be whatever.
Whatever. But when you actually have an attempt to draw
It's an attempt
something,
to draw.
It's an attempt
I can
to
see
draw
what it
something.
is.
He wants to make the Canton Tower,
Yeah.
and it looks like crap.
Right.
That's not.
It looks like he's dying of like alcohol poisoning. He's like throwing up on himself.
Yeah.
He's like,
It's really, really bad. Bloody Burke.
yeah. Maybe he was like a freaking terminal ill patient or something.
don't
and
think
the doctor
so.
helped him with his last dying breath to like do this last stroke to the
That's a
Canton
lot of
Tower.
dying breaths because that whole place is
He
full
was-
of his junk.
He was like laying in his deathbed on life support, and he's like atrophied, and he's like, my last breath, my last wish is to show the world that the CCP is great. Let's draw the beauty of the Canton Tower.
It's so bad.
And then he died.
Yeah.
Grumpy
anyway.
Limey says Burke from British English, the Cockney rhyming slang of Berkshire Hunt.
Hunt.
Right,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
get it.
Yeah.
Andrew, what's the reaction in China regarding to the release of Meng Wanzhou? We'll probably find out today.
Yeah,
Like,
we'll find out.
as they
It'll be
wake
all
up.
over. It'll be all
yeah.
over.
Was it? Yeah, probably. It's 6 o'clock now. So if they wake up in a couple hours, we'll probably start. seeing
Massive
this.
celebration.
Yeah.
You're gonna see.
Wait
all
a
the-
couple hours.
You're gonna see all these videos about like, oh, you see, she was innocent. Blah blah blah. Yeah. we'll see.
Sam W says, love listening to you guys. Have you guys ever met a gay or lesbian person in China? Yeah, actually, I have
Yeah.
gay Chinese friends.
Yeah.
Can they have a dating life or must be suppressed? Quite suppressed.
It's suppressed.
Thanks for what you
knew a few, and it was quite kind of bad. A lot of them had to put up a facade for their families
Yeah,
that they were
same.
dating women.
I've told this couple stories. We've told a
Yeah.
couple stories like
Yeah,
that. In
it's-
the past.
it's pretty
It's pretty
bad.
heartbreaking, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Josh Jones, Evergrande.
okay, never grand. I like that.
Subdarsis and Gupta says JNBY printed kids T-shirts with "Welcome to Hell" and "Shoot Indians
Sus.
to Pieces" written on them. I saw that.
Wow.
With cartoons depicting the same. Fortunately, people in China hated this and they withdrew the product. Yeah, I mean it's horrible.
That's really bad. Yeah.
Victor Washington, hello. It shows you like the bullshit the CCP does and the nationalist rhetoric doesn't always filter down.
No, you get lots of reasonable people in China. You
Yes.
know, that's the thing. I'd like to think that the vast majority of
Yeah.
Chinese people are actually
Yeah.
very reasonable.
They are.
They just get caught up in this rhetoric.
Not everyone's a
sometimes.
peak.
No, of course. Yeah.
Victor Washington, hello, Winston and Matt. The children's book, The Shining Red Star, is one that should have a subtitle, Parental Guidance Necessary.
Yeah.
I envision a horrible tragedy down the road. Still wishing for a meeting of minds between you and China Unscripted. We've been on China Unscripted twice now,
Yeah,
my
on
friend.
his- yeah, go look at the podcast they have. Yeah, China Unscripted, that's right. We're on
Yeah.
there. We're on
Yeah,
there.
if you
Twice.
watched them, you would have seen,
Yeah,
seen our
twice.
episode. Thank you very much, by the way.
Yeah.
Hussam Gerard, the CCP has finally banned Bitcoin. Another move to limit people's liberty and freedom. You're right. Yun, thank you. My Army Trong Yahoo, thanks. I haven't set. See, Evergrande invests in Swedish Saab Automotive called Nevs, and they're firing their staff. Lol.
Nevs.
Well, Saab was already. Oh no, it was Volvo. It was bought
Yeah.
by Geely.
Geely.
The amount
Geely.
of shit Chinese car brands with their ridiculous. What was our favorite one? Zatye.
Zotye. Yeah,
They
Zotye.
come up with the worst names.
I
Like
know.
Toyota's a name, Honda's a name. That's great.
Yeah.
Don't make up shit like
Yeah.
Zatye.
Zotye was another
What was
good
that?
one.
Well, ridiculous. There's so many.
Yeah, we got to revisit it, you know?
Yeah, like
'Cause
the
when
best
I went
Chinese car.
searching for my Chinese car when I bought my Chinese car, remember that Panda car, the Panda?
Oh.
Wow, the Geely Panda?
Yeah.
If you want to have nightmares, go look up a Geely Panda. It's the most disgusting looking car you've ever seen. They made a car that looks like a panda.
Yes.
Okay.
They really did.
Yeah.
No one wanted it.
The rear tail lights look like little panda paws.
They made so many of
the
this
front
and they dropped
face,
the price. Yeah.
Oh man, they try
ain't
to
pulling up.
they try to force me to buy that because.
Wait,
You know?
really?
Yeah, because they obviously couldn't get rid of
Yeah.
stock. Okay, and they were like, buy this car, the Geely Panda. I'm like,
Oh
no,
my
I'm buying that.
gosh.
what
Oh
was-
gosh.
yeah,
Oh.
it's really bad.
Oh,
Yeah, look it up.
So scary.
It's a
It
ridiculous
looks so-
thing.
The Gleagle. Remember the
Legal.
Gleagle?
Legal. Yeah.
There's a brand called Eagle. It's Gleagle. And
Yeah,
there's like
Gleagle.
squeezed.
Yeah.
And like just weird
Southeast.
southeast. That's right.
Yeah, Southeast. Yeah.
Oh my
We should go through that.
gosh.
Remember the Go Now?
The
There's
Go
a,
Now.
There's a brand called.
Let's do it. Let's do our next segment.
Yeah, okay, we'll do it.
Let me write it down.
It's a brand
Episode
called
78.
Go Now, and they make
Yes.
these crappy knockoff Isuzu pickup trucks.
Go Now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, man.
And they're illegal in big cities.
Yeah, you can't drive them into the big cities.
Anyway, yeah, that's a whole thing.
Yep.
Trump chi.
Trump,
Trump chi, dude.
Trump cheer.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Yes, let's.
Boycott China says, guess we need to invest in digital yuan now.
Sure.
NKV Commissar Tulsi says, there's an image going around on Twitter of the largest Evergrande bondholders. 18 of 20 were European. Can funds, but only 2 are US based. Bullet dodged. Tree Theodore says, has you or your family's attitude changed about the world since your documentaries were completed?
Well, if you're talking about the Conquering Northern China, Conquering Southern China, Stay Awesome China documentaries, yeah, look, things have changed.
Yeah.
Changed.
Oh, yeah.
Changed massively since then. Our first documentary was in 2015, and things were very different back then.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they were starting to get
Yeah,
bad.
they were getting bad, but they were different. And after the Conquering Northern China, things went really south during the filming of that, and it really
So
opened
east.
it really opened our eyes to a lot of things. So things have changed. Yeah.
One Love says, can they not reinvest in cotton?
Oh, you mean like
Cotton's
this?
dead. Can we
No,
kill
it's-
cotton?
No, I bought
Ball
it back.
sack's the new meme.
Ball sack. Yeah, we can't remember.
Oh, ball sack, by the way.
Yeah. There's a little thing about ball sack.
So apparently, when I say it, you drop that beat.
Okay, gotcha.
So apparently, they were experimenting with trying to release a MERS virus inside
Yes.
of bat caves to infect the bats to see how they would operate. If that was the pandemic that came out of it, because we know that it came from bats being worked
Sure.
on in the lab, manipulated by people like Peter Balsack.
Yeah. Oh.
Every time I say it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
So anyway, coronavirus is manipulated, right?
Yeah.
Most likely. Well, at least they admitted to manipulating coronaviruses derived from bats, right?
Yes.
Like the protein structure and whatnot. Anyway, if that had been the one that had taken off, it would have had a 30% fatality rate. So it would have
Wow.
been the apocalypse of the world. So
Yeah.
Peter Balsack is actually behind a lot of this research. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. No, he was. So he's being implicated a little more with a little more stuff.
Little more stuff.
Someone's a bit of a sweaty. You know what I mean? He better be sweating.
Yes, he is, dude. He must. I would not want to be him right now.
No.
Holy
For
crap!
those of you who don't know Ballsack, it's Peter Daszak, who's
yeah,
instrumental in covering up the outbreak of COVID-19. He helped
Yes.
the Chinese government tremendously in,
oh
in
my
the early
gosh,
stages.
oh my gosh.
He wrote papers.
Personal connections.
He got people to write, these papers to support
Yeah.
the Communist Party of China. He was part of that so-called farce of an investigation and said there was nothing to do with the lab or anything. It's
Correct.
he's just a complete. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
If only Tacit Turn says, if only people would boycott, nation states could divest, and the international community would sanction, but they would worry about the populace, not the CCP.
Yeah.
Seth Wilson said, I had a dream where you two were hosting a party in an empty lot near my house.
Okay.
You were building a fortress there to hide from the CCP.
Duality.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. I had a dream the other day that you were driving a Honda Beat and I was driving a Suzuki Cappuccino and we were going into Russia to meet No Fuckers,
Interesting.
the YouTuber.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Well, maybe
What are you,
it'll
teenage
happen.
girl? Oh, I had a dream about this and that.
Oh, because people don't have dreams.
You
Oof.
don't normally tell. Like, you don't. go
Stop
tell people, "Oh, I had
fighting!"
this weird dream, man.
Stop
What?
fighting!
Why not?
I don't know.
It's so
you don't have
real.
dreams.
I mean, if
You
I
just sleep. You're like
This isn't show
so
fighting. This is
old
real
and boring.
fighting.
You like lay down at night. And you're just like,
Ugh.
oh, time to wake up.
I mean, if I have dreams, I don't remember them very well. If I have anything, and it's
You
not
know, I
like
tried
a
being an
topic of
angel.
conversation.
Fine. This is the last time I tell you about a dream.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Ridiculous. And Rana, I agree. When people
made me
talk
turn
about
back
dreams,
into a
it's kinda
double.
gay.
Yeah, it's kind of it can be. You know what I mean?
With that conversation.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Redicus, Enron equals Evergreen. Yes, I guess there's some what was it called? Similarities.
Yeah.
Ponzi scheme where you put the future product on the books to fluff their numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate. If you look at Evergrande, and all
Oh
of these.
no, I
things
messed
have
it up.
sold
I had
the
this
same.
whole.
Why? What do you got?
The chat is saying that people are going to make memes of me having gay dreams on the subreddit.
Don't do it.
Go
Definitely
ahead.
do it.
Return to Orc Monkey. Do y'all think that Xi's return to Maoism is partially an attempt
it's
to head
fine.
off potential CCP collapse due to economic
Tell me which one of these
upheaval
that you
by
hate the
removing
most.
The people's ability to have money bit by bit ahead of time.
I think so. Yeah.
This is all for me,
Yeah,
folks.
I guess I could
If you
believe
like it, it's an accident.
it.
Well, you know how we've spoken about this before. Deng Xiaoping said to be rich is glorious. To be wealthy is
Allegedly.
glorious. Yeah.
maybe
And
in Minecraft.
no, he did. And then Xi Jinping's bringing it back to.
If you think I
we
should play
want moderate
Minecraft, let me
prosperity.
know.
So he wants to cool this all down.
I haven't
He
played
doesn't
it probably
want
like
the
10
working class.
years.
He doesn't want people to be rich because he knows it's not obtainable for everyone.
Right.
You know.
True.
It's not true if you manage things
Loin Like
correctly.
31, do you think China will continue to close down and isolate from the West? Thanks for all you guys do. Absolutely, positively.
It's what-
That's what we've been
Actually,
harping on.
what
They always
Xi
do.
Jinping
Yeah.
wants.
Yes, absolutely.
Forcing foreigners out, foreign companies out. You know.
Most
you can see
importantly,
it.
to make China self-reliant so that it doesn't have to abide by the world's rules.
Yeah.
Really, and to suck off the other systems of the world. One
Parasites.
love from Singapore. What? Here
Never
we go,
mind.
my gay dreams.
Come on, let's continue.
You know, you're
Freudian
on the
slip.
beat and I'm on my cappuccino. Use the world's our oysters. If they don't pay the foreign investors based on capital, I'm not going to do this.
No.
It will hurt them badly. Massive foreign investment. Are you trying to say something wrong with gay dreams?
I didn't say anything.
Massive foreign investment will divest. I don't
Yeah.
think that they will do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Peters, you guys see Lilith Farley video? I saw his new video where the college he went to in China, the Chinese school he went to, they banned his name in the
Oh, really?
college. Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
They don't allow the students to talk about his name.
Oh wow.
Yeah, someone called him. Someone called him about it.
He who shall not be
Isn't that crazy?
named.
That's crazy.
You guys see Lila Farley's new video where a random guy in the street knew Wolf Warrior, and he asked if Lila knew Sea Milk. It was super cool. Oh, that's awesome!
that's
I didn't
cool.
see that. Can you find it? I'll post the clip on the subreddit.
Yeah.
Reddit.com/r/ADV China.
I gotta catch up on Lila Farley's stuff. It's been a
Yeah,
while.
I just watched one of his clips today. He's great. Jordan Larimore, have y'all read Blueprint for Revolution by Suraja Popovic? I recommend it. It might be useful for activists in China. I did not.
No, I haven't read that kind of thing.
David Neufeld, Mung
general.
settles with the U.S. today. No need for extradition. Hopefully, this brings Michaels home.
Oh,
No
did not mean
more
do that.
campaign from keeping Mung.
Uh-oh.
Not Huawei. Yeah, and hopefully Huawei is implicated in some really nasty things. 'Cause
Yeah.
guess what? They are.
Yeah. We'll see.
Ty Sloan, India has a missile that can hit Chinese cities.
Ugh, Indians. Stop it. Your military sucks.
That's not very nice to say. Don't hit Chinese cities, please don't. Ty Sloan, do you think it's funny that China insults?
Did not
God?
mean
And
to
why
do
I
that.
think that's funny.
China loves to insult
It's
everyone.
so cringe. If you guys, should we do a whole episode at some point about the Global Times editorial cartoons?
Yes, absolutely.
They are so bad.
If we just go put that
a whole episode.
Yeah, let's do it. I think
Okay.
everybody needs to see the.
Should that be next episode unless
Yeah.
something happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless something massive happens, I think
Yeah.
we're going to do this.
You guys have to see what Chinese political cartoons look like.
They are the most ridiculous thing ever, and we'll be able to help interpret them for you because there's quite a
Sure,
lot of
they
hidden little
look
things.
It'll be
like
fun.
Soviets.
It'll be
and
fun.
Yeah, be a fun one. Yeah.
National
people
Socialist
love that.
propaganda. I'm sure it's standard
Koala
totalitarian
1203,
stuff.
hey Milk, hey Matt, sorry. I was wondering where the name Sea Milk came from. Chocolate milk? Yes.
No, condensed milk.
It's condensed milk.
Yeah.
Ty Sloan, thoughts on China not wanting Taiwan in the CCTPP? Of course they don't want them in
No, they don't want Taiwan to be recognized by anything or anyone. You know what I mean?
Deanne Chapman, you're welcome, guys. Glad you enjoy them. Australians shorten everything. Just end an IE or O. Just being lazy.
Like
it's
doggo.
just
They say doggo. Small human. Whatever.
What if they shorten
Is
their
that where that
cocks
came
too?
from?
It must be. Yeah, doggo came from Australia.
Doggo speak.
Doggo speaks the worst.
I love you, Australia, but you gotta stop.
Yeah, no more doggo.
No more doggo
Yeah,
speak.
yeah.
Oh, small.
Pupper.
Oh,
Yeah, small human.
My
Yeah,
heart, me
yeah.
heart, me
Yeah,
heart.
yeah.
No way.
Stevie
move on.
Mulford.
Yeah.
Trans girl from Australia. Keep up the amazing work you're doing. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for dissing Australia.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, you guys gotta quit the shortening of words.
Yeah.
Ty Slow, thoughts on China, Pakistan, Russia, Taliban, and North Korea? These are a lot of thoughts, Ty Sloan.
Yeah.
I got a lot in here. I'll
I
let
think
him out.
let's
Thought
defer
Patrol.
that
Take
one.
care of
Let's
that.
circle back to that one.
He said, thanks. Saya says, Sold all my Chinese stocks. Thanks, Serbian Milky. Stop it.
Yeah,
Don't
but
make this a
I'm
thing.
glad you did. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people might think, buy low or something. Please be careful.
Yeah,
It's
be
too
very
unpredictable.
careful.
Yeah.
Well, we cannot give financial advice because
Yeah.
we are not. But we wouldn't.
No,
We
yeah,
wouldn't
just be
invest.
careful. Yeah.
Tacitern says Wuhan clan.
Yep.
Pyburn says don't use the Y suffix, but that's what people. We don't just use the Y suffix, but that's what people notice most. O and A are also big ones. Servo, Bottle, Macca's. Oh,
Is a Macca like mac and cheese? Yeah.
McDonald's.
No, I think it's mac and
no,
cheese.
I've heard Macca's is
Really?
McDonald's.
Oh,
Yes,
is it?
they say let's
Okay.
go to Macca's, and I'm like, can
Really?
you just say McDonald's?
Okay.
Or Mickey D's or something. Actually,
That's bad too.
I don't
Stop.
Like that either.
Golden Arches, whatever.
No, I don't think anyone's ever said that.
They do.
Let's go to Golden Arches.
Yes.
they
say that.
in South Africa.
That's being said. People say that. They do. They say it. I'm not lying here.
But we never shorten our local treats like Tim Tams or Vegemite. Now
Yeah.
that's not cool. I mean, what would you call it? Veggie or something?
Vegemite or yeah.
Veggie.
Vegemite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Vegemite.
Tim
sound,
Tammy.
Vegemite sound like a female version of crabs.
Okay, anyway, let's continue,
Anyway.
please.
David.
Messed up,
Neufeld,
right?
CCP.
See what they thought of you guys?
Shishi Poo, Shishi P.
Probably shouldn't go to McDonald's.
Norman Flair doubling down because you guys actually get your facts together first, unlike CNN, Fox, MSNBC rushing to say
Thank you,
anything.
appreciate
getting on.
that.
We appreciate that. And I know it doesn't get the views. There are other channels out there that literally will put out a China video every single day, like personal channels, big news. And we like to sit on stuff and look
Yeah.
and see what's happening and talk to people.
And if we ever make any mistakes,
These guys are
we'll be
really
honest
good.
about it.
I make
We
jokes,
try our
but
best to just.
that's how I
tell
show
you
respect
to see
sometimes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Lou M. Can we talk about Ryan Shi's UN speech?
Sometimes that's how I show
Yeah,
disrespect.
I actually had that in the notes. We had to cut 5 things.
Yeah.
Sherry Crosby, Ty Sloan, thoughts on Biden and Xi's UN Cold War speech. Well, same thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that next time.
Lawrence Batista says, I wanted to say thank you guys for your advocacy against the CCP. Been supporting the stream for a while, educating my friends about China. Love you guys. We love you
Really
too.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Ty Slum says, who are the real owners of China, if not the CCP? The people.
Yeah.
Haram Honda. Can't believe Huawei CFO Wang Wanzhou has been released.
The owner of
Pretty much
anything are the
sorry,
owners of the
Canada.
guns.
Yeah, we're gonna keep up on that situation.
will, don't worry.
We'll let you know exactly, but
Yeah.
What?
Kind of
No, no,
predicted
no, no, no,
that
no, no,
something
no,
like
no,
this
no, no, no.
Sorry, it did a snap. Oh, there's actually a lot.
I suck at this game so much. Sorry, boys.
There it is.
Patrick.
Yeah.
I didn't die on purpose.
Waja. I'm an online ESL teacher who's currently seeing my former students spreading CCP propaganda on Instagram. Interesting.
Just
Can't
mock
help it.
them.
I feel like I made this happen.
Jokes. You
How did
defeat
you
China
know?
with jokes.
What did you do, Patrick? What did you do, Patrick? Look
Yeah.
deep in your heart. Are you getting paid Wu Maos here on the side? I'm
Or
just
maybe it's
joking.
because he encouraged them to go on Instagram and stuff.
Yeah, maybe have a little chat with them and just open their mind. Don't yell at them.
Ah,
Just open their mind a little
It's
bit.
tough. It's tough when you're young and impressionable.
I know. It's
I
like
s-
China's
I
the new
s-
thing or whatever.
Saw a lot of students go down the dark path. It was
I
pretty
used
awful.
I used to shill for China. I did. Actually, I was thinking about doing a video at some point. I have another YouTube channel
Oh,
that I made when I first moved there.
Okay.
And it's still there. You guys won't find it though.
Yeah.
It's like tiny.
Not taking
But
the
I used
bait.
to shill for China.
Oh, really?
Like, and I'm not talking about shill for because I do shill for China. I love China.
Yeah.
I used to shill for the CCP.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have some
Ouch.
video evidence, and it's interesting. It'll be interesting to show you how you can change, over time
Yeah.
with experience.
That'd be interesting to look at, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not ashamed of it. I mean, I changed my opinion.
Yeah.
Diddy miss. Hey guys, I loved your bar story. It wasn't a bar. It was
There's
like
a kind of an outdoor
it was like a
seating
shitty
arrangement.
Yeah, like a picnic chair.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I know those
and the-
plastic-
next to the road and
those
sewage. And
Pink plastic
Yeah.
chairs that you get.
Yes.
Yeah. It was pretty. We actually have footage from like that area, so we can show you what it looked like.
yes.
Not the actual event, of course, but
Favorite Chinese beers? I don't
Not
really
my
like
problem.
Chinese beer.
yeah. If you're gonna go for one, I think Qingdao is the best.
For me, I don't like Qingdao. There was this
Which
one
one?
I
For
had
me,
in
it's Qingdao.
A lot of local areas will have their own beer. Sometimes those are good. I had one in Inner Mongolia. It was really, really good. Wing
Qingdao,
Zero.
you can't go wrong with Qingdao though.
Except
Shitty
for the
beer.
fake,
Don't
Don't
almost
get fake.
die.
Well, yeah, that almost killed us.
Should we tell that story again someday?
Yeah, one day. But yeah, just Qingdao. If you know it's come from a reputable source.
You know when people say, "Oh, I almost died," we actually
Yeah.
mean that.
No, we actually
almost
took
died.
a week to recover.
Yeah. Wing 083. Culturally, how does China handle different sexuality since it's not talked about?
Ooh, I'm sure it just doesn't. Yeah.
Rip-Off Productions.
Sure,
LLC
none of
on
you
the
exist in
subject of
China.
this Evergrande bubble. and CCP bailout, doesn't this just delay the crash or make it
So
worse?
if you have an
since
interesting
once
sexuality,
it
you
finally
should be
does
very
happen, so this won't
anti-China.
destroy. Won't this still destroy
If
the
you're boring,
Chinese economy and CCP
no
legitimacy
worries.
eventually?
Eventually, but obviously what they're going to do is once they've kind of got past this current problem, is the government's probably going to split Evergrande up into different, companies really, so that they can prevent it from becoming this big juggernaut in the future. So they'll probably take this segment of the company and take it over as a state enterprise and move it there, that part there,
Correct.
split it up, and there's a lot of things they're probably going to do. At
Juggernaut.
the end of the day, they're hoping for more of a soft landing, and hopefully they can kind
Juggernaut.
of do a correction when this all comes together. We'll see. At the end of the day, you've got people that have been predicting the fall of the Chinese economy for years and decades now, even.
Yeah.
Okay, because in any normal circumstance, it would have collapsed. Because when you look at the crazy amount of money that people are paying for these useless, absolutely useless apartments, and I can say that they're not worth anything. They're worth like $1,000 maybe, okay, in materials or whatever they use. It's disgusting how badly constructed most of these things are, and just how inconvenient it is, and it doesn't belong to you. It still belongs to the government. You're just leasing it. When you look at this, in any normal situation, in any other country, you'd reach a point where people would be like, this is not worth it. What the hell's going on? But because the Chinese government has complete control over the banks, over the media, over the way everything is done there, being able to quash protests, being able to quash dissenting voices, being able to just sort anything out, they can always step in and stop things from crashing. And that's what they've been doing for decades now. Is every time it looks like the housing market's about to go nuclear, they step in and they cool it down with some new restrictions or some new rules. And then when it gets too
Right.
cold, they come in and they say, okay, now you can have interest-free loans and things like that to boost it up again.
Right.
Then they're like, oh, you cannot have more than X amount of properties if you're married. Then people get divorced so they can buy more properties, that kind of crap. Then they come in and say, look, no, if you've been divorced, you're not allowed to, if it's only been a certain, they have all these ways. But at the end of the day, the reason it hasn't crashed is because the Chinese government controls everything. And that's not something that the rest of the world is used to seeing. So most logical Western countries and societies and so on, you would look at this and you'd say, that
It's
has
good to be a
crash.
petty
Naturally,
bandit
it has
king.
to crash. But not in China, because nothing is natural in China. It's all run by the CCP.
Now I'll follow a safe distance.
Correct. Shout out to Yingling beer, by the way, now that we're in Pennsylvania. It's something that we weren't able to get in California before. So good suggestion from everyone out there.
Thank you.
Tacit turn. Have you ever noticed PLA camouflage isn't dyed thread, but dye sublimated, not even near infrared?
Taciturn.
Would that be an example of Chabudoa, like the inability of the PLA to sit still?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Sherry Crosby, if the CCP was an individual, would he be diagnosed with narcissistic personality
Hell
disorder?
yes.
It's absolute sociopath.
100%.
Ty
Not
Sloan,
sociopath.
Beijing 2022 is still going to go on. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
You
should
you
boycott
can
it.
boycott it if you can. Boycott,
You know what you
boycott
should do? My friend Matthias Daly had a great piece of advice. If you see a company that's supporting the Beijing Olympics, call them,
Boycott
and they have
them.
to pay someone to sit there and tell you why they supported it.
Yeah.
And you sit there and you say, why would you do this? The Uyghur genocide, and you list off all the laundry list of crimes. And say,
The
why
Uyghurs
is your
have
company
suffered too
supporting
much
this? Why do
over
you
the
feel
years.
comfortable doing this? And
Made
they
fun
have
of by
to waste
everybody.
their money to do that.
So
and
the
it does
Chinese
get
genocide of the
paid.
Uyghurs
They have
needs to
go through
stop.
these calls.
Well, you have to hold people to account.
It's their
It's
culture.
just like with apartheid South Africa.
I mean, they
Right,
stole it from
correct.
someone
Sanctions
else.
And companies refused to deal
But
with
it's still
South
their
Africa
culture.
because of what was going
Correct.
on.
It's-
It
do-
should be
do
the
it.
same.
The
with
Uyghur
China.
genocide, you
Yeah.
guys.
Don't be a double standard.
Don't do it. Richard W. SpaceX recently put 4 civilians in space. When will the Chinese National Space Administration, those dear taikonauts,
Yeah, Taikonauts.
attempt to copy that or try to beat it? I don't
Who
know.
knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
Time still a time away, I guess.
Activated Complex says, thanks for all the hard work. Love the content. Appreciate... because anyone that like anyone who admires and respects Chinese culture or culture in general, I despise the CCP and what it's doing in China and abroad. Thank you.
Yes.
Josh
Uyghur.
Jones, Umar getting paid. We've
Uyghur.
never built apartments. No.
Never built.
Uyghur.
Yeah, that's right.
Uyghur. Uyghur.
Utaku says, Uncle Tack here. Hi,
Otaku.
YouTube characters. Best luck on the East Coast when you finally realize Texas is the best state. Move here. Nah.
I
Otaku.
like Texas,
I like
a
Texas too,
lot.
but I don't plan on moving.
I
there.
remember I went there to a restaurant and there was this big sign on the wall. It said,
Okay, so I need to have some patience.
I can see why that would be charming and fun.
Yeah.
Because you're
Charming and
from
fun.
the U.S.
And people were wearing cowboy hats.
To be fair, well, we're in the part of Pennsylvania we're in, I can show you areas of Pennsylvania that you could find some stuff like that. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yep.
Pennsylvania.
Milk Dog coin. Milk Doge coin.
Oh,
Milk Doge coin. That
yes.
would be our coin.
That would be our
Absolutely.
coin.
Kyle
Yes.
Kingston.
Milk bones.
Yeah.
There you go, milk bones.
Leo, the IOC recently suspended North Korea indefinitely for not going to the 2021 Tokyo Summer Olympics. If nations do the same for the 2022 Winter Olympics, maybe they can meet the same fate by the
God, the
end.
Olympics suck so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible, but then again, you know, you have to...
Who's it
stick by
for?
morals, you know,
Yeah.
we know what's going on. You wouldn't support... No one would support...
You wouldn't download a car.
Exactly, no. But no one in their right mind would support any country in the world if there was genocide
No,
going on,
no.
there was human rights abuses, you know, all this warmongering, all this other crap. You wouldn't support it unless it was China. Why does China always get the green card?
Oh, well, that's going to stay here for quite some time, folks. I mean, isn't that not the best picture? I'm sure I'm always going to like that, and there's nothing about my specific physiology at the moment that is making me enjoy this so much. Obviously. This is clearly a good branding decision. This is clearly a good branding decision. Yes, it is. Wow, that guy was smart. You should listen to that guy. I wonder what the context of that was. Someone go back in time and figure it out.
Card when it comes to this. They're just like, it's okay. It's just China. Just
Why?
Imagine it was Brazil had like concentration camps at the moment. Right?
Imagine.
Brazil was doing all the same things that China.
Imagine if you were
Get the hell out of it. I'm pretty
course.
sure.
They wouldn't go to the Brazil Olympics because they hold Brazil and any other
Yeah.
country to a higher
It's the power,
standard than China.
Yeah.
Why do they hold China to such a low standard?
Yeah.
It's like China, you suck. You can do whatever you want. You can just do
It's
whatever.
Also, it's the
Ooh.
international.
okay.
It's the
Well said.
international connections as
Yeah,
Well said.
Exactly. But it's just like they
investment.
hold it to such a low standard.
They do.
They're like
They
China
do.
can do whatever.
Yeah,
and
that's
they,
true.
They just let it go.
Do whatever you want.
But every other country is held to a very high standard. You know, if you say something,
Well
when
said.
an American
Dog
diplomat
whistle.
or something says something, it's held to a much
Joking.
higher standard than when a Chinese
Armenian
diplomat says
joke.
something. It's got to stop. We're supposed to be equal.
Yes.
You know.
Filipino white boy, what do you make of France being
Luckily,
upset
nothing
about
bad ever
Australia
happened to
pulling out of
Armenia,
their
so you can make
sub
jokes
deal
like
for
that.
U.S. nuclear subs? Think China might exploit?
Oh yeah, they already have. I've seen articles in the Global Times. I mean,
Wow.
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
But
Follow-
no, they of course,
Follow
it's
the Global
unfortunate.
Times.
I'm
It
sure
is
the French
hilarious.
people are very happy.
No.
/
There's
useful.
some freedom fries on the menu.
Leave Harriet's grave.
Yeah.
I just love that account.
Yeah,
that
that's
picture.
funny.
Stand with Lithi. Don't say Lithi.
Yes, Lithuania.
Lithuania.
Yeah.
I loved your show this week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hong Tran, thank you very much. Dylan Vienet, also a shout out to Slovenia. Yes.
I know this exists. There we are. I didn't just make that up. I'm not schizophrenic, guys. I'm just real autistic.
Jess.
There's some freedom fries on the menu.
Leave Harriet's grave.
Yeah.
I just love that account.
Yeah,
that
that's
picture.
funny.
Stand with Lithi. Don't say Lithi.
Yes,
Lithi, SD.
Lithuania.
Yeah.
I loved your show this week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hong Tran, thank you very much. Dylan Vienet, also a shout out to Slovenia. Yes, Slovenia.
Slovenia.
That guy's name.
Vienet, also a show this week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hong Tran, thank you very much.
I'm not gonna say it.
Dylan Vienet, also a shout out to Slovenia. Yes,
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
That's where
Slovenia.
Melania Trump's from, I think.
You know,
right?
absolutely, I forgot. I forgot about Slovenia. They voiced their
shouting.
support for Lithuania too. The little guy said
Error.
it to CC, and then the CCP. The
So my
irony is
sensory
the
stuff
little
goes
guy
up and
saying
down.
that to the CCP.
Yeah.
I'm
Probably been
backing the
shouting.
underdogs.
Oh, yeah.
I'll invest in Slovenia and Lithuania. any day.
Absolutely.
I was
Yeah.
trying to say that Melania
guys
Trump's
give me
from
something to invest
Slovenia,
in
I
as well.
believe.
We actually met some people from Lithuania. We did.
Yeah. what
That
was
we were
that?
potentially going to work with in LA. Remember when we were doing
Remember.
the VidCon thing?
Yes. Yes.
Very nice people.
Very, very nice.
Very.
company,
They're
too.
just.
Didn't work out, but that was
They're the
fun.
best.
Now I remember.
Rick F., which part of Massachusetts did you move to?
Be honest with yourselves, guys.
We were going to move to Massachusetts, but that deal.
If you
fell
like
through.
boys,
Massachusetts, the
that's
greatest-
fine.
We don't know anymore.
Yeah.
The place we looked at actually got snatched up before we could buy it.
Yeah.
I won't say by who.
You know, it's just nice to be here because I can
You
look
do
out
more
the window
damage to
here and
yourself
it's a nice long driveway.
with the nut denial
You
than
can
you
see
do with the
whoever's
actual.
coming in, whoever's
That's true.
going out.
Actually, I think
It's
nowadays
just-
you guys have
so
to
much
come
nicer.
out
It
with
is
being
weird after
straight,
you have a
right?
house, though.
Yeah.
You can be straight.
It's
It's
like, it was
okay.
kind of-
It-
there
as
was
as a
there's
straight man,
difference
let
in
me tell
work
you,
dynamic when you have
it
to
gets
drive
better.
to an office,
Yeah.
right?
I know we're in a
versus
gay
if you're
world.
Because it's kind of like you're always home.
Yeah.
You
it's
know
That's
what I
literally
mean?
true for anyone younger than I think
nice, though.
30.
Yeah.
Or maybe younger than that, like
beautiful to be
20.
able to have some actual
I know the
land.
youngest
Yes,
of the young
the nature
have
is
all
great.
been tricked
I
into
will
thinking
say,
they're
being able to look at nature
the entire
is
rainbow.
fantastic,
All
because
of them
usually it was
are the
kind of
entire
like
rainbow.
sprawl,
Yeah.
you know,
which is the same as none of them are.
Mass
So
just
cool
says,
identity
sad to
adopted.
say, PL
Have fun in
Minister of Foreign
college.
Affairs low-key criticized Lithuania, saying Poland support won China during.
So they're just gonna go hard right wing
Lithuania conflict.
generationally.
Poland.
Come on.
I mean, it's like what,
We're
peak
about to forget about
degeneracy
Poland.
under 20 right
Remember
now.
George, did you know about that? When
Which,
George
by all
Bush said,
means,
"You forgot about
awesome,
Poland," it became like a
but
meme.
Oh,
Okay,
that's what's
we're
gonna
about to
happen
forget you, Poland,
on
if
a
you don't
big
step your
level.
ass up.
Poland should know what
If
it's
you're
about.
if you're watching
Yeah, I mean, Poles,
Foundation,
to be fair, hate communism.
or have
You
read the
guys are
books.
awesome. But I'm worried about the government. I have seen that
to the extent
conservative
that
government there is building
psychohistory
up
is
China pretty
true,
good. I don't
you
know
can predict
why.
pretty well
Yeah.
what generations are going to be like.
Filipino white boy.
I mean, it's not precise. It's
Looking at
much
footage
more
from
of a,
students
it's much more
from
guessing and
Krakow.
probably
I've
being
never-
wrong.
Never
than,
seen anything like it.
um,
I have ADHD. and
whatever
I
the
know
character's
how
name
it
is
goes.
in the
Other
Foundation
Chinese
thing,
students with
but
ADHD deal with
you
it.
can
They
definitely,
end up being unsuccessful.
you know, that's this
It's a
civilized
horrible situation. There's so much pressure.
social cycle theory, I think is what it's called.
I'm told a lot of students that
Kali
are going
Yuga and all
through the
that,
Gaokao,
which would
it's-
be our
it's the
current.
most stressful part of a Chinese person's life.
Good times make
Honestly,
soft
it is.
people, soft people
Probably
make
there's
good
nothing
time,
more stressful.
good times, that sort of thing.
Congratulations. PowerShift says, congrats on the move, guys. Get out those snow shovels and buy you a nice
There's a
all-wheel
really
drive vehicle.
good,
Do you one better. We got
symbol
a,
of this?
a lawnmower tractor that we
Yes.
hooked up.
But if I
And
put it
we're
on the
about to put
screen,
the-
I'll be
the
banned
plow
on everything.
Yeah, snow
So
plow.
it's that symbol.
It's actually fun. I was sitting
You know
with the
the
tractor
one.
and just mowing the lawn. It's just kind of cool to do that.
Yeah.
The thingamajig of friendship.
What you were actually doing. Drinking and driving.
You're allowed to do that on your own property.
We don't need
Have a
Buddhists.
beer and mow
They'll
the
let you
lawn.
know.
Come on.
I was so proud of you.
Or
when I saw you
James,
mowing the lawn. I was
or
like,
really-
you're finally in there.
Almost anything.
That's
know.
awesome. Super cool. I love
That's
it.
not Abrahamic.
Because out in California, we didn't have a lawn.
No, no.
So we finally have a lawn.
Yep.
Oh, that's not even
Iceland,
true.
does
Muslims
India
love that
replace
symbol.
China? Nervous lately. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Yuli Young says, I'm in PA too. Have fun with the
Cool.
winters, Winston. It's not going to be pleasant. At least I'm used to it because I grew up in it. I grew up not too far away.
Yeah.
Winston, this is going to be a new thing for him.
It's going to be new. I'll let you guys know how it is.
I think
Juan
Winston's
says,
gonna
"Is
love the
Winston
color
ready
of
for the
winter.
Northeast winter?" Wow,
Probably not.
This is a popular sentiment.
People, I mean, hey, I could get into snowmobile.
I think he's a teeny touch racist after his experience in South Africa.
Yeah, we could do that.
I think I'm safe in saying that.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm from a Vietnamese guy in Norway. What's the name of the Chinese New Year song you guys hate? I actually like that song.
The Toy Dolls.
What are you
You
doing?
like that song?
Bro.
Just type the Toy Dolls. That's what
I
it
love
is.
that guy.
Oh, the China Dolls.
China
The
Dolls.
Gay people are
Dolls.
awesome.
The China Dolls.
Do you like
and it's
musicals?
called
If you like
Chinese New Year.
musicals,
Don't. No. Ah!
gotta respect them.
Why would you like that song? You crazy? It actually gives me a headache.
Where is it? There
There
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah, they got to put that on. Give me a second, guys.
It's from Thailand, believe it or
Yeah,
not.
it
It's
is
not even a
Thailand.
Chinese song. Well, it is in Chinese, but
Imagine that.
Okay, where is it? Unmute.
Sawadee-ka, did you hear that?
Yeah, it is.
It's Thailand.
I'm gonna just
Chinese,
fast forward.
this is the most popular thing in China. They can't even make their own music.
Yeah. Wait for the
Oh
actual.
my gosh.
Here it goes.
Why are you doing this?
Why are you doing
Stop, you're going to
this?
get copywritten.
You just imagine that on the most.
Some
teeny-
fella let
The
this guy
loudest,
help
loud-
us
you know
medics
those little speaker boxes that
discover
have, like, battery
himself.
powered or whatever. They put it down. It's
'Cause,
only
oh boy, is it
treble.
in
There's
there.
no bass, but it's got that tinny noise, and it's just
Not
played
that bass.
24/7
Not that bass.
around China, around Chinese New Year. You just hear that song. You go to any market or anything, and you only hear that on full blast. It's
That one?
horrible. It splits
Or something
your
like
ears.
it, like that
you know,
genre
like
of
you hear
thing.
George Michael's Last Christmas every Christmas time everywhere, and it's really annoying. Yeah. Well, this is worse because they play only this and this only. Yeah. Anyway.
Stop whispering in my ear.
Anyway.
Stop it.
Enough.
Okay, yeah, it's
Stop,
been a
please.
while.
Next.
Return to Orc Monkey says, oh, hey, I grew up in PA.
Cool.
Horace Looper called the War Master says, if you remember, how do we email or contact you? You will find a way. You will absolutely find a way. Actually, there's a business email on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
theoretically,
Yeah, go to the about section. Yeah.
Return to Orc Monkey. Yep, I agree with you
I
guys.
should be much better
on
at
Burke's
this.
art. I meant to type, don't feel bad about criticizing.
For no
your
particular
art."
reason.
Yes.
Project's done poorly. Winston, do you have a barbecue yet? We sure do.
Mm-hmm.
You must complete your journey to the dark side. Get a
If
smoker
the
and
theory
over.
that this
Oh,
is the condition that
don't worry.
you
Don't you worry. We're all
generally
here.
I
fought
got a
in.
friend who's in the. I met him in down.
Oh, that's definitely true, isn't it?
He works for the he's in the
Performance
Marines.
enhancing drugs,
Works for the
guys.
Marines.
He
They
does.
work in War
Marine.
too.
He works for the He is a
He's a
Marine.
Marine.
And he bought this smoker because he didn't have space at his apartment, so he brought it over to store at my house, and he'd come over every once in a while and we'd smoke some meat, and it was amazing.
Smoking these meats.
It's amazing.
We gotta go in Pennsylvania.
It's I'd never smoked meat before, you know.
Yeah, so conducting live historical experiments.
Never
Live on
smoked
stream,
meat.
guys. Tell your
Someone's
friends.
definitely making a
Oh,
game meme out of
man,
that.
That's enough. Let's
Well, but
move
now
on.
you're saying you have smoked meat now.
I'm
in
sure
the gay
they.
dream.
I'm
You
sure.
make meat
You know what I
smoker,
think.
okay?
I think the
Okay.
gay one
You put like
is
applewood
in love
and the way you
with
prepare it,
the.
Yeah.
it's really
with the
cool.
one
You put,
that's like
salt,
me.
Water and salt, okay? Together with like some. you
Hold
cut up
on, let me
oranges and
rearrange
you
the
put
words there so they
applewood
don't
and
sound
you
quite
put
so
them together.
full of myself.
And you soak the wood for like a day.
Oh, okay.
But you'd agree, right?
Then you put them.
Well, we don't have a smoker here yet.
Yeah.
So we should go.
We'll get one.
Or
Yeah.
well, he's flirting
Are
with
foreign
him.
companies trying to pull out of China? I've heard stories about it. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
A lot of them
Look at
are.
Samsung.
Yeah.
He
Ryan the
wants
Pooh
no
says,
part
Momo
of
joke
that.
and doing agreement. Yeah, we already know about that.
We'll talk
Maciej?
about that.
How much? How much is the West to blame for the growth of the CCP? A lot.
A lot. In fact,
We built it.
100% entirely the West's fault.
Yeah.
I wrote a paper in high school
Yeah.
saying
Well,
that
it
we
is.
should.
Let's say
fault.
10% for having a constitution
Squish,
that allows
let's say.
for absolute disturbing
China.
brutality, and then they fed.
This would have been in like
I mean,
don't
the
know,
thing is,
year
the
2000
CCP
or
would
something.
have probably
No,
just
after that,
collapsed,
like
or it would have
2003.
continued
Correct.
at this very
Yeah.
stable, like
You're
know,
right.
Just taking
stagnant
care of it
thing.
then,
If
we
it
wouldn't have this
wasn't
problem.
for
And then maybe
the West
liberalize.
investing and
Yeah.
allowing them to
But everyone was all
feeding
trade
mad.
with the world. It is the West's fault that the CCP is the way it is today.
Because they banked on the CCP liberalizing.
Yes, and it didn't.
And it didn't.
No.
We didn't support the USSR, and eventually.
Yeah, there are like 4 actual liberals in
and
the
it's-
world.
China
I'm
is
one of them.
absolutely reliant on the rest.
And
of
let
the
me
world.
tell you-
There's no question about
They
it.
import most of their energy, like
Again, I'm very
coal and stuff.
artistic,
They import their
So I am
food,
unironically.
You know, there's a
Yes.
lot.
An actual
lot going
classical
on. People
liberal.
think China's a massive country, but guess what? It doesn't.
But I
produce
do
its own
interpret
food, it
that-
imports most of it.
in a very autistic way
something to think about.
sometimes,
Tony
which
Tung
can
says,
lead to
"How
very
shitty Tungsten,"
illiberal
which means the good things coming through.
temporary
Just an
policies,
extra
shall
for
we
getting the
say.
sponsorship. Thank you very much, Coney.
Thank you.
Mike Cuter.
So what I'm
appreciate
saying
it.
is
Nice
never
to see you,
elect me
Matt.
to any office, no
Hey,
matter
guys,
what
great
I
show.
tell you.
Congrats on the move. Those trips
Definitely
to the
don't
smog
do
office aren't
that.
worth the trips to stress
That'd be a
me out.
mistake.
Oh
I don't
man,
deal with
yeah.
that anymore.
And you know, we did another one before we left.
Yeah.
Because we got another car we haven't put up there
Yeah.
yet.
So if
Again,
I'm doing
same
this in the
old story.
future, hello,
I'm so sick and tired of fixing cars
opposition
to, like, meet
research.
Well, we
smog.
don't have to do
This
that
is your
anymore.
video.
Someone in the crowd, have you gentlemen heard about the new censorship in FGO game on Chinese server? It's connected with a new security law. Also, some Chinese manners, please.
Oh
We can
yeah.
arrange
Okay,
that.
we can get some Chinese manners.
Jacob Redman, anything to help the cause? Thank you very much. Tess
Cool production.
SARS China, bird flu China, swine flu China, COVID China. What the heck? There's a pattern here. No shit. Subtarshi Sengupta. Do any Taiwanese or non-PRC
What is the bubonic
Chinese
plague
use
actually
Zhonghua
originated in
to
China as well?
refer to their country? Yeah. They call themselves Zhongguoren, yes. Or Huaren.
It's just like do Chinese, Taiwanese, or other
Oh,
non-PRC.
Taiwanese. I'm sorry.
no,
I'm
no.
sorry. Oh, yeah, they'll call it Zhonghua.
I don't
for
know
sure.
why
I mean,
so much.
Taiwanese people absolutely call it
Yeah.
Yeah.
They will call.
I don't know.
China
I don't know if there's an
Taiwan.
actual
Yeah.
They
pattern
won't
or if
call
I'm just a little
Taiwan.
racist.
No, they will. No,
But
no.
it sure
They
seems
will
like a
call-
lot of
Taiwanese people will call China
real
Zhonghua,
bad
but they
stuff
won't say
originates in
that's their
China as far
country.
as like
Yeah.
They won't call themselves Zhongguoren, but they will call them
Viruses
sometimes
and-
call themselves Huaren,
Huaren,
which means
yeah.
like Chinese
I guess
ethnicity.
bacteria
Yes,
in
exactly.
case of black death.
Kimberly 9296.
I don't know why I have that
lives in Europe
perception,
and all of
so
DS
if
and
it's
outside
right or
of
not, let me
PA.
know.
Love it. Welcome. Thanks
I
so
assume
much,
it's not
Kimberly.
a correct
you.
thing.
Return to Orc Monkey.
But that
Winston,
is
$10
what I
for your
think.
most recent weird dream. We need more meme fodder. Come on.
I just don't
You
have.
dream.
Tell me your
I just
dreams,
think of,
buddy.
like, horrible anxiety things sometimes.
What is
You know what I mean? It's like when you really have to get up the next day
Yeah,
or something.
oh,
and there's,
I like Winston a
stuff
lot.
just
He's a great
swimming around
guy.
in your head,
Now
that
when you're
kind of
sleeping,
thing.
nothing. Come on, you can't be the only.
I like the gay
Everyone
one too.
does.
No,
He's
I
fantastic.
just
I like them
can't
both
remember
equally,
I can't.
Tangerine.
but just they're very different characters.
No tangerine dreams here.
Okay.
But I'll tell you one thing: if I do,
It's like
have
if
a
you put
dream
these
and
two
I
guys
remember
together,
it,
you
I
get
will
Tim
tell
Dillon.
You guys, just so that I can, I'll straighten that whole thing out.
I got you.
Sound good?
I see what you mean. I think I know what you dream of.
Absolutely not.
Go all at 12.
I dream of him getting locked up for what he did to the world.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know,
That's like a real dream. Man.
yeah, complicit into with the CCP. That guy.
Have you thought of visiting the DMZ once in South Korea? Yep, absolutely.
Oh, I
I'll
would
go there
love
when
to
I
go
go
to
to
North
South
Korea.
Yeah,
I want to
Hyde
fix
would
North
like
Korea.
to
I want to
stand
be
in
like
that
a
room
minister
that
of the
goes into
economy in
Did
in
I
North
let you
Korea.
stand in the room?
I just be like, okay, guys,
Right in
let's
the
just
building. Everyone does
we're
it.
not talking about any of the elephants in the room.
Ehang Glide, thanks for talking
Let's get him
about
walking
culture
around in
and
a way that makes
Yeah,
people
it's
die
good.
less.
Gimple, nothing wrong with dreams.
I
Wet
would be
dreams are
totally
fun.
cool with that
Hey,
morally.
put
It would be
Put it
fun.
away.
It'd be easy.
The YouTube, will you ever discuss positive China
It would
news?
be doing
Is there
nothing
any
but help
every
everyone.
day, otherwise you disappear.
Because
as
North
salty
Korea
as
only
the
works
shills.
because they keep everyone
Well,
so
I mean, what do you
low
want us
down.
to say about
That's
positive
the-
Chinese
it's like
Who
a
else
it's like
is
a
doing
country
what
of
we're
homeless
doing?
people.
Just tell me, please.
It's hard to think of it.
Who else is doing what we're
So if
doing
you
with,
raise 'em
with
up
10
at
plus
all-
years of experience in China
Yeah.
to tell you why
Then
things
they'll
are
actually be
happening?
able
Yeah.
to fight.
Who else
There's-
is doing that?
I don't know what
There's a
you
reason
want,
they
want
haven't
us to
risen
say.
up.
We
It's
have,
because they're
over
just
the
they're
years,
so
covered
living
everything
moment to
positive.
moment
10
that we
years of
can't
content, positive
look
content.
beyond
Go
that
have a
into
look.
like
Things
fighting
have
for
changed.
abstractions.
When it
When you're
comes
fighting
to being
for
positive
survival,
about China, I can be very positive when it comes to Chinese people. I can be positive.
and,
when it
and they
comes
keep
to
it to
Chinese
be
language,
individual
the food,
survivals
the
too. It's
the
very
culture.
clever how they
Provinces,
set up
the
North
places you can
Korea.
travel to.
It's
Nothing wrong with any of those. But you
closest
have
thing to hell that
understand
exists, I
what's happening
think.
right now is of grave consequence to the world.
Yes.
What the CCP is doing.
It's wild that we haven't
Not only
taken care of that
towards
problem.
Chinese people, whom we both
That's
care
another
a
one. We just
great
let them
deal
get
about, but
nukes.
to
It's like, hey,
the
we should deal with
entire
this
world.
before they they have
The
nukes now.
CCP is
Good
a
work.
detriment to the entire world right
Correct.
now. We have to keep an eye on it, and it doesn't help if we sit
The
around.
problem is
blowing
Kim Jong
sunshine
Un
up
is
people's asses
one of the
about
smartest
CCP
people in the
because
world.
They do that enough.
Yeah.
Nobody
All the
knows
shills
that.
do
There's
that.
plenty.
So everyone
Most
just
of the rest of the world
completely-
does that.
Everyone
through
feels
media
so
and so on.
superior
They
to North
buy
Korea
China's
that they
bullshit
don't
most of the time,
realize
not
how
the CCP's
manipulated
bullshit,
by
I should
North
say.
Korea
So
they are.
You need a voice
Because they
that
don't
speaks
they
the
can't
truth
let it into their
from
minds
experience,
that
and that's what
North
we do.
Korea could
Lou
beat them
M
in
says
any
BTS
way,
is
and they
better
beat them
than
psychologically
Rammstein.
all the
No.
time.
Actually, they lost the poll.
All the
Yes,
time.
So
Rammstein's
after
the winner.
Yeah, it was 76% or 74% of people chose Rammstein over BTS. What a surprise! What a surprise!
I'm so proud of our audience.
Yes.
I got to tell you.
Scott, RC, Roscoe, Gillen.
It's
You
legitimate
guys are
sniffle,
awesome. Love your
guys.
content.
It's
Keep it
not
up
a
and never back
fun
down.
We won't.
Sniffle.
Don't worry about it.
David Peacock, is there any chance that a fraction of the inner CCP
PvP wants to morph into a democratic government? Of course.
No.
Yes.
It could be a fraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Tim, and I
Like,
walk my
okay,
doggo
maybe-
while listening to this.
What,
Stop
10%?
it. Yeah, I appreciate the gifts though.
A fraction.
by the way,
That's
never
not a
used it.
faction.
That's a turn. Harambe is ancient Chinese medicine. What's going on with your Wikipedia?
R.I.P.
People apparently are working on. I don't know. I have
That's what
nothing
started.
to do with this. I
That's
do
what
know
started
that
everything, by the way.
I
Harambe.
asked on the subreddit if people could look into it,
Yeah.
and apparently people are having discussions.
That's
which
why
I've
the
seen.
world is how
We're
it is.
Planning on covering our Wikipedia fiasco because
a
we,
big one.
In the same
we
sense that
actually
everything is
have
how the world is how it
people
is.
that work doing Wikipedia stuff that say they were like, I didn't
If it
think this
wasn't for
before, but after
Zoe,
looking into your guys'
Zoe and
discussion,
Harambe,
pretty
there
sure
wouldn't
the
be Donald
CCP's
Trump.
infiltrated
If there wasn't Donald Trump,
Wikipedia.
we wouldn't
Yeah,
have this
so they're
China
gonna
problem
help
right
us out
now.
We
with
saw how
video.
Wikipedia shut down
Yeah.
those
We might.
7 power.
I don't know. It's hard to say how
China.
Donald Trump
And
will have
it was implicating
dealt
us.
with China.
Yeah. So we got a big thing.
Because I think he
about that.
moved the
We'll talk about
timeline up
coming
for
up.
war, because the war's coming eventually.
How
And he definitely
much
moved it up by
EU is in
a lot.
CCP
It's hard to say
talking?
how
Will
much.
you eventually ally
I want
with
to see the
China?
timeline with Hillary.
After all, the ideological base manifesto was written by Italian communists.
Because there's
Don't-
no way to tell
don't-
which is
let's-
better, which
let's
is worse.
think
Better
of-
meaning more
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know.
It's okay.
The Dumpster Fire Appreciation Society, of which
Unfortunately,
I am certainly a member.
Please
Probably
make
not.
an episode about the
Schadenfreude
China-Indian
crew.
border clashes. Soldiers on both sides are attacking each other with melee weapons.
It's been going on for a
Just
long
a
time
complexity
now.
thing.
We have spoken about
Disasters
it. on
are
multiple
complex.
occasions.
Also, I'll do a TikTok update
It's not the
next
suffering
episode.
you
I got
like,
most
it's
of my
the-
content
Like, why is it's the
approved.
puzzle of like why is it like this,
after
and how
going through the
to
process, but
learn
it
from it.
definitely effed up my account.
Okay.
So I'll get into it later.
Cool.
Wing 083. What is fast food like in China? Takeout food, that sort of thing. There's lots of it. Do you
Oh,
guys have
yeah.
a favorite thing you get?
Problem with
You end
Chinese
up-
fast food
you
is you end
actually,
up
because
going
most
back 20 minutes
apartments are
later.
so small and it's difficult to cook. At least, obviously, if your families, the grandparents cook and stuff. But like most people that I knew would rather order out.
Oh,
order
yeah.
Delivery or go out.
For sure. There are lots of cheap little restaurants near my house. I would eat local food. My friends would always get kids.
And it's a very strange situation because in the West, it's cheaper to cook at home
Yeah.
than it is to go out. But in China, it's
the
cheaper
other
to
way
go
around,
out
yeah.
than to cook at home.
For
So
sure.
most people do eat from the restaurants.
The West
Johnny
just
as well,
means
what's the Chinese
vaguely
relationship with
fresh,
Japanese IP?
vaguely
Did they pirate the
Of course
democratic-ish.
they do. Big time.
It doesn't mean anything else than that.
Matthew Booth,
It's
I'm
not a
from Philly.
racial
If you guys
thing.
come here, it would be so cool if you had a fan.
Kenya
Very cool.
is
Yeah,
the
awesome.
West,
Dovetail.
more or less.
Chinese students go out for international studies, but I am hearing majority of them
Botswana,
from China.
the
Why is
more
that?
developed
They have a
African
hard time feeling
nations.
the world.
No, it's called haigui, sea turtles. And the reason Chinese
Anywhere
students
a
go
lot
and
of
study
people
abroad
speak
is not to go
English
stay abroad, it's to learn
is one
certain skills. and give them
indicator
a
that you're
better
looking at the
chance of
West,
getting
but
a
not the
better
only
job.
one. I mean, France is the
Because
West.
It's always been, at least historically,
Yeah, not so
Some-
much now.
It's kind of
yeah,
in the
not as
same
much now.
lineage
If
of
you had a degree from like a
the
British
Greek respect
university
for
or
what
American
is over
university,
what
you are
one
more
wishes
sought
it
after
should be.
than someone who has
It's kind of a
a
respect for reality.
degree from a Chinese university.
A respect for
It's just that
the
you get a better
individual,
position, you know,
respect
and you get
for-
a better job, a higher paying job.
I think
So
Jordan
that's-
Peterson would call it
sea
the
turtles go over, they
divine
learn, and then they
individual.
come back.
Right.
So they call highway.
Or I don't know if they would use those words,
Ozzy
but that's
Baby
what he
says, hi,
thinks.
Winston got the Cultivate extension after watching your last video. Amazed by the amount of stuff from China, no longer buying anything.
Which is
from them.
broadly
That's
speaking
nice.
a good
Yeah.
way to craft
Richard
something
Hayes,
that's
great-
good for
it's really
everybody.
It is a
plugin.
really good plugin.
Yeah.
The
CCP will
sacrifice
be
is
brought
not
to
doing
its
all the
knees
things you
when
want
these
to do.
Terribly high built
But the
high-rise
benefits
buildings start
are good
crashing
for most
down in
people.
en
It's just
masse in
the
20 to
most
25
elite
years.
people are
Well, look, they
sacrificing
are
quite a
definitely
lot.
crumbling.
for the
and
West to
that's
work,
something-
but,
if you
you
watch
know.
ADV China, which I hope you do,
Definitely
the
worth it.
channel,
Yeah.
we've got a big one coming up on all.
Yes.
So
Charles Dahlgren, thank you very much. Ty Slub says something interesting. The Global Times Hu Xijin was a 1989 Tiananmen Square protester.
Really?
Yeah, I think he was.
interesting.
Sick Lid, congratulations. Welcome to Pennsylvania Dutch country. I'll help you raise your barn.
Amish.
That'd be awesome.
Thank
We
you.
actually need that.
Yep.
Aaron Stager, I'm late to the stream today. Is CCP banning crypto trades mentioned? Yes, it
Yes,
was. You'll
yes.
find out if you
Mhm.
go back. Ruth Power, so cool. Hansanabi watches you. Who's that?
I'm actually not sure.
It would be amazing to hear you guys chat to a socialist.
So that is a
Believe it or not,
shilling
we actually have
tactic. Don't
very
fall
far
for
left
it.
Supporters, because the CCP
Because the
is
far
not a socialist
left
government.
is actually not
Believe it or
bad.
not.
Oh, yeah.
Would you be surprised if I told you the
It's
CCP
the
is
bad
not
imitations
communist?
of the far left that is bad.
Okay, it's actually an authoritarian
I.e.,
dictatorship.
almost all
You know,
of the
that's the
left.
thing. We don't like to.
They're like free leftists
pin
that
ourselves
are-
on
We are
any
in-
side of the fence.
Real
There's
Very
no
much
point.
on
It's
the
a
middle.
completely the current CCP issue has nothing to do with what political leaning you have.
You can be completely right wing, you
Yeah.
can be completely left wing, you can be someone in the middle, but the
Yes.
CCP is going to negatively affect all of us.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter. And it's time everyone put their differences aside
Yeah, I mean,
and stop
they feed
complaining
off
about
that.
all,
Yeah.
all the lefties are doing
They're
this, all
glowing
the
again.
right wing's doing that. Stop. Okay? Just stop. We have to focus. It's very important. China, the CCP cannot be allowed to continue to get away with what it's been getting away with because it's going to negatively, it already has, but it's going to negatively affect
Wise
all of
words.
our lives, the entire world. Okay?
Good
so
speech.
I'm glad we can all come together.
Rah,
put our
so let's
differences
nuke 'em
aside and
tonight. right.
focus on what's important.
Really, That'd be a good idea. This is a
Three
foreign
Queens
policy
says, "Come
speech.
swing by Toronto, Canada."
This is
Okay,
a
I
politically.
always do. Save those
This
Mass
is a
Effect
political
patches for
speech that's
Winston.
protected by the First Amendment. So
S2B
ban
original,
me and,
Ezzo and Milko triggered.
as they say, fuck around and
Yeah,
find
please
out.
Stop.
This is political
Hezzo.
speech.
No, just stop. No, it's
The foreign policy position
Worth $3
that nuclear
$5
weapons
dues.
should be used on China
okay.
this evening.
God.
Yeah.
Dragon's fourth child, EU citizen here. Many of the warehouses of Chinese brands
That's
in
my
Europe are actually
God-given
located
right
in Poland.
to be wildly wrong.
Yeah, that's
We
why.
have a chat.
Yep.
Maybe that's the reason. Cedar Melon. Do you like The Office? Of course. You should visit Scranton. Oh, we've been to Scranton. Don't worry.
Oh,
Did you
we've
hear
been to
Trudeau
Scranton.
banned foreign ownership for 2 years.
That's
Yes, my name is pronounced Cedar Malim. I'm sorry, Cedar Malim. Lightseeker, your message to Chinese Canadians, Chinese Americans, Chinese Aussies that give excuses for the CCP, even giving excuses in private conversation.
My message is that if you support the CCP so much, you have to ask yourself why it is that you uprooted your entire life and moved abroad. It's just, you know, you have to question yourself. It's like when I see South Africans living abroad, they can't shut up about how amazing South Africa is.
It's not.
The South African government or whatever. I question them, and I'm like, okay.
Ooh, that's not
Honestly,
going to
if
make
I
it.
felt that the South African government
think I
was
sold your
great
horses,
and
guy.
everything was amazing, I would never have left. You know. So why is it that you're now a Chinese Canadian or Chinese American or whatever? What is it that drove you away from the country that is ruled by the CCP? What is it that made you go abroad? Was it for opportunity? So that means opportunity doesn't exist in China. Was it for
Or for
freedom?
their
Because
banks
it
are-
doesn't exist in China. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude here, but
Hopefully
what
the
is it
coin
that
purses are
drove you away
porous.
from your country of birth? Because
Don't follow
I
me,
would not
guys.
have
There's
left
just gonna
South
be more of
Africa
that.
if I thought everything was great, if the government and the country was good. So you have to question yourself, because you cannot support wholeheartedly a government of a country that you don't live in, if that makes sense. Unless you're off on some little adventure or, you know, whatever. But if you actually like
I mean, you
immigrated and
can,
moved,
but it's.
I
don't get it.
I just think from that point of view, there's nothing
not
wrong with
reasonable, is what
supporting the
he's
place
saying.
you were born in, and
It's not credible.
You know, like if you're an American living abroad and saying I love America, there's nothing wrong with that. But to fervently, you know, defend this government that's kind of opposed to, you know, the
What is
Western
this
way of
game?
life, it's kind of strange. So just ask yourself that. I'm just saying.
Okay,
it's
I'm
good
about to
conversation to have.
lose so
Global
bad.
Product Gaming Review. Winston Seymour, please come to Vermont. How about you arrange a meetup and broadcast from Vermont? Please inform. No, we will not do any more meetups.
Yeah, it's
We've
Tablet.
discussed this many times.
Yeah, but thank
Tab-
you for the
Thank you.
offer.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Tablet.
Bug off. Just wanted to say howdy to Winnie and Milky. Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Attackers are black
we've
and the
already
defenders
started
are
something
white.
bad.
That's very,
Steve
very
Sun, the job
problematic.
prospects
Like
are
kind of
bad right now in
ironically,
China.
because they had to invent this.
Well, if you're an ESL teacher, for
My
sure.
old coworkers telling me that even
It's
with
not like
PhD
chess
work,
where it's just
they're
always
having a
been.
hard time.
Yeah, of course.
Josh
They
Jones,
just
oh,
made
man,
this
guys, hope
new.
you guys do ADV snowmobiles.
Yeah,
Should
that'll be
fun.
It's made by
amazing.
Turkish people, just
Thoughts
so
on
you
Star
know.
Wars game
So-
Jedi Fallen Order. That's random, but actually we love.
it's a good game.
I finished it. I love
Of course
it.
you do.
It's
You're
really
autistic.
awesome. Ray DiMatteo, thank you very much. Matthew Hawkins,
Like
what do you
me.
think Generation A, born in the 2010s and 2020s, will become in China? Nationalists or pro-CCP?
Awful lot
like
of
their
words
parents
here,
after
huh?
Lying flat or critical of the CCP central government. I think apathetic and nationalist.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Okay.
look, it's difficult, and you can't blame. You know, when you see the level of indoctrination that goes into the young children, you can't blame them for thinking the way they do, and it takes a long time to break out of it. Just think about it. If you're brought up in a very racist household or something, it takes a long time before you can see through that.
Right.
You know, and see that perhaps there's mistakes.
This is a fun
Anyway.
game.
Sorry. Why don't you go on mainstream media about China? You don't just get to go on mainstream media.
Well, I mean, both.
Hey,
of
let's just go
both
on.
of
Mainstream
our
media.
videos have made it to mainstream media.
Many times.
Yeah, exactly.
What the frick does that even? I'm sorry, I'm just looking up
Okay.
stuff. Mikey Wright says thanks for everything you do. If you watch, if it was watching you both travel China that made me pull my finger out and finally do my bike test.
That's great.
Much love. That's awesome.
My finger out of what?
Fantastic.
Aaron Steger, Ramstein #1.
Yep.
Tongue Fam, thank you very much.
Where,
AG Play.
where is his finger,
Winston
guys?
Dreams of Cotton. Nathan McVeigh.
Apparently.
Ty Sloan.
Mhm.
Thoughts on relying more on automation? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Return to Orc Monkey. In light of some recent comments, I just wanted to reiterate that you guys are doing incredibly important work, and you always keep things engaging and fun and fair. You are
Thank you very
appreciated. Keep it
much.
up. Thank you, Orc Monkey, and we appreciate that you returned to Orc Monkey.
Yes.
That name
it's-
change did not suit you.
Yes. Yes.
I assume I'm
what's China
screwing
mean
up.
by win-win cooperation? That is puff piece bullshit that you'll hear
Win-win
all the
cooperation
time.
means it works for China and
Yeah.
not for anyone else.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mark Fugger, thank you very much. And Ryan Bach, welcome to PA. I'm based in Westchester. Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, China
Have
is
you ever
incapable
been
of.
targeted outside of
It has
China for being
it
openly critical of the
genuinely
CCP?
has
I worry about
cultural
this myself
narcissism.
all the time. But
It's,
don't
like,
let that
baked in.
stop you.
Yes,
Don't
because
let
that's
that
what they
stop you.
want. They want a world that doesn't question the CCP. Don't let that happen.
Correct.
You know, every government should be questioned.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter
No
what
one gets a free
government.
pass.
Yeah, exactly.
Wolfman at A2A,
Wait,
you
so
guys
isn't
talk
he-
about the Boeing drone facility being built outside
Doesn't that mean he's
Toowoomba
dead?
in Australia. Interesting timing, soon after the AUKUS announcement. Love your work. It is very interesting, isn't it?
We will.
Great
Well, I mean,
alliance.
yeah,
called
you can watch my
For
video
the
tomorrow,
Alliance.
and for the alliance, and yeah, I
Long
think we'll bring
live
this
the
up in the future.
alliance.
Guys, wow, it's
Thank you very much,
been a
guys.
hell of a show.
Appreciate it.
It's been a
Oh,
hell of a
yeah.
show. At the end of the day, remember the
Sorry,
message that
kids,
we'd
the
like to put
resistance
forward
was
as far as this
terrible.
Evergrande thing is don't panic and don't expect a massive crash or an implosion of the Chinese economy or anything like that. There are going to be changes, yes, but the Chinese Communist Party could never allow things to get out of hand, and they will take care of it because that's what they do.
I can't tell
You'll
if I'm
never
winning
know
or
about
not.
it because they do everything underhanded and they can do what they want. They can print as much money as they want. They can change the narrative of the news. They can silence dissent. So that's why it's so difficult to get a real picture of what's going on in China.
Well said.
Also, look at that kiwi fruit thing for what it is. They're obviously just trying to punish New Zealand,
Yep.
point the finger at the foreigners again to say that they're the reason for COVID, as usual, and all that other kind of nonsense. And I guess before we sign off, we have something we're obligated to do.
Don't say that.
It's true. Okay, we just want to say thank you for our sponsorship because it's amazing that we can.
He's
get a
so
sponsorship.
autistic.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who may be
I
disappointed,
feel like that was a
this,
mistake, but I don't know
war
why.
breaking out, we've got a solution for you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Conflict of Nations is a free online PvP strategy game happening in modern global warfare. Choose your own strategy, engage in epic battles, and take over the world. You get an exclusive
Battles.
gift. Click on the link in the description and get 13,000.
Does it have to be across or can it
Ladies
be?
and gentlemen, we are going to start because you are in for a fabulous evening and an
Fabulous
action
evening.
and knowledge-packed evening. My name's Jenny McGregor.
Don't
and I'm
apologise
CEO
for
of
being
AsiaLink
boring.
at the University of Melbourne, and I've actually had the enormous privilege over the last 2 days of taking Martin to Sydney, where he spoke yesterday at lunchtime. He then flew to Canberra, where he spoke to our Leaders Program. He then came to Melbourne, where he spoke
can
at
go
lunchtime,
back.
and now we have the honour of this
Oops, you ran out of
fabulous
steam. Hear that?
audience at the University of Melbourne. And I'm going to just do a pretty quick spruik for the book because I have had a fabulous time getting into this book. It came out first in 2009, Martin, and for the last 20 months or so, Martin has been knee-deep and in all of the data to update this copy, and it is an awesome resource. It's I won't tell
I
you about
think
it
I'm
because we
winning.
will, but I do
Right.
urge you to get a copy, and
Sir,
he will be
am
signing.
I walking
at
into
the
some
end
kind
of
of
the evening.
elaborate trap?
It's an exceptional book. We have not seen the like of it in this country, and I just wish that we could have taken
Okay.
Martin to every
Old
state.
ladies that have like a
But
sexual thing with
you can
books.
get him on YouTube too. I, think
I love
need
you.
to update
Follow
your
me.
YouTube probably too,
We're the same
Martin, don't
person in
you?
our hearts.
Your YouTube
If you're
is
this
still
lady,
out there happening. Your YouTube address.
you're very welcome on this
Yeah.
channel.
So, yes, your TED Talk on YouTube. So, also a great resource for you. But my job tonight is actually to introduce our host for the evening, Oscar Sabakti. And many of you will know Oscar. He's an award-winning multi-platform journalist with the ABC. He's a reporter and anchor for the daily news for the ABC's international service, Australian Network, broadcasting to over 40 countries in the Asia-Pacific region. Before joining the ABC, Oscar was a journalist for SBS.
ABC is
working across the
Australian
network's
Broadcasting
TV and radio
something
news
something.
and current
It's not.
affairs. And his stories
Like
have also
the
featured
American
on
ABC.
CNN. But this is my favourite piece about Oscar. He's met and interviewed the Pope, raising the issue of sex abuse with him.
Good. Good boy.
He's twice had a private audience with the Dalai Lama, and he's met royalty from India, Britain and Spain. So you're in good hands tonight, Martin. I don't think he'll ask you about sex abuse, but he does promise us to be controversial.
So how badly
you
did I
may
play
have a
that?
better time tonight, perhaps, than you've had in the
I assume it was terrible, right?
So please welcome everybody, our host tonight, Oscar Savakti.
I was certain I was going to lose.
Thank you, Jenny, for that introduction. And my aim isn't to be needlessly hard. I just want to ask you
my
some
strategy
questions.
was just
This event is
attack,
about,
attack,
the
attack,
audience,
attack.
and, hopefully we'll have enough time to
I couldn't.
questions. Before I introduce Martin,
I couldn't think of a good way to defend, so it's just like, okay, just going to attack.
Hashtag. We're
That's my
encouraging
usual
all in the
strategy.
audience to firstly put your
Charge
phones
at the
in silent
problem, sword in
mode,
hand, and hope for the best.
Also feel free to tweet
It almost
as the
never
night
works.
goes along. The hashtag is China Rules. And also, just to give you a bit about the format of tonight, Martin's going to be giving us a presentation that he's prepared, after which we'll open it up to questions.
What is he?
Okay, I'm sure Martin needs no introduction, but I've got one here anyway. Martin Jakes is the author of the global bestseller, When China Rules the World, The End of the Western World and the Birth of a New Global Order. His TED Talk on how to understand China has had almost 1 million views. He is a senior visiting research fellow at IDEAS, the Centre for Diplomacy
I like
and
this
Grand
guy.
Strategy at the London School of Economics.
He's very pretty.
And a visiting professor at Tsinghua University in Beijing. He is also a fellow at the Transatlantic Academy, Washington,
So if you're into
DC.
dudes,
He's
check this
previously
guy out.
been a visiting professor at Renmin
I guess.
University, the International Centre for Chinese Studies.
I assume I
Asia
don't know what
University
you
in
fellas
Nagoya,
find
and
attractive in
Ritsumeikan
each other.
University in
That's all
Kyoto.
very big mystery
He
to
was a
me.
senior visiting research fellow at the Asia Research Institute
Boys
at
are
the
gross.
National University of Singapore.
No one tell you?
He was formerly the editor of
Goes for
the
you girls,
renowned
too.
London-based monthly
Honestly,
Marxism Today until its
I only really
closure
respect
in
lesbians.
1991, and
It's the
was
only group,
co-founder of the think
only
tank
group I agree
Demos.
with.
He's been a columnist for many newspapers,
Like, yes,
made
correct.
many television programs, and is a former deputy editor of the Independent newspaper. He took his doctorate while at King's College in Cambridge.
Took his doctorate.
He's also the
Hear the
chair
blue
of
blood
the
in his
Harindo
voice?
Veria Trust, which supports girls from deprived
Or is he putting
backgrounds
it on?
with their education at
I
Asunta
wonder if a
Primary
real
School
blue
in
blood
Petaling
would
Jaya
think I'm-
in Malaysia, where his wife, the late Harianda Veria, was
Would judge me for
educated.
saying that.
He has
Probably.
also
They
sponsored
should.
young Malaysian lawyers from underprivileged backgrounds to work for 2-year stints at Hogan Lovells in London. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce
I feel like I've been
Martin
saying a
Jakes.
yes a lot to things I haven't finished. Woodlands Pultface.
Well, thank you for those words, Oscar, and also to Jenny. Thank you very much.
And also to Jenny.
And,
Oh, thank you, Oscar. Oh, also Jenny.
um,
Hey, look at this guy.
China presents us with
Yep,
two
exactly
very
right.
interesting challenges. The first is that
Oh, I'm gonna love this guy.
we've never before seen the like of a country of 1.3 billion people growing at around 10% a year. In other words, doubling in size every roughly 7 years. And doing this over a
Sweet
period
math,
now
bruh.
of in excess of 30.
If you could do that math,
Now,
welcome
when
to the
China
cognitive
started
elite, I
this
guess.
extraordinary process,
Because that's what they're
the
talking
Chinese
about.
economy was very small. It was 1/20th the size of the American
20th.
economy. Now it's over half the size of the American economy, and so the transformation of China has become...
Do you have to, like,
100%
consciously talk like that, or is that just
transformation
natural?
Of the world.
The world. That's so
and,
dramatic.
This
In
this
theaters
is
this
very
Friday.
visible, particularly
China
in this region of the
against
world,
the world.
but globally it is now
World.
absolutely clear.
You have to get your mouth all the way
constantly
around it.
restructuring,
World.
reformatting and transforming the world as we know it.
World.
The second problem that China confronts us with is
Everything I
more
say
difficult.
is
I mean, if that isn't difficult
significant.
enough, this is even more difficult, which is how to understand China, how to make sense.
I'm like an aristocrat in my mind
Now,
until
I'm
I
afraid
encounter
the lazy
aristocracy, then I'm like,
Western
oh yeah,
mind,
no, I'm... Democracy is the
assumes
way to go
that,
for sure.
It can just think in Western
That
terms,
cures me real
through a
good.
Western
Just
prism,
immediately.
according to Western
Like, oh yeah, you
values
people suck
and
so
Western
much.
criteria, and thereby make sense of China. I
China.
want to argue tonight in the first part of my talk.
Not that I think there
this
should
is
be
not the
votes
case,
or anything like
that
that.
we
but
cannot possibly understand a society
we don't
like
need any kind of
with such a
reactionary
different
anything.
history and
Trad is
such a
not the way to
different
go.
culture
Build
by
new.
simply using
I am a
Western-centric
progressive
ways of thinking.
in the actual tactical
Now,
sense.
this is a big problem for us because for
You know,
over
like
200 years,
compulsory
the West
healthcare.
dominated the world, and in
Compulsory
the process
healthcare.
has come to believe
That's
that
the easy one.
essentially the process
That's the
of
correct answer.
modernization is the
Not
process
free
of
healthcare,
westernization.
compulsory
That there
healthcare.
is only one destination.
You'd get to build fat
in
camps
terms
and
of the
everything.
process of
That is the
modernization,
final
and
solution
that
to the
is
obesity
ultimately
epidemic.
to be like us.
I'm very fat, so I
And
can
this
say
is
this.
not the case. But we've only really started to think about this seriously over the last 50 years or so, since the process of modernization took root outside the West, and brackets in Japan, and became very clear in East Asia, spread to South Asia, Latin America, and so on. Modernization is not just a product of technology and markets and competition, it is a function of history and culture. And if one wants to see a country which is extremely distinct from anything in the West, then China is the best example. China is not Western.
North Korea would be better.
It never has been Western, and it never will be Western. And if you want to
You
know
could have made
why
it better.
we don't
He could have
understand
become
China
more
well,
credible by
we
saying
don't understand China barely in
that it's
many
not the most
respects.
ridiculous thing in the world.
And we constantly get China wrong, as I will try and illustrate
Because
during the course of my talk.
it's not just an evil
It
dragon.
is because China is profoundly different. Now, the first part of my
They
talk,
do a lot of things
I want
better
to,
than us. Collectively
illustrate,
us, Western
I
us.
want to give you 4 building blocks for understanding the difference that is China. Now, the first is that for the last 100 years, China has called itself a nation state. But anyone who knows anything about China, of course, knows that it's one hell of a lot older than 100 years. I mean, these were the boundaries of
It's an empire.
China
always has been, always will be.
in
She is an
221
emperor.
BC, with the victory
Just ask
of
him
the Qin dynasty
when no one else
at
is in
the
the
end
room.
of the Warring State period.
That one's for you, State
the boundaries of
Department.
China, the lower red
He's the
line
most
at top
narcissistic person in the
are
entire
today's
world.
boundaries of
That's how
China.
you beat
And
him.
if you just
Hire a
go
bunch of
forward to the
comics
next dynasty, which is still over
to have a
2,000
roast.
years
Do like a
ago,
never-ending roast of
and this
a
is
never-ending
the borders
roast
the
of
Han
Chairman
Dynasty. And
Xi.
what's remarkable,
Just like an
already
open
2,000
mic.
years ago, is that the Han
Just a
Dynasty
constant
was
distract
already,
in the background of his
not far short of
existence.
the borders of
It would drive him
Eastern and Central
completely
China
out of his
today,
mind.
where then,
And it
as
would be the
now,
most popular
the
thing in
vast
China.
majority of the Chinese
That was for you,
Western
CIA.
regions,
Get
which
mockingbirding.
added much later, are very sparsely populated.
I love the
compared,
glowies.
with the Eastern.
Y'all should listen to me a little bit.
borders. Now, what is fascinating about
Remember, I helped
China
with the
is
Marine.
The sense
You
of
remember.
what it is to be
That's why you're
Chinese,
watching.
The sense of identity of being Chinese, and therefore what China is, does not come, of course it doesn't come, from the last 100 years. It comes from that long period of
You want to reach
Chinese
out? I'm not going to bite.
civilization. Or if you like, it comes from China as a civilization state. And I want to argue that China is primarily not a nation state, it is primarily
That should throw them off my scent, right?
state. So all the things that we most associate with being Chinese, or rather, more importantly, what the Chinese
Happens in
think of
Minecraft
as
stays in
being
Minecraft.
come from this, if you like, period of the
Chaotic neutral, folks. That's what I
an
am.
ideographic language, a very
Make with the
unique
payments.
relationship between state and society, a
This is
very
all a bit.
distinctive
This is all a joke.
concept of the family, Confucian values, social relations,
Filial piety.
social
This
customs
explains.
like ancestral worship,
Whoops, not that one.
Chinese
Definitely
food,
not pity.
Chinese medicine.
Piety.
These are all functions of China's history as a civilization state. Now, this is so different from the West. I mean, in some Western countries like Australia and
Oh, we're just doing this? Okay.
United States, because of the way
This gangs in New York shit?
they are essentially, their sense of identity is purely
Got one.
wholly a product of Europe. And broadly speaking, across Europe as well, this is true. The sense of identity, people's sense of identity comes from.
Well, that was a strong woman.
So here we have massive difference between the Chinese experience and the Western experience. The Western nations are countries constituted on the basis.
Go off-roading a little bit here. DMC Amy, please. Let's see. No. Looking for a song. Oh, it's gonna get me if I play this. Well, we're gonna end the stream with this. How about? If it gets me. If it doesn't get me, then the stream may go on. Up to you, Twitch. This is actually fair use because this is a cultural. Hold on. Let me make up some bullshit real fast. This is an educational program, and it's commentary, social commentary on Swedish rock music, metal music, and the coming war with China. So this is I have to play this, not because I want to hear the song, right? So many different things can be true at once, right? So that line of reasoning is in my heart, and the F the police is also true in my heart. So don't tell. I'm not perjuring myself. I'm autistic, remember? I get to do that. Without further ado, I can't just straight up play that. I have to get a cover. After that speech, I'm gonna get a cover. Which by the cover. Come on. Hell yes. There's your moment, guy. Like and subscribe to
If you know the enemy,
that fella.
know yourself, you need not fear the
Where's
result
that?
of 100 battles.
Killzone or something?
If you know yourself, but not the enemy.
Anyway, that's what this made me think
also
of.
suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy,
So this is playing in my head as I'm doing this.
every battle.
This is also lesson in autism, that's why I'm doing this. Okay, here's a third line of reasoning. It's a scientific, medical... Come on, be a good singer, guy. Oh, don't be shit. It could just be instrumental. Oh yes. That wasn't the art of war there, guys. Ebenezer, guys. This is the legend of Ebenezer. F in the chat for these guys.
To fight and conquer in all your battles is not supreme excellence.
Got more guy?
Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting.
Don't get mad, guy. Okay, well I know these two, so we're gonna try this one. I can adequately judge him. I'm in. Da, 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 da. I think. Nope, wrong one. It's a great song. Ooh, I did just do a straight Nightwish stream. Maybe not. I don't know if I could. That might be a problem. There's certain bands that just get your number. That's one of them. Oh! Ooh, okay. Avenge me, fellas. Oh, well, that's happening. Okay, well, I can't do that because it's definitely going to hit Content ID because I just realized he's using her actual voice and doing the guitar cover. I expected him to sing the song. So, okay, guy, I'm giving you a 7 out of 10. Just because you weren't exactly what I wanted. Not your fault. Give you a chance. Patrick with a Y. Oh, this guy's Polish as hell.
If you know the enemy and know yourself,
I love Polish
you need
people.
not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself,
so there's gonna be. It's either gonna be amazing or terrible.
You will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither
Good work,
the
friends.
enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle.
Ooh, I got stuff dying. Okay, so guitar cover means no singy. Ah, you disappoint me, Polish man, for not being exactly what I wanted. Well, poo. What were we listening to before? Well, that will forever be a mystery.
Learning
Ooh.
Chinese since I was 13.
Hello,
I never
friends.
knew a lot of this information about China. I hate to see people say it's misinformation.
It's probably extremely unethical to just hijack their stream, isn't it? I don't actually know the rules. Shout out to my family. It's a whole hodgepodge of things
Hi
you'll
everyone,
learn
it's Dr. Romney,
on this channel,
and
but you will
welcome back
learn.
to this YouTube channel on narcissism. It's my hope that the
Because if
content
I'm
on this
learning,
channel
then many
will
people are
help you
learning.
better be able to not only understand these people and situations and just this personality style in general, but the many situations that can come up around this. And if you're new to this channel, please do subscribe and join a rather robust community of people who are rapidly becoming narcissism experts. And then you can hit that bell and you'll get daily notifications every time we put out a new video.
If you grew up with a narcissist,
So,
you put in your 10,000
we've been
hours
doing a
and you're
series on the
officially an
different types of
expert.
enablers, and
Congratulations.
not all enablers are the same. One of the challenges with enabling is it's a very problematic pattern. It really fosters and multiplies this pattern of narcissism.
I love Dr.
'cause
Romani.
it never
Or
gets called
Romani.
out.
Romani,
But not
I
all
think.
not all, I'm sorry, not all enablers are the same.
So I'll probably do the thing where
So
I'm
let's
familiar with
talk about a
someone, so I'm
specific
like,
kind of enabler,
I don't know,
which are the ones
dismissive, I guess is how it
who
comes off.
literally do
That's just
not
familiarity.
understand narcissism or are completely
Alright, we doing this then.
ignorant to it. Now, I would imagine
Guy shaking his head at me.
that no matter what someone does for a living, that whatever it is you
Boy,
do,
you better win
get
after I said
so
that.
deep
Okay.
into it that you can't
Right, yeah, of
believe
course. That guy was
that there
crazy.
are people out there who don't get what you do or can't do what you do. I am sure that there are bakers out there who can't believe that there are people who do not have any idea of how to make bread. That there are auto mechanics out there
I was a
who can't
professional
believe
donut maker once
that
upon a
there are
time.
people who do not know how to change the oil in a car.
You never know that from looking
That
at me.
there are hairdressers out there who can't believe that there are people who do not know how to blow
This is
dry
very
their own
wise,
hair.
what she's saying right now.
And I will
It's
tell
very
you,
true.
I do not know how to do any of these things. I don't know how to make bread. I don't know how to change oil, and I do not
I've
know
never
how to blow dry my own
heard
hair.
anyone else
Okay?
express this.
And then there are people like me who can't believe that people
Is
do
that where I
not
got that?
understand
I've been doing that.
narcissism. But
Am I
just
mirroring
like
you?
that bread I can't bake, obviously it's true.
Ugh.
There are people.
Yeah, if I know where it
would
comes from, I have
argue,
to stop.
sadly, maybe even most people who don't get it. Not you. You're watching this channel, but think about all the people out there who don't get it.
That was a little
When I
trick there
meet
she
a
just
person
did.
like this who doesn't get it, it rarely happens because of what I do professionally, but it does if I happen to be at something social where it's not a mental health crowd or survivor crowd.
It's
or
always
a group that
weird,
knows
like when
me.
you know
I will
how
sometimes be
humans
asked, "Oh, so
work
that's what
at
you
that
do?
level.
What is this narcissism
Because that was the
thing?
trick, and I
What's
don't know
the
if she
big
did it on
deal?"
purpose or not.
It seems like what you do. What do? You just work with people who love themselves?
Still working out
You
the
devoted
ethics of,
your
like,
career to that? When it happens,
how persuasive
and
one can
people
be.
really don't get it. I think for a millisecond I'm a little bit shocked, and I actually don't
I try to be
school
sportsmanlike.
them because
But if
it's
someone
a waste of
deserves it.
time, and frankly,
Oh
I'm off
boy.
the clock. And I will often politely say, well,
I'm quite the
it's a
propagandist.
bit more complicated than that. But the fact is, they don't really want a whole
Oh, I'm
lecture
gonna
on
lose
narcissism,
this.
and I don't want to give one. So, imagine, and
Bye.
for many of you, you don't need to imagine this, that you're going through narcissistic abuse. Like I said, not so hard to imagine, I'm sure. You
Not so
have
hard
that
to imagine.
aha penny drop
We're
moment.
the same, we're friends.
Maybe this happened to you in the past when you think, oh my
So I don't know
God,
if that's ethical
I
or
have
not. It
watched the
feels
videos,
fine to
I've
me, but I
read the
notice it.
books, I
So when I
see it
notice it, I'm
now.
like, okay,
There
is this
isn't
okay or not?
words to describe what I'm going through.
Because you
And
could do that
I'm
on
not
purpose,
alone,
but you could also do
and
it
I'm not crazy.
just genuinely.
And so you go to someone, maybe you're so happy that you figured this out. You go to someone in
puzzle.
your world who you know and you say, I finally figured it out.
So I figure NAP,
I
right?
figured it out. My partner,
That's
or
kind of
my
how
mother, or
where
my
I basically
friend, or
am on
my
that.
boss, whatever your story
Balanced
is.
with do unto others.
They're
Which
a
those are
narcissist.
intention.
And you're kind of relieved.
So in the tension there, I feel okay.
But
I'm
then
somewhere
your
in that
friend or
tension.
whomever it is you're sharing this piece of wisdom with, who doesn't understand narcissism
With a
at
lean
all,
towards
says,
NAP
"Huh?
heavily.
What does that mean? I don't
Unless you're
get
sure,
it."
you're sure, you're sure, you're sure, you're sure.
Or, more likely,
It's one of those things where it's
they
always
already
eventually
hold any number of
probabilities, but everything's a
misconceptions about
probability,
narcissism.
so that's
They'll
not
say,
a
it's a
argument why you
diagnosis, you're not
shouldn't
a
engage with the
doctor, or,
probabilities.
what are you saying? You're saying that your partner, your mother,
You're not
loves
sure
themselves
isn't
too
an
much? Like,
argument
what's the
because
issue here?
Obviously.
And then all of a sudden you'll see that your friend can't understand why someone who just likes
Unless
to
someone's
look good in the
claiming they're
mirror is
sure.
causing you so much upset.
In which case,
People
nope.
don't get it. Most
They're
people
lying or
don't
wrong.
get this. And all those things out there, like the myth of Narcissus and all the rest of it, definitely don't help. But people just don't get
I think
this.
there's something there.
And as a result, those
I have
who
very
don't get it
idiosyncratic views on
can
psychology,
often become
so I'm going to say things that are
grade
going to make
A
everybody
enablers.
mad. Just ignore me.
That friend who doesn't
I have
get
autism,
it,
remember?
when you say,
This is how I
"Okay,
think of it.
now I understand the misery of my relationship.
And I
My
am not a
partner is
doctor. I don't know
narcissist
anything.
Who keeps gaslighting me.
I'm just a genuine
and the
crazy
future
person
faking kept me in,
with my opinions.
and they breadcrumb me and hoover me to keep me in, and it's working. And your friend will say, "Huh? What?" Because they don't know what narcissism or gaslighting
Jargon.
or future faking or breadcrumbing or hoovering are. Unfortunately, they may go on to say, "What are you complaining about? What is all this narcissism, breadcrumbing nonsense? You have a great house, or you have a comfortable life, or you have kids. You're going to let your partner's vanity lead you to blow up your life?" Listen, if your only problem...
Okay, that's enough of that. I swear I'm not gay. Okay, here's your time to shine, Sprinkle Monster.
Midnight at the glamour show on a Sunday night.
So far, so good.
Everybody drinks a lot of whiskey and wine. We'll dance like no tomorrow. We're on burlesque time. But everybody's gotta work tomorrow at 9.
Everybody's gotta work tomorrow at 9.
Touch me, baby, but don't mess up
I
my
IRC.
hair. Oh, whoa. Love me crazy, but don't get too attached, 'cause it's a brief affair.
Oh, you're drunk, aren't you?
So many cameras and beauty queens. Vanity. So many cameras flashing magazines. Vanity. It's so good to be fabulous and glamorous. We love ourselves and no one else.
Let's find something a little more appealing to a broader audience. Ah, it's awful soothing.
Oh my god!
Wrecked.
Op woensdag 15 januari 2014 ontspoorde een passagierstrein van NS vlak na het verlaten van station Hilversum.
Oefa.
Door een defect wissel werd...
Alright, hopefully I traumatized everyone appropriately. Oh, she was bad, huh? Don't tell. Okay. Let's here. This is everyone subscribe and like. She's fantastic and be nice.
They came for him one winter's night.
If you're a hater, be mean to her.
Arrested he was bound.
Good people know.
They said
So if you want to be known as a hater, be mean.
His pistol had
So remember, haters only. Negative comments. Haters with very small penises or very large vaginas, whichever one you would like less.
And as they led him to the dock, he knew that he'd been wrong. You stand accused of robbery, he had the better say. He knew without an alibi, tomorrow's light would mourn his freedom. Over the hills and far away, he dare not say just where he'd been. A secret it must stay. He had to fight back tears of rage, his heart that like a drum. For with the wife of his best friend, he spent his final night of freedom. Over the hills and far away, he swears he will return one day. Far from the mountains and the seas, back in her arms again he'll be. Over the hills and
Oh, this bow is so inaccurate. Did you see the uncertainty circle? Here, look. I have like no bow skill whatsoever. I keep forgetting this is a brand new character. Because those shots are easy shots. My guy is like a potato brain. And that's modeled with the giant uncertainty. So taking that shot was very stupid. But very funny. Accurate. Right? Get some. Peasant rabble. I'm slightly above you in the social structure. So I will stomp you, and everyone will praise me for it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Happy here.
Yeah, we know. Halt. That was a bad choice. All hail Ebenezer. I dare anyone to tell me what's wrong with that name. Ah, that growl. I cannot do that growl. I would definitely try if I thought I could, but I definitely can't. Get to be German or another language that has those guttural sounds in it. Like Yiddish, sure. Most languages do. A lot of Asian languages have those gutturals. I'm sure English has some, but not many. Of course, I'm saying guttural. I'm sure it's a specific linguistic term, but I'm using it correctly. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. If someone knows the terminology, let me know. So if you're screaming, use your words and be nice.
I'm all set to be away, I'm all set to go straight.
I love this artist because of the choice of instruments. Stop. Go away. Not you. Not you. You. Look at this thing. I mean, she's, your average hot redhead, but this is cool. I'm gonna tell you, did you know what a hurdy-gurdy was before right now? I'm sure some of you did. Probably, actually, honestly, probably more of you do than I would think. Because if you're watching this, you're the sort of person that would know what a hurdy-gurdy is. But, this is kind of like the vibe of my channel. Hurdy-gurdies and fishnets. Well, that's what I aspire to be. Alright, well, we will continue my fixation.
So schön war dieser Herbst, der Himmel blau und blau, die Sonne ewig strahlend. Und so wollte ich nicht sehen, den Schatten, der darunter
German. Most people have only heard German in the context of Hitler. This is also German. This is what he was screaming about. He liked this. So if you like this, I don't know, vote CDU or whatever. I'm not going to comment on German politics. What is it, Christian Democratic Union? Is that what Merkel's party is? She's internationally obnoxious, because I understand it. From a domestic point of view, quite the leader. Except the whole immigrants thing. Whoopsie daisy. Mama Merkel. I think that was just to absolve the sins of their, grandfathers, though. I think karmically they're balanced. Come on, guys, don't lose. Don't make me look bad in front of the pretty lady. Good work, boys. Oh, you see that bow shot? No way. Take another shot. I hope you guys could see that bow shot. Talk to you somehow? Remember me? Should probably turn these guys into the slavers, huh? Be the nice thing to do, I guess. As opposed to taking the prisoners. kids, cover your ears. Okay, let's dispose of these prisoners. I mean sell, not dispose. It's a very bad connotation. Sell.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree?
Your dog chasing chipmunks.
World and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them wanna use you. Some of them wanna get used by you. Some of them wanna abuse you. Some of them wanna be abused.
This is an interesting pendant. The pendant. No, not the. Ugh, step it. What is that symbol? If you know what that symbol is. I mean, the symbol means look at my tits, obviously. But what would she tell you it means?
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Oh, this is all in character as Ebenezer, by the way. This isn't me. I think I made that clear. It was a roleplay. Check the tags, it says roleplay. The let's say home managers are on to me, guys. I wasn't expecting to see it. Oh, he looks so trustworthy. Come here, guy who's definitely done something awful. I have uses for such people. No Me Too's with the lady in the group.
Hello,
professionals.
Everyone. It's Patty.
It
Thank you
is.
so much for
I mean, come on. This is like cheating, right? It's like you can't even see her. She could be anyone under all that.
Paddle by paddle, your worries will
That was
settle.
feminist.
What will be and what
If you think about it long enough, that was feminist. That's what you want. It's also definitely my real feelings.
I think I see how it got you to where you are now. Modeled up afterglow. Where you
Legit good song. I think she wrote it, right?
They say that one
So I guess we know that. She managed to be attractive and talented. It's very rare. Usually if you're attractive, you don't bother to develop any talents. I will refrain from any theories as to why that might be. Which is not to say I don't know exactly. Oh, I just got shot. I just got shot with an arrow. Get him, guys. Look what they did to your boy. Look how they massacred your boy. Wasn't how it was inspirational how it just went out? Mow him down.
But all of these people, they told you so. So how could it possibly be?
Oh. That's not good. Oh no, boys. Boys.
Now sing it one by one. You gotta sow in ashes. Roll and behold.
She's gonna walk away.
Taking care so one day the
This is not fleeing. I'm not fleeing.
One by one, you gotta sow in ashes, grow and behold. Storm and sun are taking care, so one day the blossom unfolds. It unfolds, covering your
I am not fleeing. I'm conducting a retrograde movement. A strategic redeployment. Which had nothing to do with the actions of the enemy. These are actions I chose, not myself. So I didn't bomb some random kids on the way out.
Storm and sun are taking care, so one day the blossom unfolds. One by one, you gotta sow in ashes, grow and behold. Storm and sun are taking care, so one day the blossom unfolds.
Good song, right?
You gotta sow in ashes, grow and behold. Storm and sun.
So the song actually means something. Those aren't just words. I know, generally speaking, music is just words. But as you can see from her hair, those words mean something. It's actually quite beautiful. I mean, it's a basic, you know, you need bad things to make good things happen sometimes, but, you know, for a song. It's not talking about, you know, any wops. That would hit the thing. Alright, nerds. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about all this. Hold shift. Already subscribed. Not the one to be nice to. I trust you, sir. This guy. Let's get that guy killed. Best instruments. Did she pull her bow as a sword? Honey, you should have been a mage. Come on, Circle of Luck.
Peter
Oh!
Hollins.
Hi guys.
He's
Bless
an
our
amazing,
Jesus.
amazing singer. So you have to go check out his channel. Right there, the link. And
Thank you,
gotta
Iron
subscribe
Jesus.
to him.
Oh!
He's got awesome stuff.
And she has better
So they're
stuff,
just gonna withdraw?
you should start her first.
Subscribe to
No,
him.
but, no, but I'm serious.
No,
It's pretty
Ugh, stop it. Fake flirt. Gross. Oh, real flirt. I gotta hope it wasn't real. There's more love between the ADV China guys. Whoa. I mean, she knows what she's doing too. She's dressed like a bird. God damn it. It's not fair.
And when the darkness grows into my heavily loaded back,
Female privilege, ladies and gentlemen. It's dressing like a goddamn bird. Imagine if I was dressed like that. Oh, it just makes me like her more. Explain that. Hold on, it's the bit, guys. Come on, there has to be one. There has to be stocks in here. The medieval castle. How are there not stocks? Hello, sir. Look for some stocks for a bit I'm doing. Sure, you were gonna spend 7 years.
your personal mirror.
Okay.
To fit you forever, evolving so that you
He's lucky he's good.
your mortal steerer.
I was all prepared to give a speech about how he's evil. But he's good. I don't know about the meshy. I think it's just her, honestly. I don't know anything about it. I'm an amateur, guys, and I'm an amateur human. Across the board. If I say something offensive, assume it's because I'm ignorant. Because I am.
When I saw the river,
I like this guy.
Ooh.
Never meet your heroes, guys.
Should I stay till dusk, but I'd trifle away the joyous day. So I kept on wandering, so alone. I see it can't be wrong when we are always strong.
Okay, now Ebenezer, this time don't get hit by an arrow from half court. I mean, why? How? You have a shield. I love cold water.
What is luring you is what will cause the deadly shiver. And all
What's up, Piggy Tails?
sacred is all that
Oh, is that auto too? That didn't seem natural. No idea. I know nothing. I'm sorry to judge you. I can't help it. I know this one gets you. I'd love to show you this one, but probably let's go some other direction. Had to be music. I could. Oh no, it was definitely comedy time. It's just this stream's just gonna wander, I think. Here's your official content warning. If I haven't managed to drive your way yet, this will probably do it. Nope, we're gonna stay in a good mood. It almost got me. They almost. Hello. Silence. Fixation. Gosh, she's so pretty and smart.
Okay, I have a little surprise for you. It is an unreleased track that I'm gonna play now, which is gonna appear in my CD, which is my new album, which is actually which is actually already finished, so it's gonna be released very soon. But until then, you can, of course, get my EP, which is unfortunately already sold out in the front. I mean, thank you, but if you still want to listen to the EP, you can get it everywhere online, iTunes, Amazon, Spotify. And this next song is called Run. I actually need your help. I just remembered, I need your help. Can you help me? Yeah. Okay. It depends. Can you do like a warrior chant? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna sing it for you one time, and then all you warriors are gonna sing it after me. All right? Goes like this. Beautiful. I'm gonna play it with the hurdy-gurdy melody, so you know when to sing it. So we're gonna repeat it 2 times together, and then we can start. You sing it with me, okay? Okay, one more time. Come on, Donald, you can do better. Yes! Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, let's do this together. Actually, can we start with this chant just because it's so beautiful? So I'm gonna, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, okay? So you start my song, don't miss it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, hey!
We know. Oh my god, I want one, guys. I think she's married, though. So if he ever gets hit by a truck, that'd be a terrible tragedy. Because clearly I'd be the second. This is how people think, actually. They get like locked down on one person. The danger of waifuism. Not good, guys. Just say no. I didn't write that. Yeah. Look at her facial expressions. She is so adorable. And she hates the audience. I love that she hates the audience. I love how that sounds, too. I love anything with strings. That is so awkward. How many people just check their phone? Let's play a game, guys. Come, peasants. Reap your just desserts for being poor. Oh, this is systemic oppression. What we're about to do here. Unbooted? Not booted? She is not Irish. She is German. This is straight up cultural appropriation. But she's a redhead, so she has that Celtic look. Alright, boys. What's going on? Talking about seafood, folks. Actually, probably not. I have no idea. I know mussels are seafood. I mean, cockles. Like one's the cockles of your heart. I have no idea what a cockle is. I mean, I guess that would be the collective for a gangbang. Would be a cockle. Yeah, the whole cockle walked in. Like gaggle. Also kind of Google a little bit. Word crafting, folks. Someone has to do it. Except that's a bad word, because I can't remember what it was. Oh, cockle. The collective for the male part of the gangbang is the cockle. Like, well, we had a great cockle today. Want the cockle in your face. I gave your content warning. I'm basically policing homelessness right now. I just kind of thought about that, which is super ironic. Ebenezer do punch down. Oh.
No one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Now her ghost wheels her barrow through the streets,
No picture? Why would there not be a picture on the wiki article? Someone put the picture on the wiki article. It's inexcusable. Mussels! Oh! What was that? It's folk music, so the worse it is, the better it is. If it's hokey, it's doing it right. It's supposed to feel like all the parts about home that weren't awful. It's supposed to. That's why it's so subjective. Subjective. E. Alright, boys. This is my white whale. Ebenezer's gonna get his white whale. Ebenezer's always get their white whales. Heroes. It's a hero's journey. talk. I could hear it. Come on, this is specific. Imagine if this was produced. How awesome this would be. Just flow from one to the other. So topical. Because it's this song. No, it's not. It's called it. It's called Ambush. I thought. Is it not? Oh. The homeless crisis going on outside. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Sure, something of grave importance is happening, necessitating all the hubbub. Looking for a cover. But if they're letting this use go, I'm a chance. But here's another one. Rolling the dice again. If this kills the stream, stream's over, guys. Here, let's go with the most absurd.
It's under crimson skies, hell's horizon, our trap will spring. Unaware of our presence, they'll be marching straight to their doom. We are prepared for war, ready for fire. Stand by to charge, counting down as they march into destruction. Their time has come. They'll never know we give no warning. We set a trap, they took the bait. Leading them straight into hell. They will live to tell the tale. We'll strike at dusk and fight till dawn. Tonight our foe is bound to fail. Our time is now, already at arms. On our chosen ground, dead men marching, no sign of hope. Victory will be ours before the dawn breaks. Tonight we charge. They'll never know we give no warning. We set a trap, they took the bait.
Got his white whale.
Them straight into hell. They will not live to tell the tale.
Like Judas?
We'll strike at dusk and fight till dawn.
Bye. Go to hell. F the chat for Rodos. Or Delta. Whoever just got. F the chat for him.
They took the bait, cut off, retreat.
Gonna have to buy some horses, though. Ah, I was hoping they'd all converge.
Victims of the ambush, stains the ground with blood, fields of execution, murderous plans. Soldiers turn to madmen in the dead of night, fighting without fury, fiery eyes. They never knew we gave no warning.
I like this.
They took the bait, cut up, retreat, release. Unleash the beast within. Berserker rage is released. Unleash.
I know this is weird, but
a force, unbreakable war machine. Unleash the beast within. Berserker rage is released.
there they are.
Infantry, charge!
Should about be that. Best. What you doing, guy? Why you running? But you were all entrenched up there in the village. Why'd you come down?
Then, with a body of picked men who lies in wait for him.
Why'd you do what I wanted you to do? That wasn't a very good idea.
It's under crimson skies, hell's horizon. Our trap will spring. Unaware of our presence, they'll be marching straight.
Back to my fixation.
The sky is turning gray.
Ebenezer's. This is all in character, guys. You keep forgetting that.
1,000 miles apart, my feet don't know the path on which I have to go.
This wrong.
No one has succeeded in drying my tears or saved me from fears. Neither the gods will tell me when that weight will be lifted from me. No time, no
See how information dense that was?